Imagine being just 16 years old, fresh out of high school, clueless about your future, and stuck helping your cousin with his CES. Go live streams. That's Jiang Yang. On the surface, he's just another broke teenager, roasting his cousin's bad plays and barely scraping into college. But out of nowhere, a mysterious system window pops up, showing him a glimpse of his own future. It says, at 30, your career is washed up. Beaten down by younger prodigies, you barely survive as a streamer until you return for one final dance. The twist? This system didn't wait until he was 30. It triggered when he was just 16. Suddenly, Jiang Yang realizes he might actually have the talent to become a pro CS/GO player. He jumps into his first matches, and despite being a C+ rank scrub, his insane reflexes and raw aim shock everyone. Even the chat, expecting him to flop, watches him pull off sniper flicks like a natural prodigy. Now, armed with the old veteran comeback system, weird rewards like sleepy black tea, and skills stolen straight from real pros, Jiang Yang is on a path to rewrite his destiny. Instead of being a forgotten ex-player, he's going to climb from rookie to legend, years earlier than fate intended. This is the story of how a 16-year-old turns into a future esports icon.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
August 5th, 2021. The calendar listed the day's lucky activities. Weddings, haircuts, even something as random as send me 50 on WeChat. But in Shanghai's brutal summer heat, even stepping outside at 5 p.m. felt like torture. Inside, though, Jiang Yang's cousin, Ma Cici, was full of energy, yelling into his mic as he played CS/GO. AWP in hand. Whoever dares enter Banana Path today is dead meat. Oh, a desert eagle? Bring it on. But the next second, silence. Ma Cici leaned back, dumbfounded, after losing his prized AWP to a single deagle shot. Jiang Yang, sitting beside him, couldn't resist. Oh, an AWP, huh? What happened to all that confidence? Your teammate saved up every penny for that sniper, and you didn't even get one kill. Talk about a waste. Everyone knew the math. An AWP cost $4,750, while the deagle only $700. Getting one tapped like that was like watching a champion with full gear get clapped by a rookie with scraps. Brutal. Ma Cici's cheeks burned. Keep it up, and I'm docking your pay. That shut Jiang Yang up quick. After all, his cousin wasn't just family. He was also his boss. 2 months earlier, Jiang Yang had finished his college entrance exams. Factories wouldn't hire someone his age, and the few that would offered insultingly low wages. So Ma Cici pulled him in as a summer assistant, helping with files, reading chat comments, and keeping the stream lively. It was easy work, but Jiang Yang's thoughts often drifted to the future. At just 16, he was already carrying the weight of adulthood. His grades had barely scraped him into a second-tier university, and he'd rashly chosen civil engineering, only to realize too late how bleak the path looked. He was already thinking of postgraduate exams to escape it. For now, though, this summer job was a reprieve. Hey, Ma Cici said between rounds, if I die, read the donations and thank the viewers. That's your job too. Jiang Yang nodded and started reading. Thank you, Goblin Coffee. Thank you, Little Sure Meow. Thank you, Su Beifong. He paused. Thank you, Ma Cici. Why'd you stop? Keep reading. Fine. Thank you, Ma Cici, for the badge from High Heels of Hatred at 1.6 meters tall. And thank you, Shorty carrying a dummy with a folder, for the badge. The chat exploded with laughter. Ma Cici winced like he was constipated. I made a mistake hiring you, he groaned, but behind his words, he was smiling. Jiang Yang's playful roasting had just turned the stream from dull to hilarious. As one of Huya's top CS/GO commentators, Ma Cici had a big following during tournaments, but off-season streams often dragged. With Jiang Yang's antics, though, The energy shot up. Even Ma Sisi couldn't stop laughing. And as Jiang Yang sat back, watching the gameplay, he felt something stir in him. It had been years since he'd last touched CS Go, but his cousin's silly mistakes, the audience's banter, and the thrill of the game rekindled an old spark. He decided, after work each day, he'd start playing again. But just then, strange glowing text flashed before his eyes. At 30, your pro career was in ruins. Defeated by younger talents, you were left streaming for scraps. But visiting your cousin, you rediscovered the joy of CS. Now, you resolved to make one final comeback. Reopen CS Go. Reward, Old Veteran Gift Pack. At 30, your professional career was dismal, crushed by the prodigious talents of your contemporaries, leaving your resolve shattered. Making a living by streaming, you visited your cousin Ma Sisi's home, where his quirky gameplay reignited the pure joy of CS within you. Resolving to walk the path of CS Go once again, you set out on your final dance. Reopen CS Go. Reward, Old Veteran Gift Pack. While Ma Sisi was debating the legitimacy of his 3 to 15 match record with his stream viewers, Jiang Yang's full attention was drawn to the sudden appearance of a few lines of text before him. Seeing the system panel, his first instinct was to chuckle maniacally. A system? As a soon-to-be university student with wide-ranging interests, I know exactly what this is. Jiang Yang smirked. Deep Blue, let's see how far you can go. If it weren't for the risk of Ma Sisi thinking he'd lost it, Jiang Yang would have laughed out loud on the spot. But after a closer read, his expression grew peculiar. Wait, not me. System, are you feeling okay? How am I already 30 years old? And did you send this to the wrong person? What's this old veteran gift pack? I'm still a 16-year-old, pure, handsome young man. Do I not exist to you? Then he paused, realizing something. Wait, it really is talking about me. He noticed the mention of cousin Ma Sisi in a system notification, which clearly pointed to the 30-year-old with shattered resolve being his future self. So the system arrived early? Which also meant, even without the system's intervention, he might have been inspired by Ma Sisi's performance and later shown in the world of CS Go. Achieving great heights? Wait, I was destined to be a CS Go prodigy? Jiang Yang was taken aback. Then, thinking it over, he realized that he did seem to have better mastery of the game compared to his peers. Back in his second year of high school, when Chowzi's WDNMD line went viral, CS Go became a hit among the youth. That was when Jiang Yang got back into CS Go. Mostly, though, he played casually with classmates, joking around and never seriously climbing the ranks. Their weapon choices were as unconventional as possible. Despite that, Jiang Yang often ended up as the top scorer. Back then, their style of play was partly due to the limited time high school allowed for gaming. But now, Jiang Yang felt genuinely motivated. Would you like to return to the path of CS Go? His focus shifted to the prompt, vaguely making out the options yes and no. For a young gamer, knowing they had the potential to become a professional player, there was no reason to hesitate. He was also curious about the contents of the system's old veteran gift pack. However, since he didn't have a computer at hand and was still at a summer job, he decided to put the thought aside until Ma Sisi's shift ended. Just then, Ma Sisi, having finished a game, clutched his stomach with a grimace and looked at Jiang Yang. Yang Yang, take over the stream for me. My stomach's acting up. Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Yang asked, Can I play a game on my account? Ma Sisi, clearly in distress, waved him off urgently. Sure, just don't mess with my match footage. After briefly addressing the stream viewers, Ma Sisi dashed to the restroom. With Ma Sisi out of commission, Jiang Yang temporarily became the host of the CSBOY stream. After a quick greeting to the viewers, Jiang Yang logged out of Ma Sisi's Steam account and into his own. As he logged in, he answered questions from the live chat. What rank is cousin in CS? I played a bit back in high school. I was rank C+ then. How old are you? 16, starting college soon. Once logged in, Jiang Yang launched Counter-Strike, Global Offensive, and selected the Chinese servers. While waiting, he turned to the audience. It's been over a year since I last played. Who's the top CS Go Pro these days? The chat instantly exploded. Obviously S1 Imple. Nikao. Simple Boy. Big Sweet Potato. Scanning the responses, Jiang Yang noticed several names. In League of Legends, it's clear-cut. Faker is the best. But in CS Go, there seem to be a few contenders. The name S1 Imple appeared most frequently. S1 Imple, huh? Jiang Yang repeated. He had heard the name before. Back in high school, it wasn't uncommon to encounter players with names like Navi's S1 Imple himself in games. Seeing it repeatedly left an impression. Curious, Jiang Yang opened a highlight reel of S1 Imple on a streaming platform. Let's see how the best CS Go player plays. If the system was right and he had the talent to become a professional, watching the gameplay of a top-tier player seemed like a good way to understand the game's potential. The first clip showed S1 Imple wielding an AWP on the Dust 2 map, aiming at the oil barrels in mid-long. The moment an opponent appeared, S1 Imple fired a single shot, killing them instantly. A sniper, huh? Jiang Yang murmured. The next moment, S1 Imple repositioned and randomly fired toward the right side of the mid-doors. The kill notification popped up immediately. Jiang Yang. The opponent wasn't even visible, and you just wall-banged them? The rest of the clip was a series of absurdly high difficulty shots and pre-fires. S1 Imple decimated his opponents with methods Jiang Yang couldn't begin to comprehend. Huh? Jiang Yang blurted. Is this how S1 Imple plays? This is the best CS Go player right now. Before he could fully process it, the clip shifted to the nuke map. S1 Imple was near the main entrance, accompanied by the intense voice of a commentator. But the second main door push. He intercepts just in time. Wait, NK1 is sniped too. Jiang Yang's eyes widened as he watched S1 Imple perform an unbelievable flick shot. S1 Imple had only a sliver of information from his peripheral vision, yet he made a high-tension flick, perfectly landing the shot and eliminating his opponent. Insane, Jiang Yang muttered in disbelief. At that moment, the loud background music from CS Go startled him, nearly causing him to drop his headset. Valve games were notorious for their excessively high default volume. Jiang Yang quickly pressed ESC and lowered the audio settings. Finally, he could enjoy the game's intense, action-packed music without feeling overwhelmed. As the music played, Jiang Yang felt the adrenaline surge through him. Not even a boring manga could extinguish this newfound excitement. Just as he prepared to start a match, the lines of text reappeared before him. Post-retirement, you rediscovered the pure joy of CS Go, reigniting your resolve. Opening CS Go, you have regained your sense of self. Reward, Old Veteran Gift Pack, is being distributed. Congratulations, host, you've received 259 comeback points. Congratulations, host, you've received Sleepy Black Teeth. Jiang Yang? Question mark. Staring at the system notification, Jiang Yang couldn't help but ask, the name Sleepy Black Tea is truly intriguing. Even if it was system-generated, Jiang Yang instinctively felt a twinge of caution. Getting wrecked would be no fun. After some thought, he addressed the viewers in his stream. I'm going to grab some water. Let's finish watching S1 Imple's highlights afterward. Although he was eager to explore the system's contents, leaving the stream idle for too long was an option. Otherwise, Masisi would definitely jump up and knock some sense in him. With S1 Imple's highlight reel still playing on the small broken site, Jiang Yang's consciousness sank into the recently appeared system. Suddenly, a system panel materialized before him. Old Veteran, Jiang Yang. Age, 30. Team affiliation, none. Status, retired. Overall skill level, unknown. Comeback points, 259. This is the Old Veteran comeback system, designed to help old veterans stage their final dance and ascend to the peak of the professional stage. So, the system really did show up too early. He was only 16 years old. How did he qualify as an old veteran? Then, his attention shifted to the personal items section. A single thought opened it, revealing an item resembling a tea bag. Sleepy Black Tea, consumable. Add to hot water and stir well to gain a 2-hour energized buff. Once the buff ends, additional sleep will be required to recover. P.S. At 30, old veterans no longer have the stamina of youth. Sleepy black tea will be your best partner on the road back to the pros. Jiang Yang gave it some thought, confirming once again that this system had shown up prematurely. The rewards were clearly tailored for older players. At just 16 years old, he had so much energy that he could stay up through 2 consecutive nights in a net cafe before taking the summer job with Masisi. Although he didn't see much utility in the tea right now, its potential was undeniable. He might not have followed many CS.GO matches, but he was familiar with League of Legends competitions. He vividly recalled a famous BO10 match in the LPL, where both teams were mentally and physically exhausted by the end. If something like Sleepy Black Tea had been available then, who knows how things might have turned out? While that BO10 was largely the fault of the event organizers, the grueling overtime matches in CS.GO, which sometimes stretched for hours, also called for energy. In such bladder-busting scenarios, a boost like this could make all the difference. So, Sleepy Black Tea turned out to be an unexpected blessing. After examining it, Jiang Yang turned his focus to the comeback points, which displayed a count of 259. Comeback points can be used to purchase items, skills, or techniques from the system store, aiding old veterans in reclaiming their professional peak. Points can be earned through mission rewards, daily training, and training session completions. After reviewing everything, Jiang Yang began piecing things together. This summer job was supposed to be a turning point in his life, leading him down the path of becoming a CS.GO pro, a path where he performed quite well. Although he eventually retired after being shattered by the peer prodigies of his era, it implied he had at least reached the top tier. Originally, this system was meant to activate at age 30, helping him return to the competitive scene. However, its premature arrival had altered the plan. Judging by the information provided, he couldn't just shout at the system, "Deep Blue, show me your limits." Its functions were more akin to an auxiliary tool. Whether he could avoid being crushed by the peer prodigies, again, would ultimately depend on him. As his thoughts became clearer, the system panel reappeared, displaying a new set of small characters. After 2 years of retirement and barely scraping by with popular games, you've abandoned the CS you once loved in a corner. You've finally resolved to stage your final dance, but you no longer know your own skill level. Mission: rank yourself on any platform to determine your current CS level. Reward: a random player's signature technique. Reading the system's description left Jiang Yang a bit dumbfounded. What exactly had 30-year-old Jiang Yang been doing? He'd somehow managed to scrape by with all the popular games on the market? That was impressive. Who would have thought his future self had such a knack for streaming? Jiang Yang couldn't help but admire his future self for a moment. But on second thought, he didn't aspire to become that kind of person. Earning a living through streaming was fine, but one's heart needed a goal, a sense of purpose. Take his cousin, Masisi, for example. While he earned money through streaming, his love for CS was unwavering. Despite numerous opportunities to switch to more popular games and become a caster, Masisi chose to stay and became one of China's best CS commentators. As netizens often said, while CNCS may lack top-tier players, we have the best commentators. Jiang Yang didn't want his future to be defined solely by scraping by. The system's reward made one thing clear: redemption lay within. Moreover, he was genuinely curious. Who, in the future, had managed to shatter his resolve? He considered himself a pretty optimistic person, so whoever managed to break him down must have been extraordinary. First, though, he needed to finish the placement matches. In high school, his games had always been casual, but now that he knew he had talent, he wanted to see how far he could climb when he took it seriously. Since Masisi was still indisposed, Jiang Yang had a bit of time. With a thought, the Sleepy Black Tea appeared in his hand. Checking the system again, he noticed the item was gone from his inventory, confirming it as a one-time consumable. Examining the tea bag in his hand, it looked ordinary, like something you'd find on Taobao. Without overthinking it, Jiang Yang grabbed a cup, searched online for how to cold brew tea, and prepared it. Returning to the stream, he raised the cup and took a sip. Tasty and refreshing. Back at his computer, only 2 minutes of S1 Impulse highlight reel had passed. Pausing the video, he searched his desktop and found only the 5E matchmaking platform. He downloaded the Perfect World matchmaking platform via Baidu. In China, CS, Go players often preferred third-party platforms due to poor official servers. The 3 most popular platforms were 5E, Perfect World, and B5. Each with its pros and cons. Jiang Yang chose Perfect World because he was already used to it from playing with classmates. Thanks to Ma Cc's high-speed internet, the download finished quickly. After installation, Jiang Yang logged in, went through some tedious verification steps, and finally got into the game. His friend list showed no classmates online, so he queued for ranked matches. He selected 3 maps: Dust 2, Inferno, and Mirage, the iconic old 3 maps of CNCS, known for their simplicity. Why not enable all maps? Noticing this comment in the chat, Jiang Yang replied honestly, "I don't play much, and I've only practiced these maps with my classmates. I know the callouts and can throw some basic utility, so I won't drag my team down. Besides, sticking to these maps might get me a higher placement." His sincerity left a good impression on many viewers. Most viewers in the stream were fans of the CSBOY duo, Ma Cc and Mo, the former Tyler captain. Both were known for their candid, no-nonsense style, which naturally endeared viewers to Jiang Yang's straightforwardness. As he started matchmaking, Jiang Yang continued responding to chat questions. "What's my major in college?" "Civil engineering." "Is Ma Cc really 1.5 meters tall?" Reading this aloud, Jiang Yang instantly perked up. "What nonsense! Cousin, your viewers are slandering you." Feigning a sob, he added, "You can't say that about my cousin. He's clearly 1.6 meters tall." His exaggerated reaction cracked him up, and soon the entire chat was filled with laughter. "This guy's a natural actor." Confirmed. CC is 1.6 meters straight from the cousin's mouth. This cousin is hilarious. He seems so relaxed. No fear of streaming whatsoever. The new comment popped up. CSBOY. "Yang Yang, if you keep dissing me, I'll dock your pay." Jiang Yang immediately fell silent, but 2 seconds later, he couldn't help adding, "Cousin, I was defending you. They're the ones saying you're 1.5 meters tall." Before he could continue bantering, the match was found. 9 out of 10. Accepting the match, Jiang Yang saw the map was Dust 2, a favorite of Chinese players. As the game loaded, he casually quipped to the viewers, "Honestly, my cousin may not be as tall as me, but I'm definitely better at this game." The viewers in the live stream couldn't stop laughing at Ma Cc's cousin, Jiang Yang. He was hogging all the glory for himself with his antics. Seeing the barrage of puzzled comments from the chat, Jiang Yang confidently declared, "Don't be fooled by the fact that my previous rank was perfect C+, but remember, in CS, Go, the C comes before the S. My cousin's an S, but I'm a C that comes first." The chat was utterly dumbfounded, wondering where this kid got his absurd logic. In Jiang Yang, they saw a reflection of themselves when they first started playing CS Go. Back then, they too thought they had exceptional talent, embellishing their memories and convincing themselves they were amazing. But CS Go is, at its core, a hardcore FPS game with a high skill barrier. Most viewers were now just waiting for Jiang Yang to get a taste of reality and have his confidence shattered. Some were still holding on to the hope that Jiang Yang might actually be skilled enough to back up his bold claims. Then the game began, and they saw Jiang Yang stumbling around, barely understanding the map. That's when they knew for sure. This guy was a genuine local C+ through and through. Once in the game, Jiang Yang stopped paying attention to the chat and focused on the match. His team started on defense, and having not played in a long time, he felt like a complete novice with a mouse and keyboard. In the pistol round, he grabbed a USP and stationed himself at the CT base. Soon, enemies began rushing through a lawn. Jiang Yang unleashed a chaotic barrage of shots, spreading the damage but failing to secure a single kill. The opposing team's aim wasn't much better, and they exchanged fire in a messy standoff until Jiang Yang's teammates rotated and cleaned up the attackers in a chaotic firefight at a site, securing the round. However, their success didn't last. In the following rounds, a series of aim mishaps from the CT side gave the opponents the upper hand, leading to a few upsets. The viewers were thoroughly entertained. Matches at this level were filled with non-stop comedic moments. After being outplayed, Jiang Yang saved up for a sniper rifle, AWP. Watching S1 Impulse highlights earlier had made him eager to try out the weapon. He figured nothing could beat the cool factor of racking up kills with an AWP. Many in the chat were reminded of Ma CC's infamous sniping mishap when he got dismantled by Desert Eagle, and they were now looking forward to seeing if Jiang Yang could carry on his cousin's legacy. But to their surprise, Jiang Yang wasn't just about gimmicks. His youthful reflexes and dynamic vision were truly impressive. Positioning himself at the VIP spot, Jiang Yang aimed his AWP toward mid-doors. The enemy's smoke grenade missed its mark and landed in the lower tunnel, leaving the entrance exposed. A terrorist peeked out, and Jiang Yang calmly pulled the trigger. Bang! Miss Excellence is here. Used AWP to headshot. One day, without Yang virtue, he retreated to cover, chambered the next round, and peeked again. This time, another terrorist had pushed a mid near the sandbags. Jiang Yang flicked his crosshair and fired. Bang! Miss Excellence is here. Used AWP to eliminate 2 days without Yang virtue. Now fully immersed, Jiang Yang peeked again for a third shot. His first attempt missed, but he adjusted and fired again, scoring another kill before finally being taken out by a return shot. Still, a 1-4-3 trade at mid was a huge win. The in-game voice chat exploded with teammate praise. Whoa, that was insane. Nice one, bro. I'll grab your AWP for you. Jiang Yang tried to act humble, but the genuine admiration from his teammates left him grinning ear to ear. It deepened his newfound love for CS:GO. Glancing at his second monitor, he noticed the chat going wild. What's this sorcery? C+ is flexing hard. You call this a noob? That flick was nuts. The enemy really handed him those kills, though. This is totally smuffing. Some viewers, however, were fixated on the peculiar in-game IDs. That username is abstract as hell. Whoa, an actual farmer. Did nobody notice those 2 IDs on the enemy team? I'm dying over here. CS:GO really attracts all kinds. Noticing the commotion, Jiang Yang finally paid attention to the opponent's quirky usernames. The sheer absurdity made him laugh out loud. After that round, his teammates managed to win, one of them even retrieving Jiang Yang's AWP and returning it to him. Jiang Yang didn't refuse. The sniper rifle had proven to be not only effective but also incredibly fun. While his movement mechanics, like counter-strafing, were shaky, his reflexes and raw aim compensated when using the stationary AWP. For the rest of the half, his impactful sniping helped his team in the defensive half with a 9-6 lead. Switching to the offensive side, however, Jiang Yang found himself struggling. Defensive sniping was relatively straightforward, but attacking with an AWP required much more tactical awareness. Around this time, Ma CC joined him, offering advice and critiques as he observed Jiang Yang's gameplay. Though the offense was more challenging, their earlier lead allowed them to secure a 16-12 victory. Jiang Yang ended the match as the MVP, with 28 kills, 3 assists, and 11 deaths, boasting an impressive 132.1 ADR. It was a textbook carry. Just a little C+, no big deal. Jiang Yang remarked smugly. Ma CC chuckled, teasing, not bad. You remind me of my younger self. Both natural prodigies. It's just one placement match, Jiang Yang replied, toning down his bravado. You take over. I'll read the chat for you. Although he was eager to continue, Ma CC still had his own streaming duties to fulfill. But the viewers weren't pleased. Can't we just keep watching the cousin? Kick Ma CC out. Let the cousin reign. Cousin streams are the real deal. Justice for the cousin. Laughing at the barrage of comments, Ma CC grumbled. In half an hour, you've hijacked my stream, haven't you? Despite the complaints, Ma Sisi sent Jiang Yang to set up an old computer in the next room. Once everything was ready, Jiang Yang gleefully jumped back into CS Go. After several more matches, Jiang Yang finished his placement games with a 3-win, 2-loss record, ultimately landing at rank C+ with 1598 points, just shy of the B rank. Feeling slightly annoyed at the system's trolling, he turned his attention back to the comeback system, eager to see his reward. The familiar text appeared. "Congratulations, old veteran. You've unlocked Hunter's Eco Clutch technique." Jiang Yang's eyes lit up. The system's reward seemed like a promising tool for his comeback journey. Hunter's Eco Clutch technique. Looking at the system's task rewards, Jiang Yang's eyes lit up. He didn't know who this player Hunter was, but as a professional, his unique skill must have some merit. Otherwise, how could it be considered a specialty? Moreover, eco-round techniques were especially useful to him right now. Just this afternoon, he had finished 5 placement matches, and the number of rounds he had lost to eco comebacks was beyond counting. In CS Go, it's common for matches to reach a stalemate where a single round's outcome can shift the tide of victory. If some of the eco comebacks from earlier ladder matches hadn't happened, things might have gone smoother. Who knows? He might have even won one of those games. As an old veteran, your frontal combat skills are no longer on par with today's prodigies. You must carve out a new path and address your shortcomings in other areas. Eco rounds are your greatest asset. P.S. Preventing eco comebacks is also a profound art. Would you like to start learning Hunter's Eco Clutch technique? The small text reappeared before him, showing 2 options, yes and no. Jiang Yang focused his thoughts on yes and confirmed. In the next moment, a vivid scene appeared in his mind. A man who seemed to have succumbed to darkness spoke to him in a devilish whisper. "You guys, ecoed, huh?" This oppressive image made Jiang Yang's heart tighten. Immediately after, clips of matches started to play in his mind. The map was dust too. Hunter was defending the B site with a Galil. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from B tunnel. The opponents were clearly gearing up for a rush. Jiang Yang could feel Hunter's momentary panic. He instinctively sought cover to delay until his teammates could rotate to help. However, the enemy was faster. The first terrorist had already rushed out of B tunnel. Hunter was forced to engage with his Galil, taking down the first player. But the moment he secured the kill, he realized it. "You guys eco, didn't you?" Once he grasped that the enemies were on an eco, Hunter's confidence surged. Jiang Yang could understand his thinking. Why fear opponents armed only with pistols when he had a rifle? Instead of retreating, Hunter pushed forward into B tunnel. With precise recoil control, his Galil mowed down the rushing enemies, wiping out the entire team in the tunnel. Another clip followed. This time the map was Nuke. Hunter, holding an MP9, was defending near Iron Gate. He had been playing passively, but the enemies seemed bored, firing a few random shots in their spawn. Jiang Yang immediately sensed Hunter's thought process. "That's the sound of pistols." Seizing the opportunity, Hunter flung the door open, charged out with the MP9, and aggressively gunned down 3 players while strafing. Hunter's unconventional mindset made Jiang Yang chuckle despite himself. Timid with rifles, but fearless on eco rounds, huh? Still, it wasn't a bad strategy. Although Jiang Yang preferred securing kills with rifles, learning a variety of approaches was beneficial. Since he loved playing the sniper rifle, having a solid economy was crucial. Before saving up 4,750 credits, using an MP9 to farm some cash could significantly speed up his progress. In CS Go, kill rewards vary by weapon, and submachine guns like the MP9 excel at earning money quickly. Hunter then demonstrated several techniques for eco rounds, how to position against different pistols, adapt your playstyle based on your weapon, and more. To dominate an eco round, it wasn't enough to get kills. You also had to survive. Simply trading kills would be too costly. Hunter's approach to eco rounds was incredibly meticulous. Compared to him, Jiang Yang's previous ladder games were embarrassingly basic. He had only focused on getting frags without considering the method. That's why he'd found himself repeatedly caught off guard. Wait, how did he one-shot me? Why are 3 of them peeking me at once? This was the difference between professionals and ordinary players. Jiang Yang nearly gasped at the realization. When the lesson ended, his brain felt brimming with knowledge. Just learning one of Hunter's eco-clutch techniques had been so enlightening. What about the signature moves of top-tier players like Nico, ZYWU, or S1 Impel? Jiang Yang's excitement for the future grew. As he completed his lesson, the system's small text appeared again. Unbelievable. Unbelievable that your skills have deteriorated this much after 2 years of retirement. You must reclaim your strength and announce your return to the professional scene. Mission: achieve the #1 rank on any platform. Reward: a random professional sniper's signature technique. Rank C+ may be weak, but come on, system, that's a bit harsh. I was just 2 points away from B rank, he muttered. D******, perfect world. This mission was overwhelming. He had just finished placements, and the system was already asking him to climb to the top. But then again, the mission was meant for 30-year-old Jiang Yang. For a retired pro, reaching the top rank shouldn't be hard. But he was only 16, a total newbie to this game. The pressure was enormous. Still, a professional sniper's signature move, that was tempting. After today's placement matches, Jiang Yang realized he truly enjoyed using the sniper rifle. Its high damage and one-shot kill potential gave him incredible room for error and opened up countless possibilities in a match. It would take ages to master the sniper rifle on his own. Learning techniques from top players would speed up his growth immensely. I want to improve so badly. But first, Jiang Yang decided to learn the counter-strafe mechanic. Although learning could be painful, he would rather grind ladder matches and pick up tips from teammates and opponents. Just then, his cousin-in-law's voice came from the door. "You two brothers, come eat." Only then did Jiang Yang realize how quickly the afternoon had passed. He hopped up eagerly and saw a table full of delicious food. Noticing the fried chicken and cola-glazed wings, his eyes lit up even more. Back in high school, these were rare treats. Ma Cici came out of his streaming room and was equally surprised by the spread. "I don't think I've done anything wrong recently," he joked. His wife shot him a skeptical look as he quipped, "Why the feast? Is this a last meal or something?" Rolling her eyes, she replied, "I'm taking our daughter to Guizhou tomorrow for a summer retreat, so I made you guys a nice dinner." Turning to Jiang Yang, Ma Cici said, "So, this is a last meal, huh?" He earned himself a kick for that comment. "After this, you're on your own for meals," his wife added. "This year, Shanghai's heat is unbearable. Just walking outside drenches us in sweat." She wasn't wrong. The city felt like a furnace. While the couple chatted, Jiang Yang wisely focused on devouring his meal, with him and his niece attacking the fried chicken and wings. Watching them, Ma Cici teased, "You're still young. If you knew you'd be eating chicken every day in college, you wouldn't be this excited." In college, meals usually alternated between fried chicken and braised chicken. While tasty, even the best dishes get tiresome after 4 years. Unfazed, Jiang Yang smirked. He wasn't about to tell his cousin that he was determined to become a professional player. Born with a gray holy body? Forget that. I'll transform into a golden professional body. Between bites, Jiang Yang asked, "By the way, cousin, how do you counter-strafe in CS:GO? Any good videos I should watch?" "Counter-strafe? That's just pressing the opposite movement key while you're moving," Ma Cici explained. After a moment, he added, "But I'm not great at it myself. You should check out a guy called Leon Kai on Small Broken Site. He's the one with the long neck. His tutorials are solid." As a CS player, Ma Cici genuinely wanted to see new players join the game, especially since this one was his cousin. Jiang Yang nodded in agreement. He appreciated how Ma Cici didn't pretend to be an expert. When he didn't know something, he admitted it outright. After dinner, Jiang Yang planned to dive into Liang Kai's tutorials. After lunch, Jiang Yang and Ma Cici enjoyed a brief break. Ma Cici lounged on the sofa, reading a feel-good novel, occasionally letting out silly giggles. Jiang Yang, on the other hand, stood on the balcony enjoying the breeze while exploring the system's interface. He hadn't noticed it earlier, but after completing his placement matches, a subtle change had appeared on his system panel. Overall level. Amateur LV.3 expand. Amateur level and only LV.3. Wasn't that a bit too harsh? But on the bright side, it meant he had immense room for improvement. Jiang Yang focused on the expand button, and the view before him instantly changed. Overall level. Gunplay. Amateur LV.5, 2323/5000. Awareness. Amateur LV.2, 131/2000. Map knowledge. Amateur LV.2, 53/2000. Positioning. Amateur LV.3, 31/3000. Reflexes. Pro LV.8, 18398/800000. Handgun proficiency. Amateur LV.2, 23/2000. Sniper proficiency. Amateur LV.5, 23/5000. Rifle proficiency. Amateur LV.1, 77/1000. Other weapons proficiency. Amateur LV.1, 996/4000. Collapse. ***. Seeing the data displayed by the old veteran comeback system, Jiang Yang finally understood why the system had given him that assessment after the placement matches. It didn't align with what the system considered the standard for a retired old veteran. For abilities that had already been mastered, even if neglected for a long time, one would at most regress slightly. But according to the system, Jiang Yang's level seemed downright devolved. CS wasn't like school knowledge that you handed back to the teacher after graduation, so it was understandable that the system found it perplexing. Jiang Yang couldn't help but chuckle. However, the stats fit his situation perfectly. Even if the system claimed he had outstanding talent and a bright future as a top-tier professional player, as someone who had only logged under 100 hours in-game, this was perfectly normal. In the CSGO community, there's a saying, CSGO, 500 hours is just the starting line. He only had 62 hours of playtime so far. Improvement would have to come slowly. He studied his current abilities for a while. Among them, his reflexes stood out, surprisingly at pro-level LV.8. Reflexes could be trained, but having naturally fast reflexes gave him high potential. At the very least, he wasn't like Ma Cici, who couldn't even fire a shot with a sniper rifle before getting taken down. Even if Jiang Yang's aim wasn't precise, he could still fire a couple of panic shots to intimidate the opponent. However, what he found truly valuable was the system panel itself. With it, he could clearly identify his strengths and weaknesses, avoiding any misjudgment of his abilities. For now, Jiang Yang was just a straightforward rank C+ player. There was no point pretending otherwise. The only question was how to improve those stats. Unable to think of a solution right away, Jiang Yang exited the system. He picked up his phone and launched a small broken site, Bilibili. After asking the giggling Ma Cici next to him which characters made up Liang Kai, he quickly searched and found the long-necked older brother. In Liang Kai's videos, Jiang Yang located a tutorial on counter-strafing. This was something he sorely needed. During today's placement matches, he found himself gravitating towards sniper rifles. Part of the reason was that his poor counter-strafing often caused him to spray wildly with rifles. From watching Hunter's eco-clutch technique, he also realized the importance of counter-strafing. Mastering this skill was now his top priority. Thanks to Liang Kai's explanation, Jiang Yang finally understood the concept. In CSGO, running and shooting was generally inaccurate. Only when your movement speed dropped below a certain threshold would your bullets hit their mark. The action of stopping as quickly as possible when encountering an opponent is called counter-strafing. The method involved pressing the opposite directional key during movement to counteract inertia and come to a stop. For example, if moving left and suddenly encountering an enemy, you would release the left key and press D to stop. Jiang Yang noticed an important detail. Counter-strafing didn't make bullets instantly accurate. He needed to wait 0.2 to 0.3 seconds after stopping before firing. He likened himself to a hitman driving a small car, tasked with eliminating enemies on the map. The reverse key was his brake. Even if he pressed the brake, the car wouldn't stop immediately. it would coast a little due to inertia. He needed to wait for the car to fully stop before shooting for accuracy. After breaking down the essence of counter-strafing, Jiang Yang felt he had grasped it conceptually. But understanding it mentally was one thing. Getting his hands to cooperate was another. He needed plenty of practice. For now, though, Jiang Yang didn't have time to work on counter-strafing, as the evening marked the start of his real work. Nighttime was when Ma Cici's live stream truly came alive. As one of the top CS commentators in the country, Ma Cici would cast matches if any were ongoing. But the past 2 weeks had been part of the CSGO offseason. Evenings were spent reviewing classic matches or analyzing POVs from pro players to help viewers learn. CSGO had a unique FPS community atmosphere, with players constantly seeking to learn from the best. Ma Cici's co-commentator, Mo, was a former Tylo Pro and holder of CSGO's best record, lending significant credibility to their match analysis. As soon as the stream began, Ma Cici connected with Mo on TS voice chat. Hey. Loud and clear cut the hey. Mo responded, then asked curiously, by the way, where's our cousin? You found out already? Ma Cici was surprised. Jiang Yang had only arrived yesterday and started work today. Mo explained, the moment I went live, viewers were spamming about the cousin taking over your spot. I got curious about what kind of person could not only push out the clip queen, but also dethrone the shorty. Ma Cici teased, so what? Is he going to replace you next? That would make him a worthy heir to your title as the world's top prince snatcher. Now that's what I call a legacy. Hearing this, Mo couldn't hold back his laughter, and the two joked around. Their channel, CSBOY, had its share of nicknames. Ma Cici, being short, was dubbed the Shorty. Mo, with his blunt personality, was called the Dummy. Their previous assistant, Ming Reaching, earned the title Clip Queen for her voice. Now Jiang Yang had temporarily taken Ming Reaching's place, and viewers were joking about him, pushing Ma Cici aside. Ma Cici laughed. Why are you even taking this banter seriously? He then turned to Jiang Yang and sent him the TS address via WeChat. Join the voice chat. If anything comes up, we'll call you. In the meantime, just monitor the chat. Ban any comments stirring trouble or being overly toxic. Jiang Yang quickly joined the TS channel on his computer. Having been watching the stream, he greeted, Hi, Captain Mo. I'm Jiang Yang, Ma Cici's cousin. Mo replied, Nice to meet you. Do you play CS often? Jiang Yang answered, Yeah, I'm working on ranking up lately. Cool. Let's play together sometime. The conversation ended there, as Mo wasn't one for small talk, and Jiang Yang returned to monitoring the chat. Mo then asked, What are we streaming tonight? With no major matches during the off-season, even ladder matches had gotten repetitive for Mo. He wanted to switch things up. Having worked with Mo for years, Ma Cici immediately understood. After a moment's thought, he suggested, even though it's off-season, the CS Junior League is still ongoing. How about analyzing the POV of the Prince M0 Nisi? Jiang Yang, intrigued, asked, Is this M0 Nisi really good? Ma Cici explained. Junior leagues were generally unimpressive, but the CS Junior League was unique. The level of talent this time around was extraordinary, rivaling even first-tier events. He gave an example. The previous Junior League champions, Muz NTX, had outperformed their main team, earning more prize money over the past year. The CS region had a history of junior teams surpassing their main teams. This added significance to their junior league, drawing attention from fans and analysts alike. M0 Nisi, a sniper from Navi's junior team, was a renowned prodigy. Since Navi's main team sniper, S1 Impel, was nicknamed the Emperor, M0 Nisi had earned the title of the Prince. In the CSGO community, M0 Nisi was widely regarded as a future star of first-tier competition. For commentators like them, paying attention to up-and-coming players made perfect sense. If these talents reached the big stage, they'd already have detailed profiles prepared. Ma Cici realized Jiang Yang's presence was proving useful. Jiang Yang's questions gave him a chance to explain things to the viewers. Mo, being less talkative, often left most of the commentary to Ma Cici. After hearing Ma Cici's explanation, Jiang Yang fell into thought. A prodigy destined to shine on the big stage. Could it really be him? Soon, Ma Cici and Mo found a match recording and began analyzing it from M0 Nisi's perspective. Jiang Yang eagerly followed along. Although the idea of a prodigy capable of crushing him was daunting, his priority now was to learn from Mo and observe how these junior players played the game. The next day, when Jiang Yang woke up, it was already noon. Perhaps due to the effects of his sleepy black tea, he had slept a few extra hours the previous night and slept unusually soundly. Although the sleep was restful, it also wasted quite a bit of time. He originally planned to wake up early today to grind ranks, but it seemed he'd need to be more cautious with the sleepy black tea in the future. In the master bedroom, Ma Cici was still asleep. Taking the initiative, Jiang Yang ordered delivery for their lunch on his phone. After a quick freshening up, he went to the dark room, turned on his computer, and prepared to embark on today's rank-grinding journey. Last night, Mo had analyzed a match replay featuring the junior sniper M0 Nisi for the livestream audience. The commentary was excellent, and M0 Nisi's plays were indeed impressive. However, for Jiang Yang, they were still a bit advanced. Unexpectedly, after watching Mo's breakdown of the match, his awareness, map understanding, and positioning attributes showed slight improvements. Jiang Yang could roughly figure out why these stats had improved. So, before bed, he carefully reviewed Liang Kai's instructional videos and learned about the concept of deliberate practice in the CS community. It seemed that the impressive aiming skills of professional players weren't solely due to talent, but also involved a tremendous amount of targeted training. With that in mind, Jiang Yang decided to test out the system's capabilities. Before practicing, he first checked his aiming stats. Gunplay, amateur LV.5. Progress, 2323/5000. Evaluation, the level of an amateur player with basic FPS game experience. But before diving into training, he needed to tweak his settings. To be fair, Liang Kai, the content creator, truly offered solid advice. Yesterday, Jiang Yang not only learned about counter-strafe mechanics and aiming techniques, but also picked up insights on sensitivity, resolution, and crosshair settings. While Liang Kai's voice might be a bit soporific, the content of his videos was undeniably helpful. Determined, Jiang Yang first adjusted the resolution to 4:3, then spent a long time testing settings on a training map before settling on a high sensitivity of 400 by 6.66. Counter-strafe? Let's see how this works. Holding his AK, Jiang Yang moved right while pressing the left key and firing at the same time. Bang! The AK-47's bullet flew out, hitting above and to the right of the dummy. Undeterred, he adjusted his firing rhythm. After counter-strafing, he fired again. This time, he achieved a perfect counter-strafe shot, accompanied by the crisp sound of a headshot. Jiang Yang felt a pure joy that was hard to describe. He sped up the action, trying to counter-strafe and fire repeatedly. However, as he increased his speed, mistakes also piled up. Jiang Yang quickly calmed down, slowed his aim, and fired steadily. As he continued practicing, he noticed the system indicating that his gunplay stats were steadily improving. So this is how the system really works. Jiang Yang suddenly felt hopeful and more motivated to train. Outside the room, the just-awakened Ma Cici glanced at Jiang Yang hard at work practicing and couldn't help but sigh. Streaming until 2 a.m. last night, and now he's already back at it. When you're young and trying a new game, you just want to pour all your energy into it. I just hope it's not a 3-minute enthusiasm. Done. After taking down another bot, Jiang Yang noticed that the scoreboard now read 5,000. Gunplay, amateur LV.6. Progress, 232/6000. Evaluation, your gunplay has surpassed the average C+ local player. Jiang Yang observed the system panel. After eliminating 5,000 bots, his gunplay level had risen by 1. Although he was still in the amateur tier, moving from amateur LV.5 to LV.6 was a considerable improvement. On Perfect World's platform, the C+ rank had the largest player base, which meant Jiang Yang's gunplay now surpassed the majority of players. With just a little effort, I've already reached the limits of the C+ rank. Jiang Yang thought happily. Eager to test his skills, Jiang Yang returned to the training map to practice counter-strafing and firing. Whether it was psychological or not, he felt the motions becoming smoother, and his success rate at counter-strafing headshots seemed to increase. Clenching his fist in excitement, he marveled at the progress. Although there wasn't a groundbreaking improvement overall, this was just 1 hour of training. The positive reinforcement was immense. Jiang Yang couldn't help but imagine how much he could improve with consistent high-quality training over a year. At that moment, the delivery call rang. Jiang Yang paused his training and realized his right arm was sore. Right after, familiar text floated into view. At 30, your body is steadily declining. Even routine gunplay practice leaves you fatigued. Physical fitness is the foundation of progress and key to the old veteran comeback system. Daily task: run 5 kilometers. Reward: random comeback point. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Yang recalled that comeback points could be used in the shop. Though he browsed it briefly yesterday, most good items required more points than he currently had. Running 5 kilometers daily sounded a bit challenging, but still doable. Back in high school, they had routine running drills. Though not an athlete, Jiang Yang often played basketball, so his stamina wasn't bad. Running 5 kilometers is manageable. It's sticking to it that's tough. But if it could foster a good habit, why not? With this thought, Jiang Yang resolved to start running after dinner, even if it wasn't for comeback points. Developing a healthy habit seemed worthwhile in itself. He snapped back to reality, grabbed the delivery, and was about to call Ma Sisi when he found him already awake. About your aim training. Ma Sisi yawned, still half asleep. Don't overdo it, Ma Sisi advised. It's counterproductive, especially if your goal is to rank up. Jiang Yang nodded. Then you definitely shouldn't train like that. Ma Sisi continued. When you start your day, just warm up with a few hundred bots to get into the zone. Then, run through the maps and practice using utility. After that, jump straight into ranked games. No, aim training? Jiang Yang asked in surprise. Based on Ma Sisi's logic, there is practically no dedicated aim practice. It's not that you don't train, Ma Sisi clarified. But after finishing ranked games, spend some dedicated time before bed on it. Starting your day with thousands of bot kills will tire you out before you even start ranking up. By the time you hit ranked games, you'll be burnt out. Jiang Yang could see the logic in this. Practicing heavily before ranked matches seemed counterproductive. Fatigued hands would naturally make aiming less precise. All right, starting tomorrow, I'll follow your advice, Jiang Yang agreed while eating. As for today, he had already taken down 5,000 bots and was itching for some real action. In August, the weather really makes it hard to have any appetite. Jiang Yang casually stuffed a couple of bites into his mouth before eagerly returning to his computer. Opening the Perfect World matchmaking platform, he was just about to dive into some intense ranked matches when he noticed someone inviting him. Looking closely, he realized it was his high school deskmate, Li Hua. Back then, they had been at about the same skill level. During the CS Go boom in 2019, it was Li Hua who introduced Jiang Yang to the game. Since their skill levels were still close, and there wasn't much of a rank gap, Jiang Yang joined the party without hesitation. As he logged into QQ, he saw Li Hua's message pop up. Hey, Jiang Yang, what's going on? Weren't you supposed to be working in a factory? How come a time of play right now? Li Hua, don't come at me. Didn't you say you were losing weight this summer? Yet here you were playing too. The two exchanged playful jabs before Li Hua asked, do we have a full squad? If not, we'll just queue up now. Let's go. Jiang Yang glanced at the bottom right of the screen. As usual, Li Hua chose the old 3 maps, the ones he was most comfortable with. Wow, you're doing pretty well in your placement matches. Had a breakthrough recently. Jiang Yang smirked at his friend's comment. Breakthrough? This is just the tip of the iceberg, my dude. Let's set a small goal first. Rank number 1 on Perfect World. Li Hua didn't dismiss the boast, but instead played along. Absolutely. With our skills, getting number 1 on Perfect World is just destiny. I should try harder, too. and maybe tomorrow I'll replace S1 Impel on Navi. Li Hua assumed Jiang Yang was joking and didn't make any sarcastic remarks. Jiang Yang, for his part, didn't bother explaining. Some things are meant to be done, not said. After finishing 5,000 bot kills earlier, his arms still felt a little sore. But after lunch, they had mostly recovered. As they waited for a match, Jiang Yang and Li Hua complained about issues in their respective majors, shared their hopes for college, and expressed some apprehension about university life. Finally, after nearly 3 minutes, a match was found. The map was Mirage, also known as Dust 2. Jiang Yang's team started on defense. As the pistol round began, Jiang Yang took the initiative to communicate over voice chat, and 3 random teammates responded enthusiastically. The C+ rank in Perfect World was a mixed bag, highly unpredictable. Either you'd get a team that's willing to communicate, or you'd end up with total mutes. For the pistol round, Jiang Yang positioned himself mid on Dust, holding an USP. The terrorists opted for a simple A-short and A-long pincer strategy. Soon after, Jiang Yang spotted 3 opponents advancing through A-short. 3 on A-short, Jiang Yang reported while engaging them with his US. The opponents were just as stubborn, refusing to retreat and choosing to trade fire with him on the spot. Jiang Yang wasn't fazed. Having recently finished his bot training, he felt his aim was sharper than ever. Perhaps it was just psychological, but after an hour of practice, he felt a noticeable improvement in his mouse control. With 1 magazine, he managed to take down 2 opponents. However, when the 3rd player pushed forward, Jiang Yang only had 1 bullet left. Forced to shoot and retreat behind cover, he didn't expect that final, poorly aimed bullet to land a headshot. Even Jiang Yang chuckled at the outcome. Ever heard of being blessed by random spray patterns? As the kill feed in the top right corner lit up, Li Hua exclaimed, "Nice! You got them like that." Jiang Yang's triple kill secured mid in the pistol round, though their teammates at A-long couldn't hold. The main T-force being wiped at A-short left little room for the remaining 2 to maneuver. With the opening pistol round 1, the match quickly progressed to the second round. Winning the pistol round was a good start, but securing the follow-up round was crucial to avoid a potential eco-upset. Jiang Yang vividly remembered several times in placement matches when winning the pistol round only led to a reversal, keeping the score tight and increasing the pressure. He thought about how a pro like Hunter would handle such situations. What weapons would he buy on this map? Which positions would maximize their effectiveness? How could he secure kills without being traded? Suddenly, a few lines of text appeared before his eyes. Hunter's eco-clutch technique, beginner. Progress, 0/100. Feature, none yet. What the heck? Is this for real? Does the system provide more than just insights? Does that mean I can improve other skills through hard work too? Jiang Yang rubbed his hands in anticipation. System, you know I'm a natural-born special ops prodigy. Fueled with excitement, Jiang Yang purchased an MP9 and carefully pushed toward B1. His decision wasn't random. It was well considered. Given the opponent's poor economy, rushing A-long would spell disaster. A rush B, on the other hand, seemed highly likely. The tight corridors of B1 and B2 were perfect for an SMG like the MP9. As Jiang Yang reached the corner of B1, he heard footsteps, lots of them, coming from B2. There at B2, Jiang Yang, confident in his hidden position, wanted to wait for the enemies to push further. But the terrorists weren't sneaking. They were rushing. Li Hua's panicked voice came over comms. "They're rushing B. Get back now." Realizing he couldn't stay hidden any longer, Jiang Yang sprang into action. Emerging from B2, he found 3 opponents moving toward B site, their sides completely exposed. This is it. His eyes narrowed as he focused on the closest target and unleashed a barrage from his MP9. Rat-a-tat-tat. The first enemy dropped instantly. Jiang Yang immediately shifted fire to the second and took him down with another magazine. Unfortunately, the extended spray left him out of ammo, and the third opponent, now aware, retaliated, finishing him off with support from a teammate. "TSK, I got greedy," Jiang Yang muttered, reflecting on his mistake. "I should have pulled back after the second kill." Though his death was regrettable, his aggression had disrupted the enemy's formation. Li Hua cleaned up the stragglers rushing the site. While their random teammates nearly threw the round with reckless pushes, the terrorists made a blunder of their own, allowing Jiang Yang's team to clutch the win. This round reaffirmed Jiang Yang's belief. In eco rounds, recklessness could lead to disaster. From then on, Jiang Yang took every eco round seriously. He had a few rounds where he clutched spectacularly and others where he was picked off early, but all of it added to his experience. With his determination and a cooperative team, they won Mirage 16:8. Jiang Yang delivered a strong performance, finishing with 25 kills, 3 assists, and 10 deaths. Reflecting on the match, Jiang Yang noted that at least 10 of his kills came from eco rounds. While some might dismiss those kills as trivial, Jiang Yang knew better. They had funded crucial weapon drops for his teammates. After the match, his skill progress updated. Hunter's eco clutch technique, intermediate. Progress, 2/500. Feature, sharper decision-making in eco situations. Jiang Yang could feel a tangible improvement in his understanding of eco rounds. Replaying certain moments in his mind, he saw new, better options he hadn't considered before. Excited by the feedback loop of progress, he eagerly queued up for the next match. Let's go again. After mastering Hunter's eco clutch technique, Jiang Yang enthusiastically reviewed his post-match stats. To his surprise, he realized that in C+ rank, most players didn't pay much attention to ECO rounds, often leading to unexpected comebacks. By taking these rounds seriously, Jiang Yang racked up multiple kills and reduced the chances of losing to ECO plays, making the matches feel a lot easier. Starting with a win, looks like today's a good day for ranking up, Li Hua commented. Hearing this, Jiang Yang felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Still, the night was young, so they queued up for another match. The second match loaded quickly, and the map was Inferno. In the pistol round, Jiang Yang and Li Hua took up defensive positions at B's site, while their 3 random teammates covered a site. The match began with a surprise. Before they had a chance to act, their teammates had already wiped out the attacking terrorists heading for A. Opening his mic, Jiang Yang complimented, "Damn, you guys wiped them all out. Couldn't you at least leave us a little action?" He noticed his communication attribute in the system panel and knew the game encouraged engaging with teammates. Plus, the flawless defense deserved some praise. The praise went over well. The teammates, happy to be acknowledged, began chatting and joking around. In the second round, Jiang Yang bought an MP9, aiming to farm some proficiency for Hunter's eco clutch technique. Moving efficiently along Banana Path, he took down 2.9 enemies before being eliminated. Li Hua followed up with his trusty CT side spray to finish off the remaining enemies. In subsequent rounds, despite mixed enemy buys, Jiang Yang continued farming kills with his MP9, earning a satisfying amount of cash. The score climbed to 3-0. The first rifle round arrived. However, sticking with their existing loadout proved disastrous. The enemies, armed with rifles, crushed Jiang Yang's team. They lost the next round as well. It wasn't until now that they noticed something odd. The enemy player with the Sakurajima, my ID, wasn't playing at a typical C+ rank level. Her mechanics were far superior, leaving Li Hua grumbling. How are we supposed to win against this? Even their random teammates were getting frustrated, struggling to deal with her precision and quick kills. Don't worry, Jiang Yang said thoughtfully. I'll save up for an AWP and snipe her down. The score eventually reached 4-8, but Jiang Yang finally managed to buy his AWP. When the next round began, he rushed to Banana Path with the sniper rifle. Li Hua, noticing his plan, tossed 2 flashbangs to support Jiang Yang's advance. Charging forward and pulling out his AWP at the wooden plank, Jiang Yang scoped in just in time to see 2 terrorists, a close-range enemy near the slab on the left and another by the tree on the right. But just as his flashbang exploded, Jiang Yang's screen went fully white. Before the flash hit, Jiang Yang caught enough information to predict the left enemy's position. While blinded, he flicked his crosshair left and fired before jumping back to safety. The kill feed lit up. Miss Excellence is here, step aside, with AWP eliminated Sakurajima Mai. The sight of Sakurajima Mai's name in the kill feed sent his teammates into an uproar. "Oh, she's down," one shouted. With her gone, they confidently cleaned up the rest of the round. After securing several more kills on Banana Path, Jiang Yang's team's morale soared. Though the score eventually slipped to 10-14, Jiang Yang's consistent AWP plays helped them claw back into the game. His teammates began strategizing around avoiding Sakurajima Mai and isolating the weaker enemies. Bit by bit, their plan worked, and the score tied at 15-15. When they reached match point, the public chat revealed that Sakurajima Mai had cracked, blaming her teammates for the situation. In the final round, Sakurajima Mai attempted to retake Banana Path with utility, but Jiang Yang fired a blind shot through smoke, eliminating her completely by chance. With her gone, Jiang Yang's team steamrolled B site, securing the game 16-14. The team erupted in cheers. "You're amazing with the AWP." Li Hua praised. "Bro, add me as a friend," one of the random teammates chimed in. They all agreed to queue together again, but as Jiang Yang exited the client, he noticed Ma Sisi sitting behind him. She had apparently watched the entire game. "That's the magic of CS. Go," Ma Sisi said with a smile. "The adrenaline, the teamwork, that's why I love this game so much." Jiang Yang laughed. "I'm starting to fall for it too." After seeing Jiang Yang sniping, Ma Sisi grew more curious about his talent. "You've only been playing for about 70 hours, right? But the way you're handling the AWP, it's incredible." She returned to her PC, fired up CS, Go, and queued for a game, inspired by Jiang Yang's performance. However, an hour later, staring at her 6-23K/D, she began to wonder, what on earth went wrong? After that thrilling comeback, Jiang Yang and Li Hua were even more fired up. They played 3 more rounds afterward. 2 wins, 1 loss. The loss was especially unfortunate. Mid-game, one teammate's power went out home. Being a team game, losing one player made things extremely challenging. Would have been an advantageous score quickly spiraled downward. By the time the disconnected teammate returned, the match was almost over, and the team was at a major disadvantage. They ultimately lost. Although the loss was regrettable, Jiang Yang didn't expect to win every match on his way to ranking up. Besides, it wasn't like the teammate disconnected on purpose. Power outages are beyond anyone's control. After the game ended, Li Hua stretched and said, "All right, Jiang Yang, you keep playing. I'm off to swim and shed some pounds. Let's team up again tomorrow if we have time." "You're way too disciplined for the Li Hua, I know," Jiang Yang teased as he bid Li Hua farewell. That afternoon session had been incredibly satisfying. A perfect gaming experience. In total, they played 5 matches and won 4. Jiang Yang had climbed roughly 100 points in one afternoon, landing him squarely in the middle of the B rank. Another 100 points, and he could advance to B+. Once he reached B+, how far away could S rank possibly be? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Yang focused his thoughts, summoning his system interface. Old veteran, Jiang Yang. Age, 30 years old. Team, none. Status, preparing for a comeback. Overall level, amateur LV.3, expand for details. Comeback points, 911. Signature move, Hunter's Eco Clutch, beginner. Personal items, none. Comeback tasks, reach the top rank on any platform and announce your return. Daily, run 5 kilometers to maintain physical health. Jiang Yang studied the system panel. He was only here to check on any updates to his profile, and he immediately noticed a few changes. First, his personal items section was now empty. His sleepy black tea was gone. This wasn't surprising, though. It was a consumable. He vaguely remembered it could be repurchased in the system shop using comeback points. Second, his comeback points had increased significantly. Previously, he'd had only 259 points. Now, he was up to 911. The daily 5 kilometers run task awarded points, but he hadn't done that yet today. Dream runs don't count, do they? Curious, Jiang Yang opened the income breakdown for his comeback points. He quickly discovered that the extra points came from ranked match victories. The system calculated points based on performance in each match. Better performance and wins yielded more points. The epic comeback match had earned him the most points, while the loss had contributed nothing. In other words, the more ranked matches he played, the more points he could earn. But for now, he still wasn't sure what comeback points could actually do. Remembering the sleepy black tea, Jiang Yang decided to visit the system's shop to buy a replacement. It was always good to have one on hand, just in case. Upon opening the shop, he froze. Several new items were displayed in addition to the familiar sleepy black tea. Rifle Proficiency Pack Beginner. Advanced Familiarity with Windmill Map. Random Factory New Butterfly Knife. Game item. Random Hex Deck Card. A banana. The sudden variety of items left Jiang Yang bewildered. He glanced at the shop description in the corner. System shop rules. The shop refreshes daily at 6 a.m. Certain items from tasks may remain in stock permanently, so the shop's inventory had refreshed since he activated the system yesterday. Jiang Yang examined the new items. A banana and the butterfly knife were tangible items. The butterfly knife was especially tempting, considering he didn't have much income besides the 500 yuan allowance from his mom. During today's matches, one of his teammates had shared a butterfly knife with him. Its feel was incredible. Sure, Ma Cici could lend him gear anytime, but it wasn't the same as owning something yourself. However, the butterfly knife came with a hefty price tag, 1,000 comeback points. With only 911 points on hand, he'd have to pass for now. Shifting his attention to other items, Jiang Yang examined. Rifle Proficiency Pack Beginner costs 200 points, grants plus 500 proficiency. Windmill Map Familiarity Advanced costs 20,000 points, grants plus 50,000 proficiency. Seeing the exorbitant cost of the map item, Jiang Yang laughed wryly. 20,000 points? That's worth more than my life. Jiang Yang shelved the map item for now, noting that Windmill didn't even exist yet. Maybe it was a future map? Moving on, the random hex deck card caught his eye. At 500 points, it promised either rewards or penalties. Feeling bold, Jiang Yang decided to gamble. He purchased the hex deck card and a rifle proficiency pack, exhausting his points. Unfortunately, each item was limited to one purchase. If only he could stack them endlessly. Imagining himself maxing out his proficiency overnight and dominating professional players made him chuckle. Still, that would ruin the fun, he mused. CS is all about pushing limits. Jiang Yang used his purchased items. The rifle proficiency pack immediately boosted his proficiency to amateur LV.2. The Hextech card awarded him a perk. Buy now, pay later, once, allowing him to purchase items without upfront payment. Jiang Yang was speechless. Jiang Yang carefully considered the buy now, pay later option. Although he'd still need to pay eventually, it could indeed work in his favor. If he could snag something good, he could purchase it first and pay for it bit by bit, allowing him to experience the effect of the items in the shop beforehand. It was a pretty good deal for him. However, since it could only be used once, he had to carefully consider how to use it. He couldn't buy anything too expensive, otherwise, it'd take forever to pay off. But buying something too cheap would feel like a waste. He needed to strike the right balance. Although he really wanted to get that butterfly knife, Jiang Yang held back. Then he heard his cousin's frustrated voice beside him. WGNLSQQQ. After losing another match in PL, Ma Cici clicked to start matchmaking, but didn't get into a game right away. He analyzed. It seems like they've stopped playing. Unlike regular ranked matches, 5EPL is a specialized server that only matches players within the PL pool. If fewer than 10 PL players are queuing at the same time, matchmaking simply won't work. Hearing Ma Cici say this, the viewers in his livestream chat started teasing. The moment you said you'd queue, everyone canceled their matchmaking. Why not play a matching puzzle game instead? Cici's so good, he's become the Grim Reaper of PL. The kids didn't expect Cici to keep hunting them down. They've been playing casual CS all afternoon. Their brains are fried. Terrible, but addicted to playing. Damn, has Cici become someone the other PL players avoid at all costs? Normally, Ma Cici was pretty good-natured, but after a string of PL losses, he was already on edge. The sarcastic comments in the chat only added fuel to the fire, and he snapped back at them. If they're not playing, then I'll just end the stream. No PL games, no stream. This is boring. I'm calling it a day. I'm going out for drinks. Hearing this, Jiang Yang curiously leaned over and asked, "What's going on?" When he saw his cousin approaching, Ma Cici vented his frustrations. "I'm telling you, every time I play PL, there's always a group of randoms trolling me. This time, I even changed the stream title to 38-year-old man dominates PL. But these randoms still came in and started with their nonsense. Why not use utility? Why aren't you getting kills?" Jiang Yang added on the side. "So why aren't you getting kills? Is it because you don't want to?" The veteran viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. "That's a killing blow, straight to the heart. Cousin is killing me with laughter. So, Cici, why aren't you getting kills? Is it because you don't want to? How about Cici goes for a drink, and Cousin streams instead? We want to see Cousin have some fun at rank C+. Cici can't play PL, can't drink, just let Cousin take over." Jiang Yang's words left Ma Cici momentarily speechless. It wasn't that he was angry. Most of his frustration was directed at the situation, not the people. Plus, Jiang Yang's knack for entertaining on stream was impressive. Ma Cici noticed a couple of conspicuous messages on the second monitor. "Cousin is too funny. Support Cousin. Let him stream." Wow. The sender's ID was CSBOY, which meant it could only be one of three people. Himself, Jiang Yang, or Captain MO. Hearing his partner venting, Ma Cici shouted, "If you're here, why not start your own stream? MO, all you do is lurk and talk trash. I asked you to team up with me to stream your perspective, but you've been dodging me all the time. Fine, let Cousin stream instead. One day, Cousin might just overshadow you." Ma Cici sounded genuinely frustrated. Jiang Yang comforted him. "Relax, bro. The more you argue with the chat, the happier they'll get. Yeah, and there's no point arguing with Captain MO. You know he's not serious about anything." Ma Cici's mood improved slightly. He stood up and said, "All right, take over for me for a bit. I don't want to play anymore." "I can't. I don't know how to stream." Jiang Yang instinctively declined. "Just stream anything. Play some perfect C+ or whatever. They'd love to see you. They're all asking for you to stream." Ma Cici was still fired up, arguing with the chat. "Anything?" Jiang Yang asked tentatively. "How about we do an outdoor stream instead?" Not just Ma Cici, but even the chat fell silent at Jiang Yang's out-of-the-blue suggestion. What does outdoor streaming have to do with playing CS? Seeing Ma Cici's puzzled expression, Jiang Yang explained, "Think about it. Streaming the same thing all the time can get repetitive. No matter how good the food is, if you eat it every day, you'll get tired of it. Let's switch it up with some outdoor content. It'll give them a break and make them appreciate our CS streams even more." Ma Cici laughed at Jiang Yang's wild idea. "So what do you suggest we stream outdoors?" When he asked this, Ma Cici felt a sense of foreboding. He couldn't predict what quirky idea Jiang Yang would come up with next. Sure enough, Jiang Yang suggested, "How about we go for a 5-kilometer run? As top-tier streamers, we should set good examples for our fans. You know, most CS players overseas are super fit. We don't need to go that far, but we should maintain some good habits." Ma Cici froze. When was the last time he'd run? Jiang Yang continued enthusiastically, "Bro, we need discipline. Look at you, staying up late, drinking, and getting so out of shape. If you keep this up, you'll turn into a blob." Hearing this, Ma Cici couldn't help but feel a bit self-conscious. He glanced at the chat. Cousin is a genius. Running 5 kilometers in this heat? Only Cousin could come up with that. I'm afraid he'll be the death of Cici. Blob Cici, lol. Despite the sarcastic chat, Ma Cici was now considering the suggestion seriously. But how would we even do an outdoor stream? I've got the equipment, but how would you manage the filming? Jiang Yang thought for a moment. I could hold the camera, but it might not be very steady. Oh, I have a classmate who lives nearby. I'll call him over to help us hold the camera like an assistant. Given Ma Cici's general lack of fitness, Jiang Yang figured the camera wouldn't shake too much since Ma Cici probably couldn't run very fast anyway. Captain O chimed in from the background, adding fuel to the fire. What's wrong, old man? Can't even handle 5 kilometers? The idea was starting to appeal to Ma Sisi. His routine had been terrible for a long time, but having Jiang Yang's enthusiasm pushing him made him want to give it a try. Still hesitating, he felt Jiang Yang tugging him toward the door. At least let me change clothes first. You want me to run outside in shorts? Ma Sisi protested. All right, steel helmets, viewers, we're ending the stream for now. See you all in a bit. To avoid revealing their home address, they went to a nearby riverside park. Jiang Yang called his classmate to come over and act as the cameraman. Running 5 kilometers wasn't a big deal for Jiang Yang, but he wanted to help Ma Sisi develop better habits. Once they arrived, Ma Sisi opened the stream app again, muttering, "Damn, running in this heat. What the hell am I doing?" He handed the phone to Jiang Yang, who greeted the audience with a grin. All right, steel helmets. Today's mission is to make sure Sisi finishes 5 kilometers. Let's show the world that the CS community is full of strong men. But the chat ignored his pep talk and instead focused on his appearance. Holy crap, where did this male model come from? Is cousin really this handsome? That face, and he's doing this for Cece's summer gig. Keep the camera on, cousin. I'm drooling. Cousin, I'm Cece. Don't turn around. Seeing these comments, Ma Cece glanced at the chat and scoffed. What? I looked just as good when I was younger. The audience collectively fell silent. Looking at Ma Cece's current unkempt appearance, it was hard to reconcile it with Jiang Yang's sharp features. Jiang Yang, even barefaced, could easily rival celebrities. Still, Jiang Yang knew Ma Cece wasn't lying. Back in the day, Ma Cece wasn't as striking as him, but still had decent looks. Ma Cece originally brought Jiang Yang on as a summer helper because he worried Jiang Yang might go down the wrong path. Being too good-looking and too young, Jiang Yang could easily end up in trouble if he strayed into shady work environments. Handing the camera to his classmate, Jiang Yang did a quick warm-up before starting his run. He barely broke a sweat, while Ma Cece was already gasping after a few steps. I can't. I feel like my lungs are going to explode. Ma Cece panted. That's just 500 meters. Bro, you've got to push yourself. Jiang Yang encouraged him, slowing his pace so Ma Cece could keep up. The viewers were thoroughly entertained. While most of them didn't exercise themselves, watching Ma Cece suffer felt oddly satisfying, like cyber exercise. At the 2-kilometer mark, Ma Cece once again declared he couldn't go on. Jiang Yang didn't bother with encouragement this time. He simply grabbed Ma Cece's hand and pulled him along. This is insane. Why did I agree to this outdoor stream? Ma Cece grumbled. Despite his complaints, he kept running. The chat's sarcastic comments had gotten under his skin, and now he wanted to lose weight and prove he could reclaim some of his former glory. With Jiang Yang's relentless urging, Ma Cece managed to complete the 5 kilometers. At the finish line, Jiang Yang caught his breath and advised, "Don't sit down immediately, or you'll get dizzy. Drink some water and take it easy." The viewers were just as astonished as Ma Cece. Holy crap, he actually got Ma Cece to finish 5 kilometers. Honestly, watching them run outdoors was surprisingly fun. Admit it, you just like seeing Cece suffer. We won't point out the obvious. Cousin is so entertaining. Many viewers began to genuinely like Jiang Yang. Handsome, full of energy, and with a positive vibe, it was hard not to be charmed. After catching his breath, Ma Cece insisted on taking a selfie with Jiang Yang to commemorate the moment. Man, this 5 kilometers nearly killed me. I have to post this to my social media. Jiang Yang leaned into the shot, pulling his classmate into the frame as well. The three of them posed for a photo to mark the accomplishment. For someone nearing 40 and with years of poor habits, completing 5 kilometers was no small feat, though Ma Cece felt like dying during the run. He had to admit he felt more refreshed afterward. Just as he was beginning to feel a sense of pride, Jiang Yang said, "All right, we're doing this again tomorrow." "What? Tomorrow?" Ma Cece's vision went dark. "Of course. Running needs consistency," Jiang Yang replied matter-of-factly. As he spoke, familiar small text appeared in front of his eyes. Daily task, run 5 kilometers. Reward, random comeback point. Congratulations. Old veteran has earned 369 comeback points. Comeback points, 369. It wasn't a great number, as Jiang Yang worried that he might sprint through the task and leave him in the dust. Although it wasn't much, these daily tasks could accumulate over time. He couldn't help but glance at the panting Ma Sisi beside him and teased, "Cousin, you're really out of shape." Ma Sisi rolled his eyes, too exhausted to bother with Jiang Yang. The system's daily exercise tasks might have been torture for 30-year-old Jiang Yang, who would probably be just as wiped out as Ma Sisi. The 5-kilometer run had taken them almost an hour. But for 16-year-old Jiang Yang, his physical fitness was frighteningly good. 5 kilometers was just routine exercise for him. The system clearly hadn't anticipated this. Jiang Yang's premature arrival had made him a walking bug in completing these tasks. Completely effortless. Jiang Yang nearly put his hands on his hips, ready to gloat. Including the 369 comeback points he just earned, his total now stood at 570. He'd already bought everything he needed for today, but what if the shop refreshed with something good tomorrow? And running 5 kilometers wasn't hard for him anyway. After a simple meal with his classmates, Jiang Yang and Ma Sisi headed home. After a shower, Ma Sisi looked ready to pass out. And with no major competitions on the horizon, he genuinely wanted to skip streaming. "How about you stream tonight?" Ma Sisi said seriously. "I'm completely out of energy. If I sit in front of the computer, I probably won't even manage to say a few words." He looked like a commentator during the final game of a late-night BO5 series. His focus was all but gone. Jiang Yang understood. Ma Sisi's schedule was terrible. Because of his streaming work, he'd been staying up late for years to commentate on matches. Plus, he hardly exercised, so his physical condition was awful. This sudden burst of activity was bound to knock him out, and Jiang Yang could already predict how sore Ma Sisi's legs would be tomorrow. Starting to exercise again was always tough at first, but over time, as his body adapted, it would get better. "Can't Captain Mo step in?" Jiang Yang wasn't keen on streaming. "I don't think I'm cut out for solo streaming." The main issue was Ma Sisi's large audience. Jiang Yang worried he'd mess things up for him. Mo's still on the train. "He's dealing with some family stuff," Ma Sisi reassured him. "I'll sit next to you. Give it a try. You've got talent for streaming." Unlike his robotic co-host Mo, Jiang Yang had a natural gift for streaming. Every time he appeared on a stream, he could nail the jokes, and even his unfiltered antics created unexpectedly good entertainment. After Jiang Yang's appearance earlier, the Helmet crew in a live stream chat had been very receptive to him. Ma Sisi thought this could be a chance for Jiang Yang to start a streaming career. If he could gain some online recognition and make a living through streaming, he wouldn't need to worry about finding a job after graduation. Ma Sisi had always liked Jiang Yang and wanted to help him out wherever possible. With his cousin's insistence, Jiang Yang reluctantly agreed to try streaming. After all, Ma Sisi's current half-dead state was partly his fault. When Ma Sisi opened the CSBOY streaming channel, he immediately explained to the viewers, "I'm wiped out from today's workout. I'll be resting on the sidelines while my cousin streams in my place." He expected the chat to start complaining and had already prepared a response, but the comments were surprisingly unified. "Yes, Dongdong's up. True, world's top prince snatcher. Second day in, and he's already replacing the host. No need for introductions. Cousin's got this." Finally, no more watching Ma Sisi's Down syndrome plays. Happy days. Mo better run. CSBOY's true prince has arrived. Can cousin turn on a camera? To be honest, the CSBOY stream was fun, but it could get repetitive when there weren't any big matches. Ma Sisi's PL, Perfect World League, streams often featured clunky gameplay. He frequently got tilted by familiar opponents, much to the audience's amusement. But too much of the same shtick got boring. Jiang Yang, however, was still a fresh face. His recent appearances have been full of memorable moments and clips of his perfect C+ gameplay, played while Ma Sisi was indisposed, had gone viral on Bilibili. Excited by the news that Jiang Yang would be streaming, the audience couldn't wait. "Turn on the camera?" "Sure." Jiang Yang asked Ma Sisi to help him set it up, and soon the camera was on. The screen showed a greasy-looking Ma Sisi and the stunningly handsome Jiang Yang. Holding the camera, Jiang Yang casually adjusted the angle. The viewers, however, couldn't find a single flaw in his youthful face. After letting the audience admire his looks, Jiang Yang joked to liven up the atmosphere. "All right, you've seen enough. Time to pay your beauty tax. How about some free tiger tokens to spoil the streamer?" Ma Sisi stared in disbelief as the screen filled with gifts. Not just the cheap tokens. Some rich viewers were sending high-value gifts too. "Are you really a streaming rookie?" "All right, folks," as the saying goes, attracted by the looks, stayed for the talent. You've seen the looks. Now it's time for the talent showcase. Unfortunately, Jiang Yang suddenly feigned a lament. "I'm no longer the unbeatable C+ Demon King." Hearing this, the viewers assumed he had dropped in rank and laughed in delight. Then Jiang Yang opened his stats panel. "How did I win so many matches this afternoon and end up in B rank?" He sighed theatrically. But his smirk betrayed him, and the audience erupted in laughter. "This kid is killing me. Oscar-worthy acting. He's more entertaining than M.O. Ma Sisi looks so uneasy. He's about to lose his throne." 1.29 rating. Cousin's a beast. Feigning distress, Jiang Yang added, "I didn't want to win. I just wanted to stay the Demon King of C+. Even as he spoke, he couldn't keep a straight face, his grin harder to suppress than an AK recoil. The viewers were laughing so hard they could hardly type, while Jiang Yang's self-deprecating humor made him instantly relatable. Ma Sisi had to admit, Jiang Yang had an innate talent for entertaining a live-stream audience. "Playing in B-rank ladder matches is boring," Jiang Yang remarked. "How about I open a prediction game? What do you have in mind?" Ma Sisi asked. Jiang Yang, brimming with confidence, announced, "Let's bet on whether I can get 10 kills as a CT in the next game." Ma Sisi: "No way. Who makes a good guy bet on getting kills during an ECO round?" Even Ma Sisi was speechless. His cousin's train of thought was simply too bizarre. The viewers in the live stream didn't expect this approach either, but since they were mostly there to kill time and have fun, they started egging him on to open the betting. Cousin's unusual thought process has left me speechless. For a second, I thought he was a prodigy planning a bet like, "Can I get 40 kills in this game?" Oh well, does a streamer really think getting 10 kills during an ECO is that easy? I bet he can't. Hurry up and open the bets. I need to start earning beans. With Ma Sisi's help, Jiang Yang enabled the betting feature. Ma Sisi felt Jiang Yang was just fooling around, but Jiang Yang himself had confidence. Ranked matches weren't particularly exciting, so he had to get the viewers involved, or they'd lose interest quickly. Plus, his specialty right now was shining during anti-ICO rounds, so he figured he'd lean into that strength. Besides, even during live streams, he played the same way he would in ranked games. If he went all out in ECO rounds and scored big, the viewers would definitely tease him about it. So why not face the potential criticism head-on? That would actually earn him more praise. After waiting for a while, the match was finally found. The map was Nuke. Once again, Jiang Yang started on the defending side. He noticed that the perfect world matchmaking system was a bit off. Lately, he'd been starting on defense way too often. While entering the game, Jiang Yang closed the betting window in the streaming client. Bet: can a streamer get 10 or more kills during anti-ICO rounds? In the no column, the support rate was a staggering 98.3%. No need to guess. Even those who bet on yes were just looking for a big gamble. Huya's betting system was purely for fun. Viewers could use beans earned for free by watching streams to participate. Naturally, they were enthusiastic about joining in. Seeing this, Jiang Yang turned to the camera and said, all right. Today, I'll show you what it means to be the true special forces of the enemy's ECO rounds." His performance in anti-ICO rounds was legendary for his rank. Other players at his level would be astonished. That afternoon's games, aside from one high-quality match, had seen him rack up solid kill counts in the rest of the rounds. Those matches gave him plenty of confidence. The viewers, of course, didn't believe him. Getting kills during anti-ICO rounds was relatively easier, sure, but most players only managed about 24 kills in a full game. For Jiang Yang to aim for nearly half of that in just a few rounds seemed nearly impossible. Besides, knowing the opponents were ECO only made it harder, not easier, to secure kills. The more you rushed to rack up kills, the more likely you were to get countered. This guy Blue didn't even finish off a bomb-planting terrorist with a full magazine and ended up getting counter-killed. Jiang Yang's scalp tingled. I can't believe the person on the other side of the screen isn't a bot. During the pistol round, he opened with 2 kills, giving his team a decent advantage. He thought it would be an easy win like usual, but one of the terrorists clutched it, evening the numbers. Both sides ended up fighting at B site. With the bomb planted, one teammate seized the opportunity but somehow managed to only graze the enemy, achieving what could only be described as outline drawing. Jiang Yang was stunned. The unintended comedic timing hit perfectly. This teammate must be a pure local dot. What do you mean pure local? This guy's got Kerrigan-level skills. A tribute to the 12-bullet back shot. This rank is more fun than watching pro play. Honestly, and the opponent even paid homage to Kenny's one shot to end it. CS. Geo's pro scene had a legendary player named Kerrigan, who once famously got backshot after unloading 12 round from a USP. This teammate of Jiang Yang's had just perfectly recreated that infamous moment. After losing the pistol round, Jiang Yang was planning to save for the rifle round. But a glance at his teammates revealed that they'd all bought weapons, so he followed suit. Predictably, they lost another round. Jiang Yang thought for sure they'd ECO in the next round, only to see a teammate pull out a Desert Eagle, complete with armor and utility gear. He was speechless. Was this game going to drag on forever? He quickly reminded everyone via voice chat to save for rifles. To his surprise, they listened. Most of them held back, though 2 of them were a bit too quick and bought full-armored Eagles. Unexpectedly, this round turned into a win, not because of their gear, but because the one guy who hadn't bought anything clutched it with a bold ninja defuse while hiding in the 3rd floor. The morale boost was immediate. By now, the score had evened out at 2-2. Jiang Yang calculated that the opponents were likely broke. Placing his hand near his ear like he was listening for something, Jiang Yang took a deep breath. It's the sound of an ECO round. The viewers burst into laughter. Why does this feel like it's actually real? Waiting for Xiao Jiang to get wrecked during the ECO round. Does he really think he's that special? I thought he was actually hearing something for a second. Ignoring the chat, Jiang Yang handed his M4 to a teammate and picked up an MP9. When the timer hit 0, he rushed towards the inner site. He quickly reached the yellow room and threw a flashbang to scout the area. The grenade detonated, blinding 2 terrorists spraying wildly in panic. Jiang Yang wasted no time, stopping to fire his MP9 for maximum accuracy. Kill notifications. Miss Excellence is here, uses MP9 to headshot 3 opponents. Miss Excellence is here, takes down So Hungry I Shouldn't Have Played 3 Kingdoms with MP9. Ma CC, acting as the tally man, exclaimed, "That's 2 already." Jiang Yang pressed on, tossing another flashbang into the enemy spawn. This time, one opponent peeked out unscathed, but Jiang Yang expertly strafed to counter. When another enemy tried to back him up, Jiang Yang pulled out his pistol and secured a clean headshot. The score now stood at 3-2, with Jiang Yang holding a 4-kill streak. By the end of the match, Jiang Yang's final tally for ECO round kills was 16, with an overall score of April 21st, 35. The chat exploded with disbelief and admiration. This guy seriously got 16 ECO kills. I tried this once and got Desert Eagle in the face. Is it really just skill, or is it luck? Yesterday, Jiang Yang filled in for Ma CC stream for a bit. While it was entertaining, his skill level was clearly that of a beginner. As a young person, his proficiency with sniping was understandable. After all, he's only 16 years old. In FPS games like this, quick reflexes are a young player's greatest natural advantage. But Jiang Yang's performance yesterday was just average. Apart from his fast reflexes, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Now, after watching him finish this game, the livestream viewers were shocked. In just one day, Jiang Yang not only completed his placement matches, but also climbed to the B rank. Sure, it's possible to reach B rank with some luck. But the problem was this wasn't just luck. Despite struggling with movement, not understanding headshot angles, and having poor map awareness, his performance during anti-ICO rounds was exceptional. This showed he had genuine talent for the game. For most players, getting 8 kills in anti-ICO during a single game is already impressive. In this match on the Nuke map, Jiang Yang managed to rack up 16 kills during anti-ICO. Out of his total of 35 kills, nearly half came from fighting against ECO rounds while playing as a counter-terrorist. Did he really get more than 10 anti-ICO kills? So Moss CC wasn't exaggerating. There's really some CS DNA in their family? How is he so good? Can Jiang Yang share a guide? I want to learn. Of course, not everyone was impressed. Some viewers were frustrated. This doesn't make sense. How can a newbie take nearly half the kills in anti-ICO? I'm not convinced. This is supposed to be my rank. How is he carrying this hard? Unbelievable. Every time he's a counter-terrorist, he's landing kills. And it's not just bullying ECOs. He can frag in rifle rounds too. How is this fair? No way. Moss CC must be playing for him in the background. Whatever, it's just anti-ICO kills. I'm not jealous. Not at all. Seeing these complaints in the chat, Moss CC chuckled. Even though he was just as amazed by Jiang Yang's performance, opportunities to tease the chat were rare. You guys claim to know CS so well, yet all your predictions were wrong. Ding. 96 comeback points earned. Jiang Yang finally noticed the post-game system notification. He'd been too focused on playing with his classmates to pay attention before. When he concentrated, everything else faded into the background for him. Streaming was secondary. His main priority was climbing ranks. As the game ended, he opened Huya's backhand to settle the bets. While looking for the settlement options, he addressed the viewers. You think I'm just going crazy in anti-ICO, stealing kills? But the money I earned from those kills went toward buying guns for my teammates. That's called making a great contribution to the team. Okay? Besides, even if I died, they'd only pick up an MP9 at best. No loss for me. Jiang Yang joked with the viewers while clicking the settlement button. Ma CC, observing from the side, noticed Jiang Yang freeze mid-action. What's wrong? He asked. Jiang Yang turned around nervously. Bro, I think I messed up the bet settlement. Ma CC felt like he couldn't breathe for a moment. No one in this family is reliable. After a chaotic scramble, Ma CC finally sighed in relief. Good thing today's chat wasn't too confident in you. If they believed you could get over 10 anti-ICO kills, you'd have to skip university and work here to pay off your debts. Jiang Yang's actions startled Ma CC wide awake. Their CSBOY channel had a history of betting disasters. Once, during a tournament, Mo settled the wrong bet, leading to a loss of 6 billion beans, worth 60,000 yuan. That earned Mo the nickname 6 billion consort. Thankfully, Jiang Yang's betting conditions today were so extreme that most viewers lost their bets. The issue was fixed in the back end, costing only about 100 yuan. The chat was full of laughter. First 6 billion consort, now the little cousin messes up beans too. This family is hilarious. Ma CC wasn't kidding. It's definitely a family tradition. Can't wait to see this clip on Bilibili tomorrow. Cousin donated all the anti-ICO money to the team. Looks like after his summer job, he'll owe Ma CC a few thousand instead. All right, keep streaming, Ma CC said, clutching his chest. But no more betting. Jiang Yang, relieved, refocused on the stream. He queued up for ranked matches again, playing 2 more games with a 1-1 record. The stream's entertainment value remained strong. Eventually, Mo returned home, taking over the stream's main perspective. Ma CC's group, Steel Helmets, was a semi-pro team composed of retired players. They regularly streamed training matches and occasionally participated in qualifiers for small tournaments. During off-seasons, they played more training matches for the viewers. Jiang Yang, back in his assistant role, mostly helped thank viewers for their gifts after games. With little to do during the matches, he browsed his phone, learning about the current professional scene and watching tutorials on Bilibili. Despite his impressive anti-ICO showing, Jiang Yang's fundamentals still needed work. He played nearly 10 ranked games, practiced aiming for an hour, and exercised outdoors. Exhaustion was creeping in. Understanding the importance of pacing himself, he decided to review match replays and study macro strategies. Reflecting on the day, Jiang Yang felt deeply fulfilled. Working hard for something he loved and constantly analyzing and improving, that feeling was priceless. But he knew his in-game strategies were still limited. Climbing to perfect world rank number 1 wouldn't happen overnight. His hopes rested on the system shop refreshing tomorrow with something useful. Meanwhile, a Steel Helmets member had been watching the CSBOY stream all day. Jiang Yang's second appearance had left a lasting impression, not just for his striking looks, but also his innate talent as a streamer. Deciding to capitalize on the content, the member requested editing rights for the clips. After carefully piecing together Jiang Yang's highlights, he uploaded the video to Bilibili under the username MTSequin. August 20th, 2021, Friday. Auspicious for weddings, sacrifices, groundbreaking ceremonies, prayers, raffles. Without realizing it, it had already been a month since Jiang Yang came to his cousin's place for a summer job. Jiang Yang took a bite of an oil stick, followed by a sip of Shanghai's unique salty soy milk, slowly waking up to the beauty of the day. Over the past half-month, he had gradually adapted to his days working at his cousin's place. But honestly, it felt more like a vacation than a job. The work was easy and laid back, and if he wanted to eat something, Ma Sisi would take him out to have it the next day. Seeing how hardworking Jiang Yang was, Ma Sisi even treated him to 2 days at a water park. Worried that Jiang Yang might run out of pocket money, Ma Sisi had already handed him 5,000 yuan to cover drinks or other small expenses before the summer even ended. His cousin treated him really well, but was also incredibly lazy. The incident where Ma Sisi miscalculated in a betting game gained some traction in the CS:GO community thanks to a clip uploaded by a Bilibili content creator. Many people showed up to eat the drama, some attracted by Jiang Yang's good looks seen in the clip, and others drawn by the entertainment value of his streams. This gave Jiang Yang some modest fame in the CS:GO scene, to the point that even players who didn't specifically follow CSBOY had heard of Ma Sisi's handsome cousin. Ma Sisi, seeing Jiang Yang's sudden popularity, fully revealed his lazy side. These days, he didn't even bother streaming in the afternoons, handing over the entire live stream room to Jiang Yang with only one request: no betting games. Otherwise, Ma Sisi felt he'd wake up screaming from nightmares. The CSBOY livestream crew was far from easy to manage. Aside from streaming, Jiang Yang kept up with his training. Following Ma Sisi's advice, he devoted significant time after each stream to practice his shooting skills. He also adjusted his training regimen with tips from Big Brother Long Neck, splitting his practice into sections for positioning, pre-aiming, and deathmatch exercises. His gunplay improved at a speed noticeable to the naked eye. Additionally, his idea to enable matchmaking on all maps drastically accelerated his game sense development. Let's see what I've got. With a thought, Jiang Yang brought up the system panel. Old veteran, Jiang Yang. Age, 30. Team affiliation, none. Status, preparing for a comeback. Overall level, amateur LV.7. Gunplay, amateur LV.8. Awareness, amateur LV.7. Map knowledge, amateur LV.6. Positioning, amateur LV.7. Reflexes, pro level LV.8. Communication, amateur LV.8. Handgun proficiency, amateur LV.5. Sniper proficiency, amateur LV.8. Rifle proficiency, amateur LV.8. Other weapon proficiency, pro level LV.1. Comeback points, 10,086. Signature skill, Hunter's Eco Clutch, beginner. Personal items, Sleepy Black Tea, 1 Dragon Fruit. Comeback missions. Reach rank number 1 on any platform to announce your return. Daily. Run 5 kilometers to maintain your physical condition. In just half a month, Jiang Yang had undergone a dramatic transformation. To be honest, he was only now starting to understand the true utility of the system. Initially, he thought simply practicing would make him stronger and that both the system's stats and his signature skill would rapidly improve because of it. Later, he realized the system's stats progressed so quickly mainly due to his natural talent. His love for the game and willingness to pour time into learning were key factors. Most of the time, he'd only make a mistake once before correcting it. Regarding map and positioning strategies, as long as Masisi or Captain MO explained something once, he could easily extrapolate it to various scenarios. As for signature skill, the system's influence was undeniable. Hunter's Eco Clutch Beginner. Progress, 996/1000. Effect, during anti-ICO rounds, significantly enhances your movement and decision-making skills. This skill had been immensely helpful, whether for ranking up or creating entertaining moments during streams. He only needed 4 more points to level it up, and he was excited about what the upgraded version might bring. However, the comeback mission posed more of a challenge. He initially thought reaching Perfect World's rank number 1 would be easy, but it turned out to be tougher than expected. CS Go was insanely competitive. After his placement matches, his better-than-average reflexes and solid gameplay helped him climb to rank A quickly. But at that level, the game's difficulty ramped up sharply. Players in rank A were generally seasoned veterans with quirky tactics like odd one-way smokes and bizarre timings. Jiang Yang often found himself caught off guard, even dropping to rank B at one point. Still, he wasn't discouraged. As a novice, he knew he wasn't at that skill level yet, so he kept practicing. Every day, he worked on his gunplay, game sense, and map knowledge. To further improve, he analyzed replays of matches where he was crushed, studying his opponent's moves. While some matches featured suspicious wall hacks, most games were fair, and Jiang Yang quickly absorbed new strategies. Now he was back to being a solid rank A player. His climb wasn't fast, partly because he was preparing for a professional career. Instead of sticking to the old 3 maps, he practiced on all maps, ensuring he could throw utility for teammates no matter the map. At his current rank, however, opportunities for growth were dwindling. Players at this level often relied on raw gunplay rather than tactical innovation. Jiang Yang debated whether to focus on a specific map to push his rank and claim the platform number 1 reward before resuming his broader training. Let's figure out which map would be best later, he muttered. Streaming viewers might not enjoy watching obscure maps, so he had to consider their preferences. Before deciding, he checked the system shop for the day. Each morning, Jiang Yang eagerly anticipated the shop refresh, but luck hadn't been on his side lately. Most items were beginner-level proficiencies or random fruit. Today's lineup included Dust 2 Positioning Guide Beginner, a lighter, Danking Signed Design Blueprint, Nico's Pre-Aim Technique, Dust 2 Lighter, Danking Signature. Nico. He froze, stunned to see Nico's pre-aim technique quietly appear in the shop. By now, Jiang Yang was no longer a rookie and had learned a lot about the professional scene over the past month. He knew all about Nico, world's best rifleman, world's best Desert Eagle, world's best pre-aimer. Seeing this legendary skill casually listed in the shop was like spotting a mythical beast. Checking the item details, Jiang Yang saw signature skill, Nico's pre-aim technique. Description: Nico's unfulfilled dream of winning a major continues to haunt him, but his aging reflexes mean his peak performance is slipping. The only thing keeping him competitive is his unparalleled pre-aiming skill. P.S. When Nico starts tracing the wall with his crosshair, the pre-aiming magic has begun. Price: 100,000. The technique of pre-aiming was something Jiang Yang had only recently started seriously studying. While his learning speed wasn't exactly slow, he was at least faster than most players. Time constraints meant his training was limited to merely practicing against a bot in a pre-aiming map, following basic instructions. He hadn't delved deep enough to uncover the core logic behind pre-aiming. During this period, Jiang Yang came to realize something. The fact that he could become a professional player at the age of 30, even without the system's help, already proved his exceptional talent. If he put in the effort, He could definitely dissect and analyze the concept of pre-aiming on his own logic. But what he lacked most right now was time. The tools and rewards from the system shop allowed him to grasp gaming techniques faster, letting him step onto the professional stage earlier and challenge stronger opponents. The item, Nico's pre-aiming technique, came with a hefty price tag. But after a few trials, Jiang Yang felt that the items in the system shop truly lived up to the saying, "You get what you pay for." Currently, he only had 10,086 comeback points, but the Hextech card buy now, pay later he'd acquired earlier could let him purchase the item for 0 points up front. Although he'd have to repay it later, a signature skill from a player of Nico's caliber wasn't something available every day. Still, before making his purchase, he decided to check the other items in today's shop, because once he bought Nico's pre-aiming technique, he wouldn't have enough points for anything else. Desert 2 Positional Guide Beginner. Description: enhances your understanding of positional play on Desert 2, helping old veterans secure better kills from optimal spots. Cost: 1,000 comeback points. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow. What perfect timing. Just today, he'd been considering switching his ranking strategy by focusing on his most familiar map. Now there was a tool to improve his positional play on Desert 2. This was something he could absolutely use. He kept scrolling. A lighter. Description: a simple 1 yuan lighter. Can ignite objects or serve as a chew toy for abstract entertainment when idle. Cost: 10 comeback points. Jiang Yang went silent. Who on earth chews on a lighter for fun? The final item was a signed blueprint by Dankying. Jiang Yang didn't even bother reading its description. He knew about Dankying, the sniper from Tailu who hadn't made any major breakthroughs in years. Jiang Yang couldn't imagine what use such a blueprint would have. A total waste. After reviewing the shop's items, Jiang Yang's decision became clear. Would you like to spend 1,000 comeback points to purchase the Desert 2 Positional Guide Beginner? Yes. Hextech card. Buy now. Pay later has been activated. Proceed with the purchase of Nico's pre-aiming technique. Yes. After completing his purchases, Jiang Yang glanced at his personal panel. Comeback points: minus 90,914. Goodness, Jiang Yang muttered. The pressure just skyrocketed. But with so much debt already, he wasn't too concerned. Having spent a fortune on 2 items, Jiang Yang immediately opened his inventory. Would you like to use the Desert 2 Positional Guide Beginner? Yes. In the next instant, the map of Desert 2 appeared in his mind. From the CT phone booth near A site, the rifle stack behind it, the fake doors, the short boxes, and beyond, he saw various CT positions across the map. Some of these positions were familiar, but others were obscure spots he hadn't considered before. The guide provided him with an overview of all the relatively common positions on the map, though he still had to figure out how to utilize them effectively for gaining an advantage. While he could have learned this over time through trial and error, it would have taken countless games or sporadic moments of discovery through videos. The system, however, had consolidated this knowledge, giving him a systematic way to study. To Jiang Yang, this guide's value far exceeded its 1,000-point cost. Though the system might have deemed such beginner tools unnecessary for a 30-year-old Jiang Yang, they now felt like a steal. Now, onto the main event. Rubbing his hands together with excitement, Jiang Yang activated the second item. Would you like to use Nico's pre-aiming technique? Yes. In an instant, Jiang Yang's consciousness was drawn into a misty space. He found himself seated at a computer with familiar text appearing on the screen. Please use any weapon to counter Nico, who will emerge from A1. Jiang Yang was surprised. So this is what 100,000 points buys, as simulation space. Thrilled at the chance to go head-to-head against a pro, Jiang Yang chose a sniper rifle and positioned himself to pre-aim A1. Confident in his reaction time, he focused intently, prepared to fire the moment Nico emerged. A second later, a terrorist stepped out of A1. Jiang Yang immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! But the sound wasn't from his sniper rifle. It was an AK-47. Before Jiang Yang could even fire, Nico had already shot him down. What the? Jiang Yang was stunned. He felt his reaction was quick, yet Nico had taken him out with a single tap. Presented with two options, try again or proceed to next stage, Jiang Yang resolutely chose to try again. This time, he positioned himself behind a longer box, continuing to pre-aim A1. Although this spot was risky in normal games, since enemies could attack from mid, it was safe in this 1v1 scenario. As soon as Nico appeared, Jiang Yang fired. Yet Nico ducked back just in time. Jiang Yang, pulling back to reload, peeked out again, only to be instantly headshot by Nico's AK-47. Wait, he fakes peeks too. With his confidence shaken but determination undeterred, Jiang Yang continued battling Nico, each encounter revealing new techniques that made the fights increasingly challenging. Through repeated defeats, however, Jiang Yang gradually honed his sniper skills, understanding the relationship between positioning and pre-aiming distance. After dying 12 times, Jiang Yang finally managed to kill Nico for the first time with his sniper rifle. Feeling elated, Jiang Yang basked in a momentary victory. Though it had taken considerable effort, this single kill against a top-tier pro was a remarkable achievement. The system prompted him once more. Nico's pre-aiming skills have pushed you to your limits, revealing the power of pre-aiming. Next, assume Nico's perspective and perform pre-aiming across an entire map. As the scene shifted, Jiang Yang saw a character navigating through Nuke, methodically clearing every possible hiding spot like a robot scanning for dirt. Watching Nico's pre-aiming technique, Jiang Yang marveled at its precision. His crosshair moved smoothly, constantly aligned with the headshot level of each common position. Suddenly, inspiration struck Jiang Yang. Pre-aiming wasn't just about memorizing maps. It required an intrinsic understanding of spatial concepts and target alignment. Got it, Jiang Yang exclaimed internally. Skill unlocked. Nico's pre-aiming technique, intermediate. Progress, 0/5000. Effect, significantly increases first shot accuracy when pre-aiming properly. After Jiang Yang's epiphany, the scene before his eyes gradually faded. He still felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. This burst of inspiration, this sudden enlightenment, brought a shivering thrill to his brain. His approach was indeed correct. The signature techniques of these top players could truly accelerate his understanding of the game. Nico's skill this time made him realize that pre-aiming wasn't purely muscle memory. It wasn't something you could perfect just by memorizing maps. In certain specific positions, pre-aiming based on memorized maps could indeed improve accuracy, such as Nico's classic K1 position for countering snipers. But in most cases, pre-aiming required a deep understanding of the map and spatial awareness to execute effectively. Although Valve V was notorious for being lazy, they were meticulous about the content of the game. Every map's terrain wasn't completely flat. Many areas had subtle bumps and slopes, each serving a unique purpose. So, memorizing a standard height wouldn't allow for smooth pre-aiming like Nico's. It required map comprehension to adapt pre-aiming strategies accordingly. Noticing that Nico's pre-aiming had upgraded to intermediate, Jiang Yang was a bit surprised but found it acceptable. In CS GO, knowledge sometimes outweighed mechanical skills. With this profound realization, Jiang Yang reflected on his previous rank plays. His past gameplay seemed crude in hindsight, too reckless and overly aggressive. The enlightenment on pre-aiming, combined with the newly acquired Desert 2 positional guide, created a synergy that felt like 1 + 1 greater than 2. He had an inexplicable feeling that he had become frighteningly strong on the Desert 2 map. Quickly finishing the last piece of fried dumpling, he rushed back to the dark room he used for streaming. It was time to climb the ranks. Jiang Yang powered on his computer and glanced at the time. It was just past 10 a.m. He entered the aimbot's training map and quickly took down 500 bots to warm up. Even though he had just gained valuable insights and felt a bit overconfident, he knew proper preparation was essential. If he skipped warming up, his cold hands and sharp pre-aiming could still result in being counter-killed, which would ruin the fun. After finishing with the bots, he entered the Desert 2 pathing map to review standard utilities for the map, ensuring he wouldn't make any mistakes in an actual match. Only after confirming everything did he leave the map. Ranked matchmaking map, Desert 2. Matchmaking started. As the game searched for opponents, Jiang Yang's Xiaomi 11 buzzed. Picking it up, he saw a message from his desk mate, Li Hua. Question mark. Jiang Yang replied immediately, 1. While responding, he scrolled through his WeChat messages, feeling a bit at a loss for words. Just 2 weeks ago, they'd still been communicating like regular people, using full sentences. But as their duo Q sessions increased, their conversations grew shorter and shorter. The next second, Jiang Yang saw a QQ voice call from Li Hua. You're up early today. Didn't you used to wake up at noon? Li Hua casually asked. I was starving, so I went downstairs for breakfast, Jiang Yang replied, inviting Li Hua to join his party. When Li Hua joined, Jiang Yang started matchmaking, only to be met with a prompt from Perfect World that there was a rank disparity in their party. Li Hua was surprised. Rank disparity? What rank did you drop to? Having just returned from a week-long family trip to escape the heat, Li Hua assumed Jiang Yang's rank had dropped. Li Hua instinctively checked Jiang Yang's stats. Did you drop a D rank? Weren't you B rank before? What the hell? How are you almost A+ now? Jiang Yang's rank was A, sitting at 2109, just 91 points shy of A+. Li Hua stared at the stats, even more shocked. 76 matches, a 65% win rate, and an average rating of 1.26. Did you really play these yourself? What's going on? I'm the one holding you back. How did you almost reach A+? Maybe I just play more, Jiang Yang explained. Li Hua felt even worse as he glanced at his own stats. Over 100 matches this season, a rating of only 0.97, and a win rate of just 48%. The comparison was stark. He hadn't realized the gap between them was so large. We're both playing the same game, but how are you this much better than me? You've secretly evolved and didn't bring me along. Jiang Yang laughed and suggested, how about we borrow an account from someone in our class group? But Li Hua rejected the idea outright. Forget it. I'll cry into my pillow for a bit, just a little while. You go ahead and solo queue to climb ranks. No way. I can't accept this. I'm going to work hard and climb ranks myself. If you can get today, so can I. With that, Li Hua abruptly left the voice call, evidently ready to grind for ranks in a burst of determination. Jiang Yang could only hope that Li Hua wouldn't drop to C+. Borrowing an account in that case would be tough. Jiang Yang resumed matchmaking, choosing only Desert 2. With its popularity in China, matchmaking was quick. His earlier analysis was spot on. With a deeper understanding of pre-aiming, entering this map felt like coming home. Desert 2 was an excellent map for gunfights, offering balanced close dash, mid dash, and long-range engagements. This balance required more than just raw aim. Utility usage and clever strategies were equally important. Jiang Yang's refined pre-aiming made him feel like a fish in water during these games. Previously, he excelled more on defense, leveraging his quick reflexes and skill in anti-ICO situations to secure kills easily. But now, with improved pre-aiming, his offensive capabilities had significantly improved. His success rate in offensive plays was much higher now. Moreover, as he consistently scored kills using pre-aiming, his understanding of Nico's pre-aiming deepened further. Jiang Yang felt like he was rapidly growing stronger. From 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., he played 7 matches and didn't lose a single one. In the second match, they were unexpectedly teamed with SG, a notorious smuffer. Everyone assumed they were doomed, but Jiang Yang's exceptional performance gave his teammates confidence. At this rank, most players cared only about their points, so the entire team worked together and managed to pull off a comeback in a thrilling overtime match. The victory crushed SG, leaving him visibly frustrated. After this match, Jiang Yang entered a hot streak, dominating the following games. As he continued, his performance only improved, with a minimum rating of 1.36 and a peak of 2.01. It wasn't until Ma Sisi woke up around 3 p.m., ordered takeout, and called Jiang Yang for lunch that he finally stepped away from the computer. By then, Jiang Yang's rank had reached 2,320, officially crossing into A+. Now, he was only 80 points away from S rank. Jiang Yang's niece had gone for tutoring, and his cousin-in-law was at work. The house was once again left to just the two of them. Lunch had gone cold, but neither of them had the energy to reheat it. They scarfed it down with some tomato and egg soup. As he filled his stomach, Jiang Yang reviewed his system progress. This morning, he'd been so engrossed in ranking up that he hadn't paid attention to much else. It wasn't until the session ended that he noticed a change in the Hunter's ECO clutch skill. Signature skill, Hunter's ECO clutch, intermediate. Progress, December 5000. Effect, upon hearing enemy ECO gunshots. Activate the "You're E-swing, aren't you?" buff. Your ID will instill immense psychological pressure on opponents, disrupting their aim. The more ECO kills you achieve, the greater the impact. What the? It can even affect the opponent's mentality? Thinking it over, it actually made sense. In the CS, Go world, even the pros had infamous S1 impulse syndrome. Teams like NIP always played timidly when facing S1 impulse, as if just seeing his ID was enough to rattle them. If Jiang Yang could consistently dominate during anti-ICO rounds, his ID would naturally start commanding attention and fear. This newfound confidence only motivated him further. He was just 3 wins away from reaching the highest amateur rank S. Finishing his last bite of lunch, Jiang Yang prepared to embark on his ranking journey. From the other room, Ma Sisi shouted, "Just stream your main perspective this afternoon. I'm about to head out." Jiang Yang rolled his eyes. "When don't you have plans in the afternoon?" Ever since Ma Sisi realized Jiang Yang could hold down the stream, he'd fully embraced his lazy side. Once, Captain M.O. would regularly stream in the afternoons. Now that Jiang Yang was covering, M.O. only logged in at night. Jiang Yang didn't refuse. He was planning to grind ranks anyway. Streaming made it less dull, and he could banter with the chat. After finishing his meal, he ordered a lemon drink from Mishu at benching and spent some time reviewing his replays, particularly matches where he'd made mistakes. Once his drink arrived, he thought for a moment before typing out the stream title. Cousin's not home. Lonely ranking grind. The CSBOY account had over 1 million followers, so as soon as the stream went live, viewers flocked in. "Cousin, you really know how to clickbait, duh. Sigh, I thought we'd be watching pro demos, duh. It's just CS? Meh, duh. Everyone in CS is a coward and a perv, duh. You're all just shameless simps." Seeing the last 2 comments, Jiang Yang retorted, "Stop slandering me. I'm pretty brave. And let me clarify, I'm not old." His carefree quips had the chat in stitches. "Cousin, are you heading to the rank jail today? Haha, ranking every day and getting destroyed every day. Your streams are way more entertaining than Ma Sisi's. Whenever I think about you being stuck in A rank, losing on my own ladder games doesn't feel so bad, dot. Honestly, cousin should play PL and let Ma Sisi handle B+. That shorty belongs in that rank." System message. Ma Sisi Stop Backseat Gaming has been muted by moderator CSBOY for 5 minutes. The chat erupted. Knowing Ma Sisi was watching, viewers started spamming. "Ma Sisi, we're coming for you." Jiang Yang laughed, but quickly reined in the chaos. "Today's plan is simple. Just rank up to S," he said casually. The chat wasn't buying it. 5 days ago, cousin said he'd reach S, but he's still stuck in A dot. Before ranking, bold claims. During ranking, total silence. After ranking, nonsense. Today's rank, tomorrow's goal. Forget it, cousin. C+ is your true home. You're too far away. Time to rank back down. It's the Ma brothers' legacy. Don't you get it? The skepticism was understandable. The first time Jiang Yang hit A rank, he claimed he'd push straight to S, and many believed him. But after struggling for days people had stopped taking him seriously. The consensus was that while Jiang Yang had talent, he was still behind the S-rank players in overall skill. His limited playtime didn't help. Just as Jiang Yang was about to retort, he froze. 30 years old, striving for the highest platform rank, but doubted by your viewers. As a destined old veteran, you must prove yourself with strength. Temporary task. Reach perfect world S rank within 24 hours. Reward. Random pro player's signature skill. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected a new category like temporary tasks, but it came at the perfect time. Since acquiring the system, pro player signature skills had drastically accelerated his understanding of CS. Go. His recent purchase of Nico's pre-aiming had left him in debt within the system's store, so this was a golden opportunity. He queued up while showing his rank to the viewers. Just 3 wins to go. Today, I'll show you what it means to be a prodigy. Little s? Easy peasy. Some viewers were surprised he was only 80 points away from ranking up, but most were still skeptical. When climbing ranks, the matchmaking system often paired you with unique teammates, making progression anything but straightforward. Soon, the match was found, and Jiang Yang eagerly rubbed his hands together. He was ready to go all out. Meanwhile, in Huya's League of Legends section, a streamer resembling Jakin from Inuyasha grinned confidently at his chat. With my skills, I should honestly be playing for Tyloo. My aim? I'll crush everyone. Due to maintenance on the 5e platform, Crystal Bro was forced to play on Perfect World servers. His rank wasn't high there. It was just a casual smuffing ground for him. Crystal Bro smirked arrogantly at his chat. Then he noticed someone mention in chat, "You've matched Ma Cece's cousin." Crystal Bro's grin widened. Though a League Pro, he had always preferred CS. Even his League ID was inspired by a Swedish CS 1.6 player. He recognized Jiang Yang's now famous ID and gleefully declared, "Time to show Xiao Jiang the horrors of high-ranked games. This game, I'm dropping 80 kills. I'll make sure he can't sleep tonight just thinking about it." When his viewers teased him about smuffing, Crystal Bro shrugged. "Blame Perfect World's matchmaking, not me. Honestly, I don't see how I lose this game." His audience burst into laughter. Gongzi really has a tough mouth. He's like an old general on stage, covered in flags. Xiao Jiang is also swearing up and down he's going to reach S rank. Looks like this time, Gongzi's caught him in the act. Crystal Bro's confidence isn't unwarranted. On the main domestic CS, Go platforms, the skill level at 5E is relatively high, and Crystal Bro is already one of the top-tier public players. Compared to the average Perfect World S-rank players, his skills are a notch above. Crystal Bro was relaxed, ready to casually dominate a match. Once they entered Dust 2, while waiting for his teammates to join, Jiang Yang noticed from the chat that he had matched against Crystal Bro. Jiang Yang knew who he was. The guy from that BO10 disaster in the LPL, Crystal Bro, one of the best ADCs in China at the time. After that infamous BO10, he even tried some bloodletting therapy, which wrecked his form, and he slowly faded into mediocrity. But to think that Crystal Bro also played CS, Go, and apparently wasn't bad at it, was surprising. Back when Jiang Yang watched LOL matches, he felt sorry for the guy. Now, running into one of his past favorites, he immediately typed into the public chat, "Miss Excellence is here. Crystal Bro, I'm a fan of yours." Crystal Bro, who was boasting to his stream, saw this message, and his face instantly darkened. Why is my reputation getting dragged again? Fan buffs are stacking. Gongzi is about to get stomped. Feels like the streamer on the other side is here to troll. Crystal Bro calmed himself down. What if the guy really was a fan? He replied in the chat, "AI begs for mercy. When did you become my fan, bro? Miss Excellence is here. Since the time he got a quad kill from a Fizz ultimate." Crystal Bro leaned back in his chair. Another black fan? Damn it. The quad kill Fizz ULT was a classic moment of infamy for Crystal Bro. He got caught by Fizz's ultimate, and his movement ability spread the damage perfectly to his 4 teammates. A peak meme moment in his career. This bit of banner made it clear Jiang Yang really was a fan, but a black fan at that. Both livestream audiences erupted in laughter. After Jiang Yang had his fun, the last teammate joined the game. The match officially began. This time, Jiang Yang started as a terrorist. He opened up communication. "What's the plan, guys? How do we play the pistol round? I'll throw a smoke at CT base and push a teammate in blue responded. With a plan in place, the group quickly followed suit. It was a simple pistol rush, relying more on aim duels. Jiang Yang didn't manage to get any kills and was taken out by a stray bullet during the push. His teammates performed well, But in the final 1v1 duel, Crystal Bro clutched it and defused the bomb. Unlucky, Jiang Yang consoled himself. Pistol rounds are unpredictable, and 1v1 clutch situations can go either way. What's next? Buy guns or ECO? Thanks to teacher Liang Kai's lessons, Jiang Yang knew the importance of sacrifice rounds. In ranked matches, he was always active and strategizing, even stepping up as an impromptu IGL if his teammates stayed silent. As he spoke, he saw his teammates had already bought guns. That settled it. They were going for it. Jiang Yang decided to buy full armor, a Desert Eagle, and a smoke and flash. When the countdown ended, he headed straight to A-short. The CTs didn't throw an early molly at A-short, which made Jiang Yang even more cautious. His pre-aiming skills were far better now, and his knowledge of Dust 2's positioning was solid. At A-short, he channeled his inner Nico, methodically clearing every angle like a human Roomba. Starting with the default position, he checked the flower pot spot, adjusted his crosshair, and peeked A-short, hugging the wall. Then he systematically checked the platform, sandwich, and every corner near the wall. His moves were smooth and calculated, the kind that would make even experienced players nod in approval. Unaware of the excitement in the stream chat, Jiang Yang focused entirely on the game. At A-short, his Desert Eagle scouted ahead, aiming near long box. The moment he spotted a bullet coming from behind long box, he quickly peeked out. Bang! This rank is a joke, Crystal Bro bragged to his stream as he noticed someone peeking at A-short. He fired immediately. A second later, a sliding figure appeared, followed by a crisp headshot sound. Miss Excellence is here. Headshot AI begs for mercy with a Desert Eagle. Damn it, Crystal Bro yelled into comms. A-short, he got me with one shot. After taking down Crystal Bro, Jiang Yang called for his teammates to converge on A-site. But his own advance didn't stop. He continued clearing angles methodically. After clearing long box, he scoped out CT base, empty for now. Carefully, he searched the site, anticipating resistance. Hearing a flashbang pop below, too, he quickly turned and counterpeeked. Bang! The opponent didn't even get to fire before Jiang Yang's Desert Eagle landed another clean shot. 2 kills in hand, Jiang Yang felt his adrenaline surge. He could win this. With the site almost clear and intel showing enemies at VIP and jungle, the remaining CT had to be at B. Jiang Yang pre-aimed VIP and confidently peeked left, crouching. A scout rifle aimed his way from jungle, but Jiang Yang's Desert Eagle fired first. Bang! Miss Excellence is here. Headshot Turtle's black head with a Desert Eagle. Jiang Yang quickly entered the site, spotting an MP9 under A2. He ignored it, aiming instead to grab an M4 near long box. As he moved, a CT at Arches sprayed bullets his way, nearly killing him. Jiang Yang retaliated with a single, precise shot. Bang! Miss Excellence is here. Headshot Liuev Vanguard Kaching with a Desert Eagle. Guys, A-site is clear. Bring the bomb, Jiang Yang announced, brimming with confidence. A Desert Eagle quad kill to open the site. Every CS, Go player's dream moment. In comms, his teammates erupted in cheers. Holy crap, are you Nico? You just wiped the site. Awesome, I'm bringing the bomb. This is huge. Grinning smugly at the camera, Jiang Yang took his hands off the keyboard for a moment. The chat on his secondary screen was going wild. No way is he hacking. How'd he just kill for like that? Is the enemy team bots? What's happening with Cousin Jiang? Has he ascended? Watching the chaotic chat, Jiang Yang's smirk widened. Oh, really just one shot, one kill. Crystal Brother lamented in his livestream chat. The rifle was no match for the Desert Eagle, which felt quite frustrating. The entire A-site team got wiped out by the enemy's Desert Eagle, and that was even worse. Crystal Brother was the first one to get killed, and he watched the perspective of all his teammates. This round, he fully became the esports Medusa, watching everyone die. People kept getting instant kills, and the only successful shot came from the teammate jumping on a platform. However, the death perspective of the platform teammate was even more horrifying. They tried to pull out at the wrong time, hitting only Xiao Jiang with 3 bullets, and then the enemy seemed to be enraged and immediately killed them. The pressure was overwhelming. What kind of terrifying game was this? Seeing Crystal Brother's expression, the chat room was filled with haha immediately. Crystal Brother always brags in his live stream, so they obviously wanted to see him get wrecked, but they didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. It was just luck, Crystal Brother said, and it's just a Desert Eagle, as if no one can use it. I'll show you my Desert Eagle skills this round. After the pistol round was turned around, the CT side's average economy was only 1,400, and players at this rank know how to manage their economy. The CT side immediately forced a buy. When the countdown ended, he dove into VIP and carefully took a hidden position, hoping to use the advantage of the spot to take a few more shots with the Desert Eagle. The next second, he saw a terrorist moving towards the sandbags. Bang! Miss Excellence is here. Clear the way. Used an AK-47 to headshot a bot. Mids out. 1 AK, Crystal Brother quickly called out after the basic point was called. Then he threw up his hands. Wait, didn't he counter-strafe? The speed of the enemy's actions made him feel like Jiang Yang didn't even counter-strafe, as if he fired a bullet while moving and killed him in the process. That's why Crystal Brother was so shocked. The viewers in his live stream were having a blast. I love the host line. Let me show you what my Desert Eagle can do. Classic ZZ, always talking big haha. That's the reaction of young people. ZZ couldn't even react in the end. Xiao Jiang, I heard ECO. However, the next moment, Crystal Brother's pressure mounted even further. After he was killed, the perspective switched to the archway and B-site teammates. Players at this rank are somewhat confident in their Desert Eagle skills, so when they knew they lost mid-control, they instinctively wanted to look for an opportunity. But they were continuously headshot by the enemy, and the only kill notifications in the top right corner were Miss Excellence, racking up kills. Looking at Jiang Yang's ID constantly appearing, Crystal Brother felt enormous pressure. In the rounds where the enemy was low on money, Jiang Yang managed to rack up 7 kills in 2 rounds, pushing his stats to 11 kills, 1 assist, and 2 deaths. Quite impressive. Jiang Yang's outstanding performance also boosted the morale of his entire team. The following round were played with much more ease. However, they weren't just steamrolling the enemy. While Crystal Brother liked to talk big, he also had real skills. Mid-game, he helped the defense side hold off several waves of pressure. And in this rank, unless a player is having an off game or is particularly unlucky, most players have their own tactics and can step up and get some kills. By the end of the first half, the score was 10-5, with Jiang Yang's team leading Crystal Brothers by 5 points. Keep in mind that Jiang Yang's team was on the attacking side in the first half. In the first half of the game, Jiang Yang's understanding of Nico's pre-aiming technique was coming together. He had previously had an epiphany and fully grasped the mechanics of pre-aiming. But Nico's pre-aiming technique showed him where and how to pre-aim in specific spots. For example, when searching a 1 close right, it's better to crouch and move in a way that gives you more control. For tougher spots like long box, it's best to fake a peek first. Why is this done? Jiang Yang slowly figured it out through his kills and deaths. He genuinely admired Nico as a player. His pre-aiming was incredibly powerful. Moreover, he couldn't deny that pre-aiming felt incredibly satisfying. After preparing, pulling out, and immediately getting a headshot gave him a rush of pleasure that seemed to flood his brain. He finally understood why some pro players prefer single-fire aiming, even though it has a lower margin of error. Because it's just so damn satisfying. Jiang Yang also noticed that his newly developed Nico's pre-aiming and Hunter's ECO clutch skills complemented each other. Nico's pre-aiming improved his offensive ability, and when facing ECO rounds, he was able to use the long rifle more effectively. Each map in CS has its own structure, and not every map is suited for the use of submachine guns. Meanwhile, Hunter's ECO clutch taught him how to deal with ECO rounds, allowing him to outplay his opponents with better positioning and movement. Together with Nico's pre-aiming, his ability to clutch in ECO rounds became even stronger. This round was a double win. Jiang Yang won twice with just 1 round. This is the bond between them. Jiang Yang couldn't help but reflect. Nico and Hunter, both top-tier pro players, shared a special relationship. They grew up together as cousins, but in China, people initially misunderstood their relationship, thinking they were just distant cousins. So they ended up with the nicknames of older cousin and younger cousin. Thinking about it, Jiang Yang entered the second half of the match. They had been feeling good, and the early part of the second half went smoothly as well. But once Jiang Yang's team reached 14 points, Crystal Brother started to put up a fight. Although Crystal Brother liked to talk tough, his skills were undeniably solid. After a 4-kill breakthrough in B, Crystal Brothers' team started to find their rhythm again and began an aggressive chase. With attack after attack, they managed to bring the score to 14-12, just 2 rounds away from a tie. Being chased like this lowered the mood a little bit. Finally, after gathering enough money, Jiang Yang spoke up. "Help me open the door. I'm going to pick mid with the sniper and see if I can get the first kill." "Okay, I'll throw 2 flashes from long box," his teammate Purple replied. Jiang Yang nodded. Although players at this rank still sometimes play solo, they begun to coordinate more. As the countdown ended, he switched to knife and started moving towards VIP. The enemy had a habit of smoking VIP in the previous rounds, so it seemed unlikely he could get mid-vision early. But then Jiang Yang remembered something from AS, 1 Impel POV, and quickly threw a Molotov into VIP. The Molotov burst in VIP first, and soon after, the enemy's smoke also went down. However, due to the extinguishing effect of the smoke, the Molotov didn't land in the optimal position, leaving a large gap on the left side of VIP. The enemy, who was pushing mid, didn't know this and assumed the smoke was covering everything. Despite being flashed, they still advanced toward the sandbags. Jiang Yang, with his sniper, quickly pulled off a kill. "Nice flash," Jiang Yang complimented his teammate. But before he could finish his sentence, his teammate shouted urgently, "A point, execute. A 1's coming out. A 2 has people too." In just a few seconds, gunshots erupted at A, and Jiang Yang saw 3 kill notifications in the top right corner. He and his B teammates hadn't communicated, but instinctively, his teammates started rotating toward B to defend. Jiang Yang moved from jungle toward the platform. The smoke at link and platform blocked vision, and the enemy's execute didn't give much of a chance. Then, the next second, gunshots from long box rang out, and another kill notification popped up. "Miss Excellence is here. Clear the way." Used an AWP to headshot Nico from Tyloo. "Save a gun, they just got me killed," his teammates said helplessly. A 2v4 clutch still had some room for maneuvering, especially since Miss Excellence was truly carrying. But with a 1v4 and only a sniper in hand, the situation was a lot harder. Jiang Yang sighed inwardly. He had already gotten 1 kill, but his teammate had just handed him a 1v4 clutch. This was a bit too much to handle. The viewers in the live stream also noticed and weren't mocking Jiang Yang, instead chatting amongst themselves. "Looks like this match is going to hurt long term." Sometimes it's not about playing well, but about pairing up well. If they can't win this next match, let's duo with Crystal Brother for easier rank climbing. Jiang Yang really had no problem this match. His team just couldn't win in the end. This teammate is a bit of a joke. Jiang Yang moved toward the car to preserve his sniper, but someone peeked out from Link, and without thinking, he pulled the trigger. Bang! "Miss Excellence is here. Clear the way." Used the AWP to headshot the turtle's black head. After getting the kill, Jiang Yang quickly swapped positions. The smoke was about to dissipate, and staying in this spot was risky with the enemy's utility. But after the kill, he got a bit of a false sense of confidence. Standing in arch, he used the height advantage to peek out, aiming at the right side of long box, waiting for the enemy to make a mistake. This clutch wasn't easy to win, and Jiang Yang could only hope for the enemy to make a mistake. Earlier, Crystal Brother had gotten a kill behind long box, so Jiang Yang was sure the enemy would be there. He carefully aimed through the smoke, with no one speaking to avoid distracting Jiang Yang's thought process. As the smoke at Link cleared, Jiang Yang saw people on the right side of long box and near the phone booth at CT base. This was the moment where Jiang Yang's reaction speed came into play. Almost as soon as they appeared, Jiang Yang, who had been aiming at the left side, flicked his sniper toward the right, and instantly took the shot. The viewers hadn't even processed what had happened before Jiang Yang had already pulled off the kill and crouched to avoid the incoming bullets. As the round ended, Jiang Yang moved a little to the right and stood up to check long box. Crystal Brother, now down to a 1v2, started to get nervous. Jiang Yang's team was fired up after the kill, and his teammates were shouting in excitement. "There's a claw near short box," one teammate quickly warned. This gave Jiang Yang more confidence. With the claw, he had more time to handle the clutch. Jiang Yang moved quickly to the platform and began scouting. First, he checked long box, but there was no one. He then turned his attention to short box. But as he adjusted, Crystal Brother caught the timing and started firing from long box. Jiang Yang, fully focused, reflexively aimed and fired. Bang! Miss Excellence is here. Clear the way. Use the AWP to headshot pure love god. At that moment, Jiang Yang and his teammates felt the relief of winning the clutch. Nice! Damn, bro, you're amazing. Your sniper is insane. 5 kills in a 1v5. You're a freak. Teammates were already shouting in excitement. After the constant pressure from the enemy's comeback, and having been at a disadvantage with weapons during the defensive rounds, their spirits were starting to cool. But Jiang Yang's 1v4 clutch and 5 kills flipped the momentum and helped his team secure match point. Their mood was absolutely lifted. This is the charm of CSGO. Even if Crystal Brother was better than them, CSGO is all about breaking through limits. Because of his quick reflexes, Jiang Yang had an almost innate talent with the sniper rifle. Ma Cici had joked before that the greatest talent with snipers is reaction time. Though this round may have been lucky, the sniper's deadly nature gave Jiang Yang great room for error in this clutch. Crystal Brother may have caught him off guard, but as long as Jiang Yang reacted in time, he could still make a comeback. The AWP, priced at $47.50, wasn't just handed out for nothing. After finishing the clutch, Jiang Yang felt exhilarated. He also said in the voice chat, "Guys, let's finish this round strong." The score on the big screen had reached 15-12. The game wasn't over yet. Though match point had appeared, as long as they could win 3 consecutive rounds, they still had a chance to bring the game into overtime. But Crystal Brother knew in his heart that Jiang Yang's 1v4 ace was too much. They had been chasing the score with sheer willpower, but that highlight from Jiang Yang completely shattered their momentum. In the final round, Jiang Yang only needed to secure 1 kill to easily close out the game. Looking at the final score of 16-12, Crystal Brother sighed deeply. "I'm really stuck in C rank. Can only say that little Jiang is too insane. Ma Cici's cousin is way too good with the gun. It really feels harder to beat than Ma Cici himself." The viewers in Crystal Brother's live stream were thoroughly entertained. Crystal Brother always talks big, so they loved seeing him get smacked down. "I love the host line, 'I'm gonna kill 80 this round.' Just casually bullying. ZZ's still human? He got smuffed by a fish, LOL. Feels good, huh?" Looking at the mocking comments, Crystal Brother blushed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure and said, "Honestly though, little Jiang played really well, especially in that second-to-last round. That was kind of insane. In that 4v1 clutch, I called for a double pull, but my teammates got instantly killed. I couldn't even cover them fast enough. The second time, I caught a timing on long box, but he turned around and got me. This guy's movement is just too broken." Remembering that moment, Crystal Brother still felt uncomfortable. Even though Jiang Yang was sidestepping when he pulled out, the moment he shot, Jiang Yang turned around and got him first. How do you even play against that? The frustration was no less than getting headshot by an AK while using an M4. Then, Crystal Brother exited the client, looked at his post-game stats, and shouted, "How the hell did this guy get these numbers?" In CSBOY's live stream, "We did it, brothers." As soon as the game ended, Jiang Yang raised his arms in victory. "That was a tough match," he shared with the viewers in his live stream. "Crystal Brother definitely has skills." After the game ended, he and his teammates exchanged a few compliments before typing quit to exit the game. As soon as he logged out, the post-match stats on Perfect World appeared. The opponent, Crystal Brother, performed the best with 29 kills, 7 assists, 19 deaths, average damage of 130.4, and a rating of 1.51. As for Jiang Yang, he was the top performer with 45 kills, 3 assists, 17 deaths, an insane average damage of 161.2, and a rating of 2.61. As soon as the stats appeared, the chat in CSBOY's livestream exploded. Rating God, bro, are you seriously smuffing at S rank? This guy literally carried the whole team. Everyone else is red, except for the second teammate with a 1.02 rating. The bottom 3 teammates combined didn't get as many kills as little Jiang. 45 kills? Insane. 28 rounds and 45 kills? Even crazier. His rating in one match is higher than my 2 matches combined. Little Jiang, you really became the prodigy kid. A lot of viewers were in awe at Jiang Yang's rapid improvement in CS. I don't get it. How did he suddenly level up so fast? What about CC? How did he teach you? What did your cousin teach you? It definitely wasn't CC. He doesn't even understand the game himself. Is he seriously about to rank up to S? He has less than 300 hours. Jiang Yang was all smiles. This match was an absolute highlight for him, and he felt like he had given his all. But his teammates weren't as dramatic as the viewers. In the first half, Jiang Yang played aggressively, earning a lot of kills. In the second half, the enemy came back strong, and his teammates' aim got cold, making the last few rounds very difficult. Thanks to his insane performance, Jiang Yang gained 49 points, bringing his total to 2,369 points. He was just 31 points away from reaching S rank. With his current form, Jiang Yang was itching to start another match, but then he noticed the chat spamming. Crystal Brother added him as a friend. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow, then found Crystal Brother in the friend request list and accepted the request. As soon as he confirmed, Crystal Brother sent a message. Little cousin, you're way too strong. You made me feel suffocated. How about we duo? After Jiang Yang used a 1v4 to outplay him, Crystal Brother was clearly not happy. So he decided to bring in the big brother and fly straight to the top. Crystal Brother thought he was a genius. Jiang Yang replied, "Sure, but I'm grinding for points right now. Is it okay if we only play Mirage?" Crystal Brother quickly responded, "No problem. Mirage is my specialty." Once everything was settled, Jiang Yang added Crystal Brother to his team, and the duo began their ranked journey together. However, their duo queue wasn't as easy as expected. They won their first game smoothly, but since the 3 random teammates were all solid, a lot of rounds ended quickly, and Jiang Yang didn't even get to see the action, so the points gain wasn't much. Jiang Yang wasn't bothered by it. He thought another win would be enough. But then, the curse of placement matches seemed to come into play. They played another round where they had a good chance of winning, but the 3 teammates argued over a timing mistake, almost blowing up the live stream with their chatter. In the end, the 3 teammates started giving up, and the match that could have been won was lost. They managed to win one more match, but unfortunately, they fell short by a few points from advancing. Jiang Yang and Crystal Brother had to play again. But this time, the matchmaking system caused some trouble. Both Jiang Yang and Crystal Brother had great stats, so the system matched them with some inexperienced players. These players were ranked S, but clearly lacked skill. Their gunplay couldn't handle the pressure. Jiang Yang was determined to win, and with Crystal Brother in the overtime battle, both sides kept fighting intensely, with the score reaching 33-32. Match point appeared on the screen again. Jiang Yang let out a long breath and called out to his teammates. "Let's go, guys. We're taking this point. Everyone, be ready for a rush. Don't let them speed up." Before overtime began, Jiang Yang drank a cup of sleepy black tea to prepare himself for the grind. These overtime matches drained a lot of energy. The other players were also feeling the fatigue, and mistakes began happening on both sides. Jiang Yang took the initiative to encourage his teammates, pumping himself up as well. After all, winning this match would finally push him to S rank. As the countdown finished, he carried the sniper toward VIP, while Crystal Brother headed for A. He aimed long range and saw the enemy smoke at VIP. But the enemy had also made mistakes. Not only did they mess up the smoke, they threw flashes without delaying, rushing him blindly. Jiang Yang easily took them out with his sniper. As he reloaded, he spotted another enemy on mid with a quick follow-up shot. With those 2 kills, Jiang Yang shouted, "Guys, hold it together, we're 5v3. Just as he finished, Crystal Brother shouted from A site execute. Jiang Yang threw a Molotov to lower tunnel and quickly rotated back to A. Upon arriving, he threw a smoke grenade to block A2 and help his team hold the pressure. As he watched Crystal Brothers' ID on the screen, Jiang Yang executed a simple A2 smoke flash to eliminate 2 enemies. But before they could celebrate, the voice chat urgently warned, "A 2's out." Crystal Brother got instant killed, and their teammate at CT base was counter-killed. Even though they had the numbers advantage, it still felt like they were headed for overtime. But in the next second, Jiang Yang, who had been waiting behind the link smoke, peeked out and shot the enemy coming down from A2. Bang! The AWP shot hit perfectly, and the score was locked at 34-32. The system's victory sound echoed. CT side wins. Great job, great job. Nice, nice. The voice chat erupted with praise as everyone logged out of the game. Jiang Yang leaned back in his esports chair, feeling exhausted as he exited the client. When he logged out, he saw a big S under his profile icon. Then, the Perfect World platform started playing an animation for his rank up, starting the path to S rank. Who will be the next king? There were other ranks above S, but there were minor differences, just more or fewer points. S rank isn't just a new tier, it's a new world, and the climb has just begun. Believe that you won't stop here. Indeed, S rank was not his final goal. For him, it was just a new starting point. Although many viewers had doubted his ability to reach S rank, at that moment, Jiang Yang had truly done it, and the chat was flooded with congratulatory messages. The CS community encourages players to keep improving, and many players dream of turning professional. However, as they grind and face setbacks, many end up stuck in place. But Jiang Yang's success inspired a lot of people. After all, Jiang Yang was someone they had watched grow step by step. At the same time, Jiang Yang noticed a familiar message on the screen. Temporary task. Reach perfect S rank within 24 hours. Reward. Random professional player signature skill. Randomly selecting. Congratulations to Old Veteran for receiving Machine WJQ's formula commentary technique. Congratulations to Old Veteran for receiving comeback .6657. Jiang Yang, huh? September 23rd, 2021, Thursday. Good for sacrifices, bathing, taking office travel. After class in the morning, Jiang Yang received his crazy Thursday meal set from the delivery guy. As a first-year student, it was quite extravagant for him to be spending like this at the end of the month. If it were just his living expenses, Jiang Yang would definitely be eating dirt by the end of the month. But fortunately, he worked a summer job for a month with his cousin, earning 10,000 yuan in salary and a 20,000 yuan bonus. At first, Jiang Yang was reluctant to accept the bonus because, honestly, he had never seen so much money before, and it felt a bit overwhelming. But Ma Sisi explained to Jiang Yang that it was simply because he had been active in his livestream, and during August, CSBOI's livestream received a lot of gifts. This 30,000 yuan was just a small portion of it, so Jiang Yang eventually accepted the bonus. At that time, Jiang Yang had actually considered taking a break from school to stay with his cousin. He thought that with his current progress, he would soon be able to become the top player on the domestic platform and then use this achievement to join a professional team. Ma Sisi didn't reject him right away, but instead seriously talked to him for over an hour. They discussed the prospects of a career in CS, Go, the current environment in CNCS, and the challenges he would face if he chose this path. Ma Sisi told him everything he knew. He didn't think Jiang Yang was bragging because his progress in the game was faster than anyone Ma Sisi had ever seen. He believed that with determination, Jiang Yang could definitely pursue a professional career in the future. But as a professional in the CS industry, Ma Sisi didn't want Jiang Yang to go pro because it was too difficult. The salary in domestic CS careers wasn't high, Even the best clubs like Tailu only paid around 30,000 to 40,000 yuan a month. But if Jiang Yang worked as his assistant, Ma Cici could easily offer him a salary of 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. Moreover, Jiang Yang was truly talented at live streaming. Even without any major tournaments to commentate on, just by being present in the live stream, he brought in even more traffic than before. So Ma Cici needed to make sure Jiang Yang understood both the good and bad sides of his decision. If Jiang Yang was truly determined to go pro, Ma Cici could help him connect with major domestic clubs or even send him to a foreign club's youth training program. But he was also worried that Jiang Yang might have become too distracted and didn't want to return to school. After all, Jiang Yang was still young, only 16, and this was the age when most people just wanted to have fun. After listening to Ma Cici, Jiang Yang didn't argue much. He knew that his cousin had his best interests in mind. After all, Ma Cici had been a professional player and was much more familiar with the industry. However, after a month of working during the summer, Jiang Yang had truly fallen in love with CS:GO. He enjoyed the feeling of improving, the thrill of landing a kill, and the satisfaction of winning together with his teammates in intense matches. Even after hearing about the current state of CNCS, he still wanted to pursue a professional career in CS:GO without hesitation. However, Jiang Yang's father had taught him an important lesson when he was younger. Goals are meant to be achieved, not just talked about. So Jiang Yang decided to attend university first. He planned to improve his skills and then show his cousin, through his results, that he was serious about a career in esports. With his crazy Thursday meal set in hand, he walked back to his dormitory. As soon as he opened the door, he saw 3 pairs of eyes light up. "Damn, Yang, is that for us? Man, you're the campus heartthrob. You're handsome, rich, and living the life." Jiang Yang rolled his eyes at his Tianjin roommates. "So, are you eating or not?" "Of course we're eating." After 10 days of military training, they had all gotten quite familiar with each other. In fact, Jiang Yang had become somewhat famous across the campus. Due to his good looks, he had been voted the campus heartthrob by freshmen during military training, and now, there were people daily asking about him on the campus confession wall. Luckily, Jiang Yang had experience in high school with this kind of attention, so besides attending necessary classes, he mostly stayed in his dorm and avoided the crowds. "Yang, when are you going to make perfect world rank #1? Huang Jipeng, his Tianjin roommate, asked. Jiang Yang heard the question and imitated his accent. "Today." Although he had entered university and had to deal with various tasks, Jiang Yang hadn't let up on his training. Even during the 10 days of military training, he only skipped the 5 kilometers run. After training, whenever he had time, he would practice his shooting. Once classes started, whenever he didn't have class, he focused all his attention on CS:GO. As for relationships and socializing, he didn't actively pursue them. All those unnecessary social interactions were simply too time-consuming. This focus had propelled Jiang Yang's improvement. System start. With a thought, the system panel appeared in front of him once again. Old veteran, Jiang Yang. Age, 30. Team, none. Status, comeback in progress. Overall level, professional LV2. Gunplay, professional LV1. Awareness, professional LV3. Map understanding, professional LV2. Positioning, professional LV5. Reflexes, professional LV8. Communication, professional LV2. Handgun proficiency, amateur LV9. Sniper proficiency, professional LV5. Rifle proficiency, professional LV1. Other weapon proficiency, professional LV4. Comeback point, minus 43,960. Signature skills, Hunter's ECO clutch, intermediate. Nico's pre-aiming, intermediate. Machine WJQ's formula commentary, beginner. Personal items, none. Looking at the system's data now, Jiang Yang had achieved professional level in almost all areas except for handgun proficiency. That was understandable because, aside from being good with the Desert Eagle, his skills with the USP and Glock were a bit lacking. He believed that with time, he would be able to master the handgun skills as well. Both rifles and handguns required a lot of practice, and Jiang Yang wasn't in a rush. His awareness and map understanding had improved quickly, partly due to his mastery of Dust 2, which helped him transfer his skills to other maps. Additionally, he hadn't realized that his Machine WJQ's formula commentary skill also provided significant growth. At first, Jiang Yang thought the skill was useless since he was planning to become a pro player, not a commentator. But when he learned it, he realized that understanding game commentary helped him appreciate match strategies, especially the importance of watching the minimap. He saw how players' movements and tactics on the minimap dictated what actions needed to be taken. This helped him focus on playing for the team, not just chasing kills. His game understanding and awareness improved rapidly after that. With the strong positioning ability gained from Dust 2, even his positioning skill had increased. As for sniping, his skill was absurdly high, and he hadn't done any special training, just casually practiced 100 shots during his downtime. Sometimes, talent just can't be stopped. For signature skills, the improvements were slower because they required more practice, but that would come with time. The data from the system gave Jiang Yang a solid foundation to aim for the top of the platform. The system had confirmed his professional-level skills, so if he couldn't make it to the top, what was the point of being a pro player? Plus, sniping was such a powerful weapon in ranked matches. According to Jiang Yang's understanding, his sniper skills were already at the level of a second-tier professional. In ranked matches on Perfect World, he had even faced off against new Happy sniper, G, and successfully outplayed him. That was a sign of his true abilities. After sharing his crazy Thursday meal with his roommates, Jiang Yang sat down at his computer to start his climbing journey for the day. He checked the leaderboard. He was currently ranked second on Perfect World, with 74 stars in S rank. The top player had 75 stars, only one more than him. In Perfect World, after reaching S rank, the number of stars determined your position. The more stars, the higher you ranked. As long as his rating was above 1.2, he could earn stars after a win. This meant Jiang Yang only needed 2 wins to claim the top spot. His roommates knew about this, and they all sat back to watch. After a brief warm-up, Jiang Yang started his first match in Dust 2 on the ranked ladder. As expected in higher-ranked games, there were many familiar faces, and people often checked the battle history of their teammates. When they saw Farmer Jr. in the team, they immediately checked Jiang Yang's stats and were impressed. With a 70% win rate and a 1.41 rating as a sniper, it was intimidating at first glance. Knowing Jiang Yang liked to play with a sniper, his teammates were very supportive. Jiang Yang was able to use the sniper from the start of the round, which had a huge impact on the game. Though the opponent played with strong tactics, they still lost in the end. After that round, Jiang Yang received a rating of 1.51 and earned another star. Just as he was about to start his next match, he saw a notification in the top right corner. A player called Jiang Yang himself from the previous round, who had performed poorly, had sent him a friend request. Jiang Yang was initially hesitant, but since it was a fan, he accepted the friend request. Jiang Yang himself, 666. Jiang Yang himself, nice game. Jiang Yang simply typed a reply, thanks LOL. Jiang Yang himself, want a duo for a couple of games. Jiang Yang immediately refused. Sorry, I'm grinding for points. However, just as he rejected, he noticed a familiar message on his screen. What's going on? Wasn't he still not top-ranked? He quickly checked the leaderboard again. Turns out, the streamer on some platform had lost his last match, and now his stars had dropped to 74. Jiang Yang automatically moved up to the top rank on Perfect World. Mission: reach number 1 on any platform. Reward being distributed. Meanwhile, in the VG club, the veteran player, Zhong, poked his head over to ask, what did the ninth master say? Have you checked out that kid's skills? 259 turned his head, unimpressed. I think that kid thinks I'm too bad to duo with him. Zhong laughed. I told you to practice your aim. Otherwise, you'll never match up to these prodigies. Just be upfront about your intentions. 259 shook his head. Forget it. If he's really that talented, we'll see him in the pro scene later. As one of the most renowned CS team captains in China, 259 liked to scout talent from ranked matches. He had noticed the player miss excellence a few days ago. The young guy played really well, and after watching his videos, he was impressed by his skills. But he was still a one-trick pony, which left 259 conflicted. Since his invitation was declined, 259 wasn't going to push further. Task: reach rank number 1 on any platform. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations, old veteran. You have earned 10,188 comeback points. Congratulations, old veteran. You have acquired Sursoen's scout techniques. Congratulations, old veteran. You have obtained the battle-worn mousepad. Congratulations, old veteran. You have received one random hex deck card. Jiang Yang looked at the rewards from this task. He had been anticipating this for a long time. After all, reaching rank number 1 on any platform was no small feat for him. Now that he had completed the task, a glance at the rewards showed they were quite generous. First, there were over 10,000 comeback points. For someone as deep in debt as he was, this was a pretty hefty sum, but he had no regrets about previously spending his points on Nico's pre-aiming. After all, that skill had significantly improved his gameplay. Then there was Sursoen's scout techniques. Jiang Yang was well aware of Sursoen, currently a sniper for the German team big. Due to his personality, he was nicknamed the socially anxious sniper god. His skills with the scout were one of his signature moves. Jiang Yang had once seen Sursoen's POV, point of view gameplay, and it was downright insane. In ranked matches, Sursoen would run around with a scout, actively hunting opponents. It was absolutely psychotic. The way Sursoen wielded a scout, he might as well have been a social terrorist, chasing people down with a sniper rifle. Jiang Yang himself didn't use the scout very often. Thanks to his ECO clutch abilities, he rarely had to worry about his in-game economy. He played with the AWP much more frequently. But the scout was a weapon with great potential. It dealt around 70 damage to the body and was an instant kill with a headshot. The best part? It only cost $1,700. Sure, the Desert Eagle could achieve similar results, but at longer distances, a sniper rifle had a distinct advantage. Would you like to activate Sursoen's scout techniques? Yes. The next moment, Jiang Yang found himself in that familiar training space again, surrounded by misty white haze. Only the computer in front of him remained clear. A familiar little figure appeared on the screen. Please use the scout to eliminate all enemies in your field of vision. Then he saw himself spawn on the side of Dust 2, holding a scout in his hands. He scoped in and aimed it along, as his mini-map indicated that his teammates were holding short. The terrorists quickly executed their site takeover, deploying smokes and flashbangs toward CT spawn. Jiang Yang turned away to dodge the flash, then peeked out and aimed toward Pit. His decision-making was correct. There was indeed an enemy in Pit, and he instantly took them down with one shot. Then, he turned to check a long wall for another opponent and fired his scout. But he was swiftly counter-sniped. He had only managed 1.5 kills before getting eliminated. Not exactly a great performance. The next moment, a highlight clip of Sursoen's gameplay played in his mind. When Sursoen wielded the scout, his playstyle was completely different from Jiang Yang's. Standing on a site, Sursoen constantly peeked, playing both aggressively and cautiously at the same time. It was an oddly effective style. Jiang Yang analyzed the footage carefully and tried to replicate the moves a few times, finally understanding the difference. He wasn't used to playing the scout and was treating it like an AWP. But the scout and AWP had significant differences. The scout had faster movement speed, allowing for quicker repositioning. That's why Sursoen used his mobility to juke opponents, making it harder for them to land shots. Moreover, when using a scout, he aimed slightly higher, prioritizing headshots for instant kills. Understanding the scout's mechanics, Jiang Yang's surroundings gradually dissolved. Sursoen's scout techniques, beginner level. Progress, 0/1000. Effect, slightly improves movement agility when using the scout. Jiang Yang then looked at the other rewards. Item, battle-worn mousepad. Description, this mousepad has endured the test of time and has completely adapted to old veteran's right hand. In each game, the more you rub it, the better your aim becomes. At first glance, Jiang Yang saw an absolutely tattered mousepad. It looked like something salvaged from a junkyard. The visible physical wear, curled edges, and layered fabric made him question if this thing was even usable. This wasn't just old. This was ancient relic level. But when he read the effect, he was pleasantly surprised. In FPS games, aiming precision is crucial. And this effect basically meant the longer you play, the sharper your aim gets. Overtime matches were common in CS. Go. And if things got intense, some games could turn into endurance battles. If he could maintain top-tier aim during overtime, he could single-handedly clutch the game. Over time, Jiang Yang eyes. With that in mind, his perspective on the mousepad completely changed. It wasn't worn out. It was a piece of history. Finally, there was another Hextech card. His previous, by now, pay later card had been a lifesaver, allowing him to obtain Nico's pre-aiming before it disappeared from the shop. Now, with another card in hand, he was eager to see what effect it had. He immediately opened his inventory and used the Hextech card. Congratulations! You have obtained Hextech Dungeon Boss. Description: upon activation, you will enter a special simulation match. Your team will always have 3 or fewer players, but you will receive the best weapons available. Strive to win the match. 1/1. Holy SH *T. What kind of hellhole was this? Jiang Yang initially thought he was going to fight a boss. Turns out, the Hextech system was training him to become one. Would you like to activate Hextech Dungeon Boss? Yes. The next second, he spawned on Nuke as an attacker. A briefing played in his mind. The IGL, in-game leader, had called for fake pressure on the inner site, while the outside group was to push K1. Inside push failed. 1 player down. The team regrouped to push secret, but another teammate got sniped opening the door. Now it was a 3v5 clutch scenario. Jiang Yang was equipped with an AWP. Spotting an enemy at iron plate, he peeked and landed a shot. Then, hearing footsteps in vent, he pre-aimed and flicked another kill. He repositioned and switched to his P250, swiftly taking down another enemy. Unfortunately, an opponent from behind finished him off. He had clutched 3 kills, leaving the rest to his teammates. His teammates immediately threw the round. Unlucky. Instinctively, Jiang Yang typed a message to comfort his teammates, only to realize this was just a simulation. And this was only the beginning of his Dungeon Boss training. October 5th, 2021, Tuesday. Auspicious for worship, bathing, haircuts, travel. Well, scratch the travel part. Golden Week had officially begun, and office workers were seizing this rare holiday to go on revenge-fueled vacations. Jiang Yang walked into the house, carrying 2 cups of lemonade. His mom, looking puzzled, asked, "What took you so long? You should see how many people are outside our place." Jiang Yang handed a cup to his mom and complained, "I almost got squished into a meat patty out there." Their family had settled in Suzhou, and as luck would have it, their home was located on a street that had become a viral tourist hotspot in recent years. Now that National Day had arrived, the entrance to their home was practically drowning in waves of tourists every single day. Even though Jiang Yang had pre-ordered from the bubble tea shop, it still took him quite some time to squeeze in and grab his drinks. No tourists, no business. No business, no food for you. Jiang's mom rolled her eyes and went back to watching drama clips on her phone. Jiang Yang rolled his eyes right back. Sure, tourism boosted the economy, but how much did it actually help their family's bun shop? His parents didn't have high levels of education and never took up any fancy jobs. They simply ran a small bun shop on this tourist street. But Jiang Yang didn't bother arguing with his mom. With his lemonade in hand, he headed straight to his room. The moment he opened the door, the cool air from the AC hit him, making him feel alive again. After standing under the AC for a few minutes, letting his body temperature drop, he finally sat down at his computer desk. He booted up aimbots, warming up with about 500 bot kills to get his aim back in shape. Then, he ran through every map for about 10 minutes, making sure his utility lineups were all still on point. With warm-up complete, he launched 5E matchmaking, queued for all maps, and started searching for a match. Currently, Jiang Yang's 5E rating had climbed to 2,783, meaning he had reached A+ rank. However, 5ES ranking system was a bit different from Perfect World's. In Perfect World, once you hit S rank, your rank points didn't determine stars. An A+ rank on 5E would already be a high star S rank on Perfect World. After reaching rank number 1 on Perfect World, the comeback system had given him a new task: join a pro team. Technically, Jiang Yang could already apply for tryouts at this point, using his number 1 ranking as a resume booster. But he had other concerns. At that time, he had only truly mastered one map. His situation was like Vincent in League of Legends. Vincent only played Draven, and Jiang Yang only knew how to dominate Mirage. He knew he could eventually master other maps, but pro teams might not see it that way. Jiang Yang preferred having control over his own career, so he decided to improve his skills first, then try out. Initially, he had been grinding all maps on Perfect World, but that platform's matchmaking was kind of warped. Matches relied too much on aim duels, so even on less popular maps, games were still brute force aim battles. But Jiang Yang remembered watching his cousin play 5E during the summer. The strategic depth in 5ES high-rank matches was much better. Plus, more pro players were active on 5E, making the high-rank scene more competitive. So, Jiang Yang decided to climb 5ES ladder too. With his current skill level, he blazed through the ranks, destroying lower-level players like a smurf. In fact, the only reason he wasn't at top rank yet was because he had been reported too many times, and 5ES system kept freezing his account. Still, Jiang Yang wasn't smuffing on purpose, he was just ranking up his own account. As he adapted to 5ES ranked environment and studied pro player POVs, he gradually got comfortable with maps beyond Mirage. He wasn't as dominant on other maps yet, but at least he wasn't a liability. Now that his map knowledge was coming together, he started considering where to try out, Tyloo or VG. Before he could decide, his match queue popped. Match found: Inferno. Despite his strong performance lately, Inferno was a simple map where Jiang Yang's AWP skills gave him a huge advantage. Even in near S rank games, he could completely take over on this map. Pistol round. Lost. On Chinese matchmaking platforms, tons of players were insanely good at pistol rounds. Jiang Yang still needed more practice in this area. For round 2, he considered buying a scout, but a teammate suggested ecoing instead. Since his teammate was communicating properly, Jiang Yang held back despite his confidence in his scout skills. Keeping the team in sync was sometimes more important than individual play. Gun round. The enemy's star player appears. An opponent named Cha Bing went full beast mode, wiping out B-site in a crazy push. Anyone who plays B-site on Dust 2 knows the pain of watching teammates rotate in after you've already died. Their B-site defense crumbled. Jiang Yang took a quick glance at the enemy roster and realized they were a coordinated stack. This was going to be a tough game, but that only made him more excited. For the past 2 weeks, he hadn't just been grinding ranks. He had been training daily, pushing himself through the brutal Hextech Dungeon Boss Simulator, sharpening his mindset to handle high-pressure situations. Jiang Yang took charge. Forced by this round, I'll take a scout. Let's leave A Long alone. Since he made the call, his teammates followed along without complaints. Once the buy phase ended, Jiang Yang rushed to mid with his scout. His closest teammate jump-spotted B-site. Boom! Enemy AWP fired. Jiang Yang immediately peeked, catching a terrorist retreating behind the right box in underpass. With his new scout techniques, he instinctively flicked for a headshot. Boom! Ma CC with Ding CNI used SSG-08 to wallbang headshot Himura Kenshin. Nice shot! His teammate cheered, relieved that they now had the numbers advantage. Jiang Yang didn't react much, keeping his scout trained on underpass, waiting for another pick. With recent map changes, Valve had added a high wall to underpass, reducing CT pressure at mid. Jiang Yang figured the enemy would try to recover the dropped AWP. Sure enough, an opponent jumped down to grab it and tried to cross underpass. Jiang Yang snapped his crosshair up. Boom! Ma CC with Ding CNI used SSG-08 to headshot machine, Rin Yudwa. Meanwhile, on the enemy team's live stream, a long-neck guy muttered in shock, "Damn, that scout player wrecked me. In MMDW, how the hell was that so accurate? I jumped across, and he still domed me." Hearing that, Hamburger, who was duo queuing with him, responded, "No big deal. We'll just full send A-Long. That scout won't have any room to work with." After all, their team had full rifles and utility, making them much stronger in combat. As long as they smoked off key angles, the CTs wouldn't be able to contest the map control. The T-side executed a fast A-Long push, using utility to force the defenders back. 2 CT spawn smokes deployed, giving them safe passage onto the site. As Hamburger sprinted up A site, he reassured his teammates, "As long as we get to the bomb site, this round is in the bag." But before he could even finish his sentence, a scout bullet whizzed past behind him. That shouldn't have hit me, right? A sudden sense of unease crept up on him. The next second, a shot pierced through the smoke, landing squarely on his head. Boom! Ma Sisi Wading CNI used SSG-08 to smoke headshot Cha Bing. Hamburger fell silent. The remaining 3 TS had planned for him to plant the bomb, while the other 2 held angles from pit and A-Long. A 1 formation setup would have been easy to execute. But now, with Hamburger dead, a bad feeling settled over them. Wait, is this scout actually about to clutch the round? A T-side random player rushed to grab the drop bomb, but while doing so, he got tagged through the smoke. Luckily, he still managed to reach the site. But too much time had been wasted. The CTs had already rotated back. As the bomb carrier tried to plant, he got jump headshot by a CT's Desert Eagle from L position. Instantly, only one last terrorist remained. But before he could even react, the sound of an AWP echoed across A-Long. The CT from B site had flanked all the way around, retrieved the fallen AWP, and landed the final kill. In the CT voice chat, a wave of celebration erupted. "Holy SH*T, bro. Did you seriously scout them all to death? Dude, you've got some insane hacks on, don't you? Bro, do you want AWP? I picked one up for you. WTF, your stats are inhuman. I'm just gonna chill this game." Jiang Yang grinned inwardly at the compliments. This is exactly the kind of recognition that comes with a highlight play. Otherwise, what was the point of grinding so hard in training? Then he thought about the future. If he became a pro player, moments like these would be broadcasted on massive stages, with thousands, maybe even millions of fans cheering for him. Just imagining it sent a rush of excitement through his veins. Of course, he wasn't at that level yet. He still had a long way to go, but he would get there. While the CT side celebrated, the T side voice chat fell into silence. "Kaiji, we just ran into some freak of nature." Hamburger whined to Leon Kai, seeking comfort. Leon Kai chuckled. "I really liked what you said earlier. This round is in the bag." Their 3 random teammates also groaned in frustration, venting about the scout player. After all, the only reason they lost the round was because of that insanely cracked scout. Even if he hadn't killed all of them, he had completely disrupted their attacking rhythm. Still, they weren't too upset yet. But in the following rounds, even as Leon Kai and Hamburger started playing seriously, they couldn't stop the enemy AWPer from taking over. The Masisi would ding CNI. Guy was going crazy with the AWP. Even when he switched to a rifle, he was laser precise, frequently pre-firing and deleting opponents on sight. No matter how hard they tried to make a comeback, the match ended with a 16-9 scoreline. After the game, Hamburger vented on his live stream. "I need to watch that replay. That dude was an absolute freak. I kept getting pre-fired into oblivion. I swear his game sense is too sharp. He even caught me on timing plays." Leon Kai wanted to tell Hamburger to chill. Accusing people of cheating was easy when you looked at things with bias. As a CS, Go content creator known for his aim, game sense, and overall sportsmanship, Leon Kai didn't want to jump to conclusions. But then he glanced at his chat, and there, a flood of messages filled the screen. "This Masisi with Ding CNI guy is definitely SUS. I saw him destroy Donghua Chang the other day. Kaiji, check his stats. This guy is 100% hacking da. I ran into him in rank 2. I couldn't even touch him. Lots of people have already called him out for cheating. Kaiji and Hamburger just got unlucky this time. Judge Kai, bring down the hammer of justice. Seeing the chat's reactions, Leon Kai opened Jiang Yang stats. The moment he saw the numbers, he blurted out, NMBW, what the F asterisk is this ridiculous stat line? The numbers were so absurd that even he couldn't hold back. 60 games played, 1.51 rating, 73.3% win rate, 118 average damage per round, ADR. Is this even humanly possible? For the first time, even Leon Kai started having doubts. P.S. These stats are actually based on a real reference. As one of the most reputable content creators in the CS community, Leon Kai had extensive experience in detecting cheaters. He also knew that when reviewing demos for cheating, one must not let subjective biases interfere. The review process was approached from the standpoint of trying to clear the accused. Only when a player displayed undeniable signs of wall hacking, aimbotting, or auto-aiming would they be convicted. This was a tedious process, but in FPS games, it was inevitable. At first, Leon Kai didn't pay much attention. However, the stats of Ma Cici Wading CNI were so outrageous that even he began to have doubts. Quickly adjusting his mindset, he downloaded the match replay and started analyzing it. And soon, he noticed something very off, some plays he simply could not comprehend. What the hell? He was adjusting his crosshair while completely smoked off. This guy's inside a smoke grenade with no reference points, and yet he aligns his crosshair perfectly? There were two instances of smoke play from Ma Cici Wading CNI that seemed extremely suspicious. For most players, when moving through a smoke screen without vision, their crosshair positioning would be rough at best, only maintaining a general sense of direction. But for Ma Cici Wading CNI, his pre-aiming remained precise, even while pushing through smoke. It was as if the smoke grenade simply didn't exist for him. And then there's this part. Wasted brother Hamburger frowned. Logically, with this level of pre-aiming, his pistol skills should be top tier. But look at his USP play. It's like watching Big Cousin. Completely different level. Typically, players with exceptional pre-aiming also excelled at pistol rounds. But after reviewing multiple POVs, they found that while this Ma Cici fan could use the USP, his performance was far from exceptional. Leon Kai added, "Yeah, I also find it strange. His pre-aiming is so precise, which suggests he has an in-depth understanding of these angles, yet his mid-round positioning decisions are weird. If you're asking whether we can convict him outright, then no, we can't." Leon Kai scratched his head. But there's just too much that feels off. Too many questionable plays, so many that it felt unnatural. He's definitely using something. Wasted brother Hamburger stated bluntly. If it were just one odd moment, I'd say it's fine. But there are way too many. It's just not right. Leon Kai quickly clarified. We can't convict him just yet. It's just suspicious for now. I watched a few demos, and I still can't hammer him definitively. I really hope that in the future, he gets a chance to prove himself offline. Deep down, Leon Kai also believed Ma Cici Wading CNI was likely cheating. From his POV, this player's fundamental skills were oddly skewed, extremely one-sided. But at the same time, he hoped that this guy wasn't cheating, that he was just a true prodigy. That way, CNCS would at least have some fresh blood. Jiang Yang had no idea that his long-neck minnow was currently analyzing his gameplay footage. He hadn't been keeping up with that kind of content for a long time. Even when scrolling through his phone, he only checked out novels or POV reviews from professional players. Through relentless grinding, his ranking was steadily improving. Then, on October 7th, during a routine ranked match, as the matchmaking countdown ended, familiar small text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Temporary task. You wish to make a comeback in the pro scene, but your cousin believes that letting go of your dreams and focusing on a stable life is the best path for you. Now that you're facing him again, you must prove with your actions that you can still compete at that level. Task. Demonstrate your skills to your cousin. Reward. Comeback points based on performance. Jiang Yang then noticed a familiar avatar on the opposing team. A stick figure pushing a wheelchair. The ID read, "I have a strategy." "Oh, isn't that cousin?" "And we're on Mirage." Jiang Yang rubbed his hands together in anticipation. "Who is Ma Sisi? I will end his life." Mirage Overlord rune equipped. Ma Sisi had just loaded into the server when he saw the in-game chat exploding. He glanced at the messages, and his face instantly darkened, because the chat was full of, "Ma Sisi Wading CNI, I will end you." Fans of the opposing CSBOY player were spamming the chat like crazy. Even Mo, who was duo queuing with Ma Sisi, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ma Sisi then checked his live stream chat. His entire chat box was flooded with, "Ma Sisi Wading CNI." This match didn't have any game-breaking smurfs, so the game started quickly. Gritting his teeth, Ma Sisi muttered, "It's definitely one of those helmet-wearing viewers for my stream. Today, we're going to crush him and use him for content." Some viewers tried warning Ma Sisi to be cautious of the opponent, but their messages were drowned out by the never-ending Ma Sisi would ding CNI spam. Matching into his cousin in ranked, Jiang Yang's competitive spirit was ignited. As for the temporary task reward, nice if he could get it, but he didn't really care. Sometimes, having fun was more important than anything else. After the knife round, their team unfortunately lost and started on T side. For the pistol round, Jiang Yang bought a Desert Eagle with no armor. Unfortunately, they lost the round. Their A-site rush was shut down easily, with Jiang Yang only managing a single kill. Ma Sisi wasn't particularly strong, but Mo, a former pro player, was definitely skilled. His utility usage was on point, and his coordination was silky smooth. The score quickly became 0-4. Their team's economy wasn't great, and even though Jiang Yang was low on funds, he still opted for a full-armored Desert Eagle to balance out his economy. As the round timer ended, he moved towards a short A1. However, the opposing team immediately threw an anti-rush Molotov, blocking his path. As soon as the fire dissipated, they followed up with an A1 smoke grenade, putting him under heavy utility pressure. Jiang Yang had no choice but to wait behind A1. Soon, a flashbang detonated inside A1. But Jiang Yang didn't react hastily. He turned away to flash dodge. 1 second later, another flashbang exploded inside A1. Then, footsteps approached. Jiang Yang adjusted his crosshair, preparing for an aggressive peek. The moment a CT stepped out from A1, Jiang Yang fired. Bang! Ma Sisi would ding CNI headshot. "I have a strategy," with a Desert Eagle. "What the F asterisk asterisk asterisk?" Ma Sisi looked like he was constipated. "I got one tap." Jiang Yang quickly snatched up Ma Sisi's M4 A1S but didn't switch to it. Since the enemy didn't immediately trade him, that meant no one was nearby. Given that this was a long-range aim duel, he decided to stick with the Desert Eagle. Jiang Yang crouched towards the left side of A1, then peeked towards the boost platform. But the CT at boost had no intention of peeking into A1. At this rank, everyone had solid discipline. No one was making careless plays. Meanwhile, a teammate in mid landed a Desert Eagle headshot, eliminating an aggressive CT who had pushed forward. In an instant, the numbers shifted to a 5v3 advantage. Sensing the opportunity, Jiang Yang grew bolder. He started pre-aiming long box, but just as he began the motion, movement flickered from boost platform. Immediately, Jiang Yang pulled back and snapped his aim toward the platform. Bang! His shot connected, but it wasn't headshot. Without hesitation, Jiang Yang swapped to his M4 A1S and held his crosshair on boost. Sure enough, the CT peaked. Both players landed headshots on each other. But because Jiang Yang had already chipped away at him earlier, the enemy dropped first. Still on high alert, Jiang Yang switched back to his deagle and took a step back, positioning his crosshair for a wide swing peek. A second later, another CT swung into his crosshair. Bang! Ma Sisi would ding CNI headshot Captain Mo with a Desert Eagle. PSSSSHHH. Mo sucked in a deep breath, genuinely surprised. Do we really have a helmet-wearing monster this strong in the stream? Viewers in the live stream chat began flooding the screen with responses. This guy's been popping off in high rank 5e lately. Even Leon Kai tried to bust him for cheating, but couldn't. A bunch of streamers have reviewed his demos. His gameplay is just odd. His game sense is insane. Looks like Ma CC is going to get locked up this game. This guy is 100% cheating. However, Immo shook his head. As a former pro player, he saw something far more complex in this play. First, Jiang Yang capitalized on the Deagle's one-shot potential, then swapped to the M4 for consistency in case of trades. After taking damage, he anticipated Immo's supporting push and made the optimal decision, switching back to the Deagle for a clean one-tap kill. And the craziest part? Jiang Yang actually pulled it off. The last remaining CT was rotating back from his short, but got picked off by a mid-lurker. The round was over. The match remained close, with the score creeping up to 4-6. The intensity of the fight was evident, and after a brutal engagement at a site, the game boiled down to a 1v1 duel, Jiang Yang versus his cousin. Jiang Yang was lurking lower tunnel, thinking about his cousin's possible positioning. Suddenly, he heard heavy footsteps in B short. His cousin was completely giving away his location. Hearing the footsteps fade away, Jiang Yang stealthily moved out of lower tunnel, creeping forward step by step. Ma Cici had completely misread the situation. He was still throwing utility onto a site, expecting Jiang Yang to be there. With a smirk, Jiang Yang pulled out his knife, silently approaching from behind. Just as Ma Cici was mid-throw. Slash! 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 Was he to just now? Ma Cici muttered to himself. Then he might be rotating back to CT now. Before he could finish his thought, shank! A knife stab sound echoed in his ears. Ma Cici's entire body shuddered. Panicking, he tried to turn and pull out his gun, but his grenade animation was still locked in. In horror, he could only watch helplessly as he was stabbed twice lightly, then finished with a heavy stab. The Magic City sharpener claims another victim. Ma Cici's face twisted into pure agony as he screamed, Shiba. Fine. You want to play like this? He then turned on his voice chat, yelling at his teammates. You guys said he was on site. Where's my callouts? But in response, all he heard was his 4 teammates laughing uncontrollably. Never mind. Ma Cici exhaled, forcing himself to calm down. I'll get my revenge later. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang, who had just secured his first knife kill of the match, nodded up and down excitedly, spamming the in-game interaction button. As the score hit 8-6, the final round of the first half arrived. Once again, Jiang Yang faced off against his cousin in a 1v1. Arriving late to a short, Jiang Yang immediately heard movement from his cousin on boost platform. At this point, he was just playing for fun, glancing at the 2 flashbangs in his inventory, then at the one his fallen teammate had dropped. An idea sparked in his mind. Flash number 1, he lobbed it on a long box. Then, he climbed onto boost platform, tossing 2 more flashes consecutively. As the last flashbang detonated, he knife jumped onto the boost platform, and there, hiding in the corner, was his cousin. Where the hell did this Glock come from? WGNLS. I'm F*** King Blind. Ma Cici shouted in frustration, his screen completely white from 3 consecutive flashbangs. Even after the flashes cleared, he couldn't see Jiang Yang anywhere. Confused, he suddenly noticed a Glock pistol drop in front of him. Ma Cici blinked. Where did this Glock come from? And then it hit him. Immediately, he looked up. Bang! Ma Cici would ding CNI, no-scoped, I have a strategy, with an AWP. The CT voice chat exploded in laughter. The livestream chat was an absolute shambles. Where did the Glock come from LMAO? HYSH*T. This is GOLD. MAG just got stomped LOL. Dude actually got played like a fiddle. This is on par with Got a Gap. Even Ma Cici himself couldn't hold back his frustration, his face visibly turning red on camera. His entire CT team was laughing so hard that they couldn't even focus on the next few rounds. With their morale shattered, CSBOY's duo squad crumbled in the second half. Ma Cici also began to notice something odd. The helmet-wearing opponent was clearly targeting him specifically toying with him every round. By this point, chat was spamming theories that Ma Sisi Wading CNI was a cheater. As a public figure, Ma Sisi felt a responsibility to address it. After the match, he sent a friend request to the player. Once accepted, he directly messaged, "A lot of people online think you're cheating. Are you?" Ma Sisi Wading CNI responded, "Do you really not know?" Ma Sisi frowned. "How would I know?" Ma Sisi Wading CNI replied, "Pick up your phone." And Mo, who was watching from the side, raised an eyebrow. "Oh, they know each other." On stream, Ma Sisi's phone suddenly rang. The moment he picked up, his eyes widened. Then, a familiar voice echoed through the live stream. "Cousin, I'm back." Ma Sisi stared at his phone screen, utterly dumbfounded by the contact name, Little Bro. The player Ma Sisi Wading CNI had been making waves in the community lately. Too many high-rank 5E streamers have been destroyed by this guy, leaving them in shambles. And because of that, many content creators had accused him of cheating. Most people already had a biased perspective when watching his gameplay, so they just assumed he was hacking. Even in Ma Sisi's own livestream chat, viewers had repeatedly asked him about it. But Ma Sisi never had a clear answer, because this guy was farming his reputation for content in ranked games. Now, after finally matching into him, he had no choice but to confront the controversy directly. But what he never expected was that the player using this infamous username was someone he knew, not just an acquaintance. It was his own cousin. Suddenly, it all made sense. That's why Ma Sisi Wading CNI had said, "Do you really not know if I'm cheating?" Because, of course, he would know. This was his own family. Jiang Yang had always been extremely talented in CS. He had even climbed to S rank in no time. There was no way he was cheating. And more importantly, he didn't need to. Jiang Yang was still aspiring to go pro. Why the hell would he risk his career by using hacks? As Ma Sisi sat there, completely stunned, Jiang Yang's voice came through the WeChat call. "Cousin Yu, what's up? Connection bad or something?" Ma Sisi finally snapped out of his shock and asked in disbelief. "Yang Yang, how is this you?" This was an answer he never saw coming. In his mind, Jiang Yang was talented, sure, but he should still be hovering around perfect world S rank. But this? 5E high rank with these insane stats? Not even most pro players could achieve that. This was already the absolute peak of domestic play. How the hell was it Jiang Yang? His livestream chat was going insane. Since CSBOY was already a massive name in the CS scene, many people also knew about Jiang Yang, especially because he used to be CSBOY's assistant, always pulling off hilarious stunts. Even now, memes like, "I hear ECO sounds and why you don't want to," were still circulating in the GO community. On top of that, Jiang Yang was ridiculously good-looking. So even people who didn't watch CSBOY streams knew about him as Ma Sisi's ridiculously handsome cousin. Now, hearing this familiar voice, longtime viewers lost their minds. No way. Holy sh*T, it's cousin. Wait, cousin actually hit top rank in 5E. Bro, this guy climbed 5E in just a few months. Hold on, wasn't cousin playing on Perfect World before? Many people still couldn't believe it. But then, Jiang Yang, in a fake Guangxi accent, said, "Cousin, how could it not be me?" That voice, that signature trolling tone. There was no doubt now. It was him. Ma Sisi still couldn't process it. That's not what I meant. I'm asking, how the hell did you get so high-ranked? And weren't you playing on Perfect World? Jiang Yang rolled his eyes. Just practicing aim, watching demos, improving little by little. As for Perfect World, I already hit rank number 1 there. Ma Sisi's hands froze over his keyboard. He immediately opened the Perfect World matchmaking platform, clicked on the leaderboard. And right there, sitting in second place, was a familiar ID. "Miss Excellence is here, make way." The only person ranked above him was just 1 star ahead, probably because they had barely overtaken him while he was grinding 5E. Cold sweat ran down Ma Sisi's back. Hold up, getting rank number 1 on Perfect World, is that easy? Ma Sisi wasn't just some casual player. He was a former pro. His CSGO talent had been solid when he was younger, but even then, he never found ranking up this easy. Back in August, after their serious conversation, Ma Sisi had actually considered bringing Jiang Yang into streaming full-time. But he hesitated because he feared that keeping Jiang Yang in the scene would rekindle his desire to go pro. He thought that after starting university, Jiang Yang would naturally drift away from CS. That he'd move on, because going pro in CSGO was one of the hardest paths in esports. Even raw talent wasn't enough. You had to be insanely gifted to make it. So Ma Sisi planned to wait it out and slowly pull Jiang Yang into streaming. That way, he'd still make a great living without taking a huge gamble on his future. But now, Ma Sisi realized he had completely underestimated his cousin's talent. At that moment, Mo, who had been listening in, suddenly spoke up. Sisi, ask him how many hours he has in CSGO right now. Ma Sisi immediately relayed the question. How many hours played? Jiang Yang tabbed over to Steam, glanced at his total playtime, then casually replied. 498.7. Silence. How much? Mo's mental image of the CS prodigy stereotype was shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, Leon Kai had just finished a ranked game with Wasted Brother Hamburger. Stretching, Wasted Brother Hamburger sighed in relief. No weird *T this game. Much easier, ha ha ha. Leon Kai nodded. Yeah, honestly, I haven't run into many cheaters lately. Even though the match felt easy, Leon Kai knew his own form was declining. Blaming external factors only made self-improvement harder. Right as they finished, Leon Kai noticed his secondary screen blowing up with messages. Major bomb dropped. HOLYSH*T. The helmet-wearing cheater is Ma 11 She's cousin. Wait, did cousin actually get caught cheating? No, shut up. He's literally just a prodigy. Everyone in the stream watched him improve. Yeah, Cece has top-tier integrity. Only second to Leon Kai. Bro, cousin hit perfect world S in a month. Now he's top rank in 5e. The chat was chaos. It took Leon Kai a few moments to process what had just happened. Then, after being tipped off by a helmet-wearing viewer, he searched for MT Sequin's latest video. Born with CS talent? A prodigy gifted by the gods. Clicking the video, the first thing he heard was Ma Sisi's incredulous voice. How much? And then, the hilarious match highlights of Jiang Yang endlessly farming Ma Sisi. Leon Kai burst into laughter. Damn, this is just a little bro messing with his big bro. Leon Kai clicked on the video and began reviewing it with Wasted Brother Hamburger. Both of these accounts belong to him. What we need to check now is whether his mechanical habits match. If they do, then there's basically no issue. At this point, there really wasn't much of an issue left. After all, knowing Ma Sisi's personality, Leon Kai found it hard to believe that he would let himself be associated with a cheater. If something like this truly turned out to be a scandal, Ma Sisi's entire career and reputation would be instantly destroyed. Plus, judging from the livestream chat, Leon Kai also learned that Jiang Yang had already reached S rank on Perfect World while playing on Ma Sisi's PC. This wasn't some sudden, random rise. His talent had been clear from the beginning. As a die-hard CSGO fan, Leon Kai desperately wanted to believe in the emergence of a true prodigy. CNCS badly needed fresh blood. But even so, less than 500 hours played. Could such an insane phenomenon really exist? The map was Mirage. Leon Kai loaded into the replay and carefully analyzed the match. And this time, they finally noticed a difference compared to the previous 5 matches. On Mirage, Jiang Yang was clearly stronger. His pistol play was still shaky, and his rifle spray was still unstable. However, when they watched his rifle rounds and pre-aiming, Leon Kai's scalp went numb. Holy *T, this pre-aiming. If Jiang Yang's pre-aiming on Dust 2 and Vertigo looked rigid and formulaic, then on Mirage, it was something entirely different. It had that effortless precision, like a master craftsman wielding a blade. No wasted movement. No unnecessary adjustments. Every flick, every angle, his crosshair landed perfectly on the headshot line. 4 high-level CS players. This was aesthetically flawless. The chat exploded. Holy *T, this pre-aiming is insane. Is this fing Nico? But why does his pistol and rifle play look so weird? Some CSBOY fans had a realization. Wait, I think cousin plays on super high sensitivity. Yeah, and his playtime is still under 500 hours. Makes sense, duh. Wait, you're telling me he's playing on high sensitivity with less than 500 hours? Liang Kai's eyes widened. From Jiang Yang's crosshair movements, he had assumed Jiang Yang was playing on low sensitivity because his crosshair control looked so stable. But if he was actually a high-sense player, then everything suddenly made sense. High-sensitivity players struggle with recoil control. Recoil control requires muscle memory, which takes time to develop. With under 500 hours played, it's normal for his spray to be unstable. In other words, his flawed spray control was proof that he was genuinely inexperienced. But at the same time, his pre-aiming was just that talented. Liang Kai took a deep breath. Then, in his live stream, he made the official verdict. All right, let's summarize. Ma Sisi Wading CNI, aka Ma Sisi's cousin, is not cheating. He is pure raw talent. You guys know that I watch a ton of prodigy demos, and I analyze pro player POVs all the time. I'm not even comparing him to pros right now, but this cousin's pre-aiming is the most precise I have ever seen from a casual player. In the past year, he is hands down the most naturally gifted player I've analyzed. His pre-aiming is actually terrifying. And let's not forget, he's only played for 500 hours. If he grinds another 1,000 hours, I genuinely can't imagine where he'll be. Is this even real? 500 hours, double platform, rank number 1. Wasted Brother Hamburger was already struggling to accept reality. He had spent years grinding and had barely reached the top. And now, he was just a background character in a prodigy story. Meanwhile, Liang Kai was also having an existential crisis. No, seriously, how the hell? How does his PR aiming look like this after just 500 hours? As a longtime CSGO veteran, Liang Kai valued fundamentals above everything else. He had spent thousands of hours practicing. He had dedicated himself to perfecting crosshair placement. And yet, even after all that work, his own pre-aiming still didn't look as smooth as Jiang Yang's. And Amaraj, the difference between them was ridiculous. Bro, we've been grinding for years, and this guy just walks in and does it effortlessly. At this moment, Liang Kai and Hamburger both felt true despair. Still want to play? Liang Kai went silent for a few seconds. Then, he let out a long, defeated sigh. Let's just go play chess, man. CS is unplayable now. His resolve had completely shattered. 498.7 hours. This number made quite a few players in the CSBOY livestream feel their hearts shatter. Jiang Yang clearly had no idea how much damage this number inflicted on these old veterans. Mo added, CC, I told you, CS isn't your game. Just go play Snake or something. Look at your little brother. Now, that's a real CS talent. Ma Sisi was about to argue back when he noticed his phone had run out of battery. He immediately turned to Jiang Yang and said, Join TS voice chat. My phone's dead. Oh, okay. Jiang Yang replied and hung up the call. He then downloaded TS voice chat on his computer. He was completely unaware of the chat's amazement. Instead, he was shocked at himself. He had unknowingly spent nearly 500 hours playing CS. Sure enough, when you dedicate yourself fully to something, time flies. After hanging up the call, a small system message appeared before his eyes again. Task: show your cousin your skills. Reward: comeback points based on performance. Congratulations, old veteran. You have earned 15,600 comeback points. Good stuff. That's a big haul. Clearly, completing tasks was the fastest way for him to get stronger. But the system's mission triggers were so random. Other than the main storyline, he still hadn't figured out the exact mechanics. For now, he had to keep relying on ranked training and daily practice missions to accumulate points. Jiang Yang focused his mind on the system and checked the comeback points section. Comeback points, -6657. Damn it, 6,657. Jiang Yang gritted his teeth. The loan from last time had been too severe, leaving him unable to use the system shop for a long while. Now, he was just 6,657 points away from clearing his debt. At his current earning rate, he estimated that he'd pay it off in about 5 days. Jiang Yang was filled with anticipation. After collecting his mission reward, he saw that TS voice chat had finished downloading, so he immediately joined CSBOY's channel. Yo yo yo, Jiang Yang's carefree voice rang out in the chat. CC, is this your cousin? A voice with a distinct cutesy tone spoke up. Jiang Yang immediately recognized it. It had to be Ming Reaching, Ma CC's former assistant. But her tone wasn't forced. She was naturally high-pitched. Hello, big sis. Hello. Jiang Yang greeted obediently, then asked, Bro, why'd you call me in here? Nothing serious. I just need to ask you one more time. Are you using any cheats? Ma Cici asked seriously. He trusted Jiang Yang, but this was something that had to be asked. Jiang Yang rolled his eyes and replied, If I could buy a ticket right now, I'd just hop on a high-speed train straight to your place. All right, that's good. Ma Cici felt much more at ease. He was about to say something else when Mo suddenly started exclaiming in the chat. Whoa, that pre-aim, that reflex. Ma Cici snapped. Luca, what the hell are you doing? Luca was Mo's real name. Mo replied, Watching your cousin's POV. It's scary. I feel like even 100 of you wouldn't be able to beat him now. This pre-aim, this reflex. Even among pro players, there aren't many who can do this. Ming Reaching was stunned. She played CS too, so she knew just how impressive it was to reach the top of the ranked ladder with only 500 hours. But the gap between amateurs and pros was massive. Mo, as a former pro, was giving a very fair assessment. He was also an extremely honest person. He never exaggerated for show. This trait often made Ma Cici joke that Mo had no potential to go viral. But right now, Mo's sincerity only made his words more impactful. Many people in the chat perked up. They hadn't expected such high praise. Ma Cici was also shocked. Is it really that crazy? Mo elaborated. Let me put it this way. If someone had discovered him back in 2018, I'd have personally recommended him as Tyloo's next big prospect. You can tell just from his demo footage, his raw talent is off the charts. Your cousin was practically born for CS. Of course, Mo also noticed that Jiang Yang's pistol and spray control weren't very refined yet. But that wasn't a big deal. Pistol skills and recoil control could be trained over time. What really set him apart was his pre-aim talent. That kind of skill couldn't simply be trained into someone. Talent was talent. Ma Cici was still trying to process it all. Seriously? That extreme? Mo nodded. Yeah, his pre-aiming feels a lot like Jiang Yang's, maybe even smoother. He was referring to Jiang Yang, VG's current flex player, who was famous in China for his pre-aiming skills. With that comparison, Ma Cici immediately understood just how high Jiang Yang's potential was. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Yang Yang, do you still want to go pro? Jiang Yang shrugged. I guess it's about time. His unexpected answer confused the three CSBOY members. Either you want to go pro, or you don't. What did he mean by about time? Ma Cici asked directly. Jiang Yang explained, I originally wanted to tell you after I hit perfect world rank number 1, but at the time, my map pool was too shallow. I only really knew how to play Mirage, and that wasn't good enough. Now, after spending a while in high-ranked 5e games, I've played all the other maps too. I wouldn't call myself an expert, but at least I'm not a liability anymore. At this point, high-ranked 5e games don't challenge me much anymore. If I want to improve, I have to go pro. Hearing this, the CSBOY chat fell silent. High-ranked 5e games don't challenge me much anymore. He calls a 1.57 rating across all maps not a liability. At 500 hours, I was still happily rushing with a Bison. How is this guy already considering pro play? Is this a dream? He's so cocky. I love it, Mo couldn't help but marvel again. Compared to them, so-called prodigies, who had risen through sheer grind, Jiang Yang's progression into the pro scene was ridiculously fast. Mo also noticed that Jiang Yang was incredibly smart. His career planning was crystal clear. If they had met Jiang Yang when he only knew one map, even if they recommended him, he would have only qualified for a junior team. A pro player can't just rely on one map. But now, he had built a decent foundation across all maps. Even if he wasn't a master, he was good enough to hold his own. And most importantly, Jiang Yang has sharp awareness of his growth. Ranked games were ultimately for amateurs. Once you reach a certain level, playing them won't improve you anymore. In fact, it might even reinforce bad habits. At that point, the only way to improve was to step into higher-level matches. Only under greater pressure could skills and game sense continue to develop. All right then, if you're serious, I'll help you reach out to Tyloo and VG. You can go for tryouts, Ma Sisi said. If you don't want to stay in China, I can also help you get a shot in an international junior team. Even though he didn't want his cousin to enter the brutal CS pro scene, Jiang Yang's determination left him no reason to object. After the initial shock, he had gradually accepted it. His cousin had a real gift for CS. Maybe, in the future, Jiang Yang would make a name for himself in this world. He eagerly anticipated seeing Jiang Yang on the top-tier professional stage. Yet he also worried that Jiang Yang might struggle and fade away in the competitive scene. Jiang Yang was undeniably a prodigy. But then again, which professional player wasn't? But what if? If you're worried about your family, I can talk to Annie for you, Ma Sisi offered. Jiang Yang was just about to agree when Mo suddenly spoke up in the voice chat. Hale, I just got a great idea. Hearing this, they could almost picture Mo's eyes lighting up as he raised a finger. A bad feeling crept over them, but they still waited for him to continue. Why don't we have your cousin leverage his connections and join Steel Helmets for a while? Mo suggested. Ma Sisi and Ming reaching. They had thought Mo had come up with some brilliant plan, but it turned out to be complete nonsense. Steel Helmets was a team Ma Sisi had put together himself, composed mostly of former domestic pro players. It was a semi-professional team at best. They had some firepower, but since they weren't a fully professional squad, they couldn't compete in major tournaments. Clearly, it wasn't the right fit for Jiang Yang's long-term goals. What kind of dumb idea is that? Ma Sisi cursed. But Mo continued. I know you're anxious, but hear me out first. Your cousin is still young. Normally, he'd spend a few years in a junior training team. But let's be real, China's junior leagues don't mean much. In China, only two teams truly had the strength to compete at the top level, Tyloo and VG. Other so-called pro teams weren't much better than high-ranked matchmaking stacks. Some even lost to Steel Helmets from time to time, which said a lot. So in China, junior teams didn't hold much value. The real way to improve was by grinding it out on the competitive stage. Besides, IMFAL RMR is coming up soon. It's the perfect chance to take Xiao Jiang out to see the world. And Mo's excitement grew as he spoke. And look, Tyloo and VG will both be there. If he's got the skills, why not test himself against them directly? What better tryout is there than actually playing against them? If he can hold his own under the pressure, once they wrap up their Stockholm Major run and look to make roster changes, Xiao Jiang could be in the perfect position to step in. Mo felt like a genius. Hearing his analysis, the CSBOY livestream chat lit up. Wait, this actually makes sense. Yeah, taking him abroad now will help him gain experience, and if he performs well, Tyloo and VG might start fighting over him. Mo really came up with a solid plan this time. But what about ranking points? Wouldn't it affect Steel Helmets? Steel Helmets is ranked third domestically, far ahead of the fourth place. Plus, they still have several matches left to play. Ma Sisi raised another issue. There's just one problem. Steel Helmets already has 5 players. There's no open spot. Mo chuckled. AE's been saying he wants to quit anyway. Let's just palace him out. AE had been brought onto the team purely to fill a roster spot. Despite being a former pro, he was, to put it bluntly, terrible. If Mo hadn't wrecked his balance bike and broken his leg back in the day, he might never have gotten a shot at playing professionally. Even among their group of ex-pros, AE was considered one of the weaker players. And because of his poor performances, he was constantly flamed in the Steel Helmets livestream chat. Naturally, he had been considering leaving. Ma Sisi thought for a moment and admitted that actually doesn't sound too bad. He had to admit that joining Steel Helmets first was a much better stepping stone than going straight into a tryout. Mo nodded. Then it's settled. From now on, you better call me Captain. With just a few exchanges, they had decided Jiang Yang would join Steel Helmets. Jiang Yang knew these two were looking out for him. But he wasn't about to let them get the last word, so he immediately shot back. Captain, I never agreed to this. You literally just call me Captain. That means you've already agreed, Emo teased. The entire live stream chat burst into laughter. Waking up, Jiang Yang was greeted by the familiar ceiling once again. The usual chatter of tourists, whether cheerful or complaining, was gone, leaving the room in complete silence. You're up. A head peeked in from the door. Ma Sisi was brushing his teeth, mouth full of foam, mumbling, "Get up and eat." Jiang Yang was back at his cousin's place, but this time, not as a summer job worker. He was now officially a member of Steel Helmets. After realizing Jiang Yang was serious about going pro and not just acting on impulse, Ma Sisi had struggled internally before ultimately choosing to support him. He even went to Jiang Yang's house himself to explain the complexities of a pro career to his parents. Among their generation, Ma Sisi was known for his capability and level-headedness, so his words carried a lot of weight. It took some back and forth, but in the end, Jiang Yang's parents agreed. After all, they weren't in a position to plan his future for him. If he had a chance to carve his own path, they could only let him try. Besides, Ma Sisi reassured them, Jiang Yang was still young. Even if he didn't make it in the pro scene, he could always return to school in a couple of years. With his parents convinced, Ma Sisi accompanied Jiang Yang to handle his leave of absence from school. The past few days had been exhausting for both of them. Now that everything was settled, Ma Sisi figured that if Jiang Yang stayed at home, he'd be bombarded with endless nagging from family, so he took him in again. Jiang Yang knew his cousin was doing a lot for him. For now, the best way to show gratitude was to perform well in upcoming matches and not embarrass him. However, one thing puzzled Jiang Yang. He had joined Steel Helmets, but the system still hadn't marked his join a team task as complete. Didn't need to join a fully professional team for it to count? Unsure of the answer, he decided to let it go for now. Crawling out of bed, he headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Ma Sisi wiped his face and reminded him, "There's a scrim this afternoon, and you'll be playing. Don't be nervous, just play at your usual level." Though Ma Sisi wasn't the most skilled player, his game sense and understanding were solid. After Mo's glowing evaluation of Jiang Yang, Ma Sisi had reviewed several of his gameplay recordings. The conclusion? This kid was practically being hand-fed by the CS gods. The improvement in his gameplay was visible to the naked eye. And it wasn't just his in-game skill. Jiang Yang's mentality and approach to learning were also astonishing. It was rare for someone with less than 100 hours in the game to actively watch replays and analyze opponents to improve. Looking back, Ma Sisi realized that Jiang Yang wasn't just playing, he was studying the game. With his natural talent and methodical approach, rapid improvement was inevitable. Back in the day, Ma Sisi had dreamed of going pro too. But in those early days of esports, the industry was still finding its footing. No salary, no sponsorships, and sticking with it meant risking starvation. Ultimately, he had no choice but to walk away. Sure, lack of talent played a part, but there was still a lingering sense of regret. Now, watching his own cousin set foot on that path, Ma Sisi couldn't help but hope that one day he'd see Jiang Yang on the big stage. And maybe, just maybe, he could even be in the commentary booth as part of the family support squad when that day came. Jiang Yang brushed his teeth while mumbling. "So, what role am I playing in today's scrim?" In Chinese ranked games, players often picked roles based on their spawn position. But at the professional level, roles were pre-assigned. The 5 typical roles were Main B, Support B, Main A, Support A, AWPer, usually responsible for mid-control. Among them, one player usually had a star role, the fragger, with high freedom to move and take fights across the map. Ma Sisi shrugged, "Not sure. Mo will decide later. I don't interfere with that stuff." Jiang Yang frowned. "Wait a second. Didn't chat always say you have the biggest say in the team? How do you not know this?" Ma Sisi smirked. "Oh, my influence is huge when it comes to choosing what takeout we order or where we go drinking. Whatever I say, they don't dare say otherwise." Jiang Yang fell silent. Something felt off about that statement, yet at the same time, nothing seemed wrong. Guess he'd have to ask Mo later. Now that he thought about it, he still hadn't met the rest of Steel Helmets yet. After finishing his morning routine, Jiang Yang quickly devoured a bowl of Lantau noodles his cousin had ordered. Slurping down the last of it, he still felt like he could eat more. But he knew better. If he ate too much, he'd end up feeling sluggish during practice. Once he was done, he sat down at his PC and started his warm-up routine. Compared to when he first started, his aim training was now significantly more polished and efficient. He could snap to enemy heads with ease, and his reaction speed had also improved dramatically. After some precision warm-ups, he jumped into long-range deathmatch to practice with the USP. His pistol skills were still a weak point, but there was no shortcut, only gradual improvement through repetition. Using the USP in rifle deathmatch was his way of adding extra pressure to his training. After racking up 100 USP kills, he switched to the AK, focusing on spray control. This method was something he had picked up from Elijah's aim training guide. Due to his extremely high sensitivity settings, his rifle control was far from ideal. However, he felt very comfortable with his AWP at this sensitivity, so rather than changing it, he chose to adapt his rifle play instead. After a long session of practice, he finally hopped into ranked matches for more real-world combat scenarios. For Jiang Yang, training grounds and deathmatch were mainly for warming up. Ranked games are where real improvement happened. With their constant unpredictability, they were the best way to hone his overall game sense. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was already 6 p.m. Ma Cici started his live stream, while Jiang Yang joined the TS voice chat. One by one, the members of Steel Helmets logged in. As Jiang Yang got acquainted with them, he asked directly, "Mo, what role am I playing in today's scrim?" Without hesitation, Mo responded, "Do what you do best. Pick up the AWP and hold your ground." Privately, Mo had already discussed this with the other team members. They had discovered a diamond in the rough and were determined to let him shine on stage. Even though they were former pros, they knew their time had passed. Some still held onto lingering regrets, but they understood their declining skill levels. They stayed in the scene out of nostalgia and passion, but they weren't chasing championships anymore. Worried that Jiang Yang might feel pressured, Mo added, "Just play like you do in ranked. I'll use this game to evaluate where you need adjustments." This scrim was also a test. They had seen plenty of ranked warriors, players who dominated ladder games but crumbled under professional pressure. If Jiang Yang could deliver in real matches, they'd gladly step aside and support his rise. But if he wasn't up to par, no amount of connections could force him into the pro scene. Jiang Yang took a deep breath. The pressure was on. Mo's words didn't just mean he was playing as the team's AWPer. He was being put in the star role. A slightly stuttering voice with a broad accent chimed in through the voice chat. "Don't let Luke scare you. Just play your game. I watch your replays, and no matter what, you're better than Luke's AWP." "Thanks, DD," Jiang Yang responded. DD, however, was immediately annoyed. "Man, I really shouldn't have picked this ID. Now some kid is using it to mess with me." The Steel Helmets crew erupted into laughter. With Jiang Yang now set as the AWPer and star player, the team's lineup was locked in. IGL, in-game leader Mo. AWPer, Jiang Yang. Riflers, DD, Shausage, Karsa, aka Sudi. Among them, Mo, DD, and Karsa all had history with Tyloo. Mo and DD were part of 2018 Tyloo, while Sudi had previously been a coach for the team. Shausage, on the other hand, had bounced around smaller teams in China. He had never found real success in his pro career and eventually retired to become a streamer. But in the Chinese CS scene, most players knew each other, either through competition or mutual respect earned from past battles. In this team, internal conflicts weren't a concern. After all, they had world's top Prince Snatcher watching over them. Perhaps because Jiang Yang was so much younger, the team members were extra friendly towards him, which helped him relax and focus on preparing for the match. "Everyone ready? Join the server," Mo called out. On the other side, Xiu joined the server and immediately noticed a strange username on the opposing team. "Ma Cici, I'll destroy you." Then he saw the ridiculously cursed profile picture attached to it. This must be Ma Cece's prodigy cousin, right? He's officially playing today. 18YM, sitting nearby, nodded. Yeah, and he's actually pretty good. I ran into him in ranked before. His reflexes are insane. Xiu wasn't impressed. He had seen clips of Jiang Yang dominating in matchmaking, but many so-called prodigies crumbled when they stepped into serious games. Doesn't matter. Let's destroy him today. Show him just how strong we 2 standard really are. All right. Time to ban maps, someone reminded. After a quick veto process, the 3 maps for the match were set. Mirage, Dust 2, Ancient. With the BP phase over, the match began. Steel Helmets versus 2 standard. T-side, 2 standard Xiu, Savage, 18YM, TB, Frank 19. CT side, Steel Helmets MO, Ma Cece, I'll destroy you, Jiang Yang, DD Shausage Karsa. MO gave a quick reminder. Usually, scrims are played out to all 30 rounds. But since we're all streamers here, we tweak things a bit. Winning and losing makes for better content. As the first map loaded in, Mo stuck to his word and put Jiang Yang in the star role. Steel Helmets started CT side, with Jiang Yang holding mid on Dust 2 with his USBS, playing it safe. Right away, he noticed the difference. Even though 2 standard wasn't a fully pro team, their execution felt much more coordinated than ranked games. Early into the round, an Xbox smoke dropped in mid, while B site saw a fake execute. 2 standard had used their utility, signaling that they were about to commit to a push. Jiang Yang read the situation and called in voice chat. Mo, can I rotate to A? Go for it. No pressure on B, just be careful at a site. Silently, Jiang Yang repositioned from CT spawn to a site. Moments later, a wave of footsteps thundered in from short. A short is speeding up. Shausage, watch out. Jiang Yang alerted. Hearing this, Shausage, positioned on a ramp, got ready to take action. As the TS rushed up short, he snapped into action, landing 3 quick kills within 5 seconds. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang secured another kill from below, and DD finished off the last attacker, pushing long A. The round ended in a flash. Damn, Shausage, that was crisp. Looking sharp with the pistols today, huh? No doubt, when it comes to pistols, you're the GOAT. Hearing the teasing, Shausage rolled his eyes. All right, you old geezers, chill out. There's a kid here, he grumbled. Then, he turned to Jiang Yang and said, nice bait, bro. You pull their attention off me completely. Jiang Yang had only gotten 1 kill, but his positioning and presence had made a huge impact. Steel Helmets secured the pistol round, 1 o'clock. Seeing the 1 o'clock scoreline and knowing the TS didn't get a bomb plant, Jiang Yang's ECO instincts flared up. He quickly asked Mo, Captain, can I buy an MP9 and rush for fun? Mo's first instinct was to reject the idea. Then, he remembered how Jiang Yang loved playing like a special forces agent in ranked games. In matchmaking, he could get away with crazy plays, but pro-level games were different. Still, some things had to be learned the hard way. Go ahead and try, Mo decided. You don't need to ask me about everything. You're in the star role. If you have an idea, go for it. Hearing this, a grin spread across Jiang Yang's face. As the buy phase ended, he grabbed an MP9 and sprinted straight to B site. In the CSBOY livestream, Ma Cece was providing commentary for the scrim. He had also joined the server, but was in spectator mode with a slight delay. Damn, so accurate today? An AC right off the pistol round. Soon, he noticed chat was spamming. Is this about to be a comeback? Ma Cece scoffed, come back my ass. How's 2 standard supposed to turn this around with 5 Glocks? But before he could continue roasting, he noticed his cousin charging into B1 with an MP9. Cousin heard the ECO call again. He's about to go full spec ops agenda. This habit is bad, running wild even in pro matches. He'll get schooled for this later. Livestream chat buzzed with discussions, and even Ma Cece was a bit concerned. Looks like cousin is just trying to warm up with this MP9, pushing to B1, he said. And coincidentally, the TS are stacked in B2. Will he manage to farm some kills? Jiang Yang crept up to the B2 entrance, carefully timing his peek. As soon as he swung out, he saw 2 players aiming right at him. and a third covering B tunnel. Without hesitation, he backed off immediately. B2 has a lot of people. Even though he loved hunting for kills in ECO rounds, he wasn't reckless. The B1 stairway was a horrible position. Even against Glocks, he could easily get traded. So he retreated to a corner box at B1, dodging the headshot angle, and held his crosshair towards the stairway. Chase him. Seeing Jiang Yang fall back, the TS didn't want to let him go. In rounds like this, chances to catch solo CTs were rare. If they could eliminate him, they'd have a better shot at planting the bomb or creating an opening. But they didn't expect Jiang Yang's move to be a setup. He hadn't retreated. He had repositioned into an advantageous angle. As soon as the first T peaked the stairway, Jiang Yang's MP9 shredded through him. The T side had barely any utility, having only bought a single flashbang this round. With no way to counter, they started dropping like snowflakes in a blizzard. MP9 spraying down eco players. It doesn't get better than this. Even Xiu, trying to fire back with a full Glock mag, nearly one-tapped Jiang Yang. Luckily, Jiang Yang's last bullet went slightly left, headshotting Xiu before he could react. His main concern wasn't dying. He just didn't want the enemy to pick up his MP9. After emptying the clip, he switched to his pistol, attempting to reposition, but got traded out. Seeing 3 kill feeds pop up, his teammates cheered in voice chat. "Damn, you actually farmed them? Nice one, cousin." Jiang Yang grinned. "Now I can afford an AWP next round." MP9's kill reward was $600 per frag, meaning he had just earned $1,800. With the extra pistol round economy, he could buy full armor, an AWP, and even some utility in the next round. An instant power spike. Hearing Jiang Yang's cheerful tone, the older players in steel helmets couldn't help but smile. His enthusiasm reminded them of when they first started playing CS, back when they weren't old veterans yet. Maybe this kid really could bring some fresh energy to this team, MO thought. Meanwhile, the remaining T-side players, despite picking up the MP9, were still stuck in a 2v4. Unsurprisingly, they couldn't turn the round around. Steel helmets locked in the ECO round win. How does he still manage to play like this in an ECO round? I hear the ECO call. Do you even understand how powerful Cousin's talent is? Background music cue. Next round, AWP time, 2 cute dot. Solid first 2 rounds. Let's see how he does in the rifle rounds. While Jiang Yang's early game performance was surprisingly stable, everyone knew that rifle round are the real test. The first full buy round focused mostly on long A. Jiang Yang held mid with his AWP, took an early shot, then threw a couple of flashes before the round ended. DD and Xiaosage coordinated a flash and destroyed the T-side push on long A. It was clear that even retired pros still had solid fundamentals. Their opponents were strong, but Steel Helmet's experience gave them an edge. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang's AWP was quietly making an impact. The TS hadn't bought an AWP, so Jiang Yang was never forced into a direct sniper duel. But in mid-round fights, he consistently found 1 to 2 kills per round. Score, 7-0. Finally, B site was overrun, catching Steel Helmets off guard with a fast execute. The 3 surviving CTs had originally planned to retake long A, but the unexpected rush meant they were too far away to respond. They had to save their weapons. "That's on me. I missed my first shot, otherwise we could have held." Sudi blamed himself. Mo reassured him. "No worries, we're still in the lead." No one blamed Sudi. For the first 7 rounds, he had barely seen any action at B site. His hands were ice cold. Suddenly facing a fast rush, it wasn't surprising he got overwhelmed. That's just the life of a B site anchor. Finally getting their first round, 2 standard side in relief. "This round was a struggle, but at least we're back on the board," one of them muttered. 18YM encouraged. "Let's go. The 7:1 curse is here. We're starting the comeback." In CS, Go 7-1 is a famous curse score that has seen many legendary comebacks. Since they were still behind by a lot, they hoped to ride the momentum and close the gap. Xiu added that cousin of Ma Sisi isn't actually that good. "We just don't have an AWP, so he's getting too much space. Get an AWP and shut him down." 18YM nodded. I'll take a long this round. At round start, 18YM rushed toward the long, his teammates throwing flashes to support him. 18YM is bringing the AWP to long. Meanwhile, Steel Helmets is contesting the area with 2 players. DD threw a Molotov into long doors, preparing to push in a pit. But 18YM ran straight through the flames and landed an AWP shot. First blood. Just as DD was about to curse, another AWP shot rang out. Ma CC, I'll destroy you plus AWP 18YM. Great trade. Jiang Yang's lightning-fast reaction time completely nullified 18YM's advantage. SH*T. That trade was too fast, 18YM muttered. He had barely landed a shot before he was immediately counter-sniped. In spectator mode, Ma CC gasped. 2 standard lost long control, but rotated toward the short and B. They're playing this methodically, very European style. Meanwhile, Steel Helmets prepare to flash for a mid-push. Would it work? Flash lands, but MO misses his shot. Shausage gets 1, but trades out. The mid-push fails. 2 standard takes control. Along, AWP shot. 1 HP. 1 more at half HP. The rest are all stacked around Xbox. In a flash, what was a 4v4 clutch turned into a 2v4 nightmare. To make matters worse, Jiang Yang and Su Di were on opposite sides of the map, forcing them into 2 separate 1v4 situations. The voice chat went completely silent. Nobody saw a way out of this. Jiang Yang, however, was completely unfazed. After all, he spent so much time imprisoned in boss fights. Situations like this had become second nature to him. Casually bouncing his way toward a long, he set up his AWP, watching short for any pushes. Along was a classic AWPer's stronghold. As long as his positioning and timing were right, this was his stage to shine. The TS began using utility, dropping Molotovs and flashes to pressure short, which put Jiang Yang on high alert. Then, a T-side player swung wide, stepping right into Jiang Yang's crosshair placement. He didn't rush the shot. He waited until the opponent was dead center in his scope. Bang! Ma CC, I'll destroy you, Jiang Yang. AWP TB. The moment he landed the first kill, he shifted left slightly, repositioning his AWP onto the second angle of short. No one was there yet. He inched his scope right, carefully pre-aiming his next shot. Jiang Yang was still at full HP. As long as the next opponent wasn't an AWPer, he could tank a bullet to secure another frag. And just as he predicted, a second enemy stepped into his scope. His teammates in spectator mode hadn't even reacted yet, but Jiang Yang had already pulled the trigger. Bang! Ma CC, I'll destroy you plus MO. AWP headshot, Franc 19. Suddenly, a flashbang exploded. Jiang Yang's screen turned pure white, forcing him to retreat blindly. But his teammates, still in spawn, were suddenly filled with hope. Sudi, rotate now. 2v2 now, cousin, don't rush. Wait for Sudi, DD shouted in his broad accent. Jiang Yang didn't fully listen. As soon as his vision returned, he immediately tossed a flash high into the sky and peeked for info. His previous assumption had been correct. The first 2 enemies weren't AWPers, which made them easier to kill aggressively. But the last 2 players? Much higher chance they had snipers. The moment his flash popped, he swung. Through the blur of the enemy's flash, he saw a T-side rifler blindly, spraying in panic. Bang! Another clean kill. Last one's at short, his teammate called out excitedly. Not that he needed the reminder, because at that very moment, the last T-side player was already swinging out with an AWP to trade. But Jiang Yang was too fast. The enemy barely peeked before Jiang Yang dodged like a cat. Quick, precise, impossible to track. Yet now, he had no angle left to shoot from. Even Ma CC, commentating in spectator mode, suddenly raised his voice. Jiang Yang's AWP just took 3. Xiu tried to peek from short, but missed. Now the TS are the ones stuck in a 1v2. The bomb is dropped on short, and now Xiu is in a terrible position. They thought a site had only 1 sniper, but that 1 sniper just wiped out their entire push. Xiu had no choice. Staring down along, he inched towards Ninja's spot, hoping for an opportunity. He had to pray that the CTAWP wasn't watching him, or that they'd make a mistake. Suddenly, a shadow flickered into his view. Xiu instantly flicked his crosshair and fired his AWP on reflex. But his shot missed, and in that instant, his brain only registered one word. Wanla. Game over. Jiang Yang had just pulled off a jump rotate dodge, baiting Xiu into missing his shot. And then, bang, a final instant flick shot. What the hell did cousin just do? Did he just drop a full ace? Where did this aim come from? Silent the whole time, then suddenly wipes the entire team. Wait, when did this guy go 12-1? Even Ma CC was stunned. Holy sh*t. Was my cousin's AWP always this insane? And it's not just raw aim. He was constantly making the right reads, never giving them a clean chance to trade. Because he was family, Ma CC tried to be as unbiased as possible, but even he couldn't downplay what had just happened. Lightning-fast reflexes, smart and aggressive decision-making, pinpoint accuracy. He wasn't watching a rookie trying to prove himself. He was watching a future superstar. At that moment, Ma CC had a sudden realization. One day, his cousin would stand on the biggest stages of CS. Not just as a player, but as a legend. Back in 2 Standards voice chat, frustration filled the air. What the hell is with that kid's reaction time? I was literally trading him, but I couldn't even land a shot. How did he suddenly go from random new guy to top fragger? I don't even understand. He did AF * king jump spin bait? Who does that? Hearing the complaints, 18 YM sighed deeply. Memories of being obliterated by this kid in ranked games suddenly resurfaced. A sinking feeling hit him. This scrim was already lost. Look closely, this man is called Xiao Shuai. The man who had just finished a scrimmage gradually broke into a radiant smile. GG. Jiang Yang took off his headphones and heard Ma CC shouting excitedly. As the sniper rifle fired its last shot, the game ended. Let's congratulate Steel Helmets for securing the victory on Ancient Ruins. This means that today, Steel Helmets crushed 2 Standard with a decisive 3-0 sweep across 3 maps, achieving a flawless victory. As the coach of Steel Helmets, Ma CC's grin nearly reached his ears. The team's win was his glory too. Yang Yang delivered big time. This cousin is something else, bullying newbies in matchmaking, now even stomping in professional scrims. I'm dying. 2 Standard couldn't accept the first 2 losses and demanded a third game, only to get destroyed 3 times in a row. Before this, Steel Helmets and 2 Standard were pretty evenly matched. It mostly depended on map pools. But Xiao Jiang is truly a carry. So this is what 500 hours of a pro's worth looks like. And he's not even 18 yet. This is insane. His sniping has that Kenny's feel, fast and accurate. Forget Kenny's. Kenny himself has become just fast and fast now. In a live stream, fans were in awe. Meanwhile, in Steel Helmet's team voice channel, the players were elated. Though it was just a scrimmage, the CS scene in China was small. These streamer teams had been battling each other for a long time, and grudges had built up. Today, they smashed the opponent with a 3-0, leaving them utterly stunned. The team felt a satisfying sense of catharsis. The straightforward DD was the first to speak in the voice channel. Kid, you played amazing. Your sniping is miles ahead of Lu Kuz. The channel burst into laughter. In the third map, Ancient MO had attempted a double AWP strategy during 1 round. However, his sniper missed 4 consecutive shots in the clutch, much to everyone's amusement. Hearing this, MO's face darkened. Screw you guys. I'm not even a dedicated sniper. How is that a fair comparison? Normally, no one would make such a comparison. The problem was Jiang Yang's AWP accuracy was ridiculously high. When his sniper rifle fired, it almost always meant a kill. Even in crucial moments, he rarely missed. By the end of the match, whenever he had an AWP, the rest of the team would scramble to recover it for him. That's the sense of security Jiang Yang brought to them with his performance. At that moment, Ma CC joined the TS voice channel and asked, MO, how was today's performance? Mo replied instantly, amazing. Absolutely amazing. Finally, I know what it feels like to win effortlessly. Mo was increasingly fond of Jiang Yang. The young player was strong and also respected the in-game leader. Whenever Jiang Yang made risky decisions, he would proactively seek Mo's input. This was how the leader deserved to be treated. Mo had never seen such a beautiful opening to a game. Usually, the other players in the team acted on their own whims. Even when instructions were given, it took multiple shouts to get them to listen. Brother Xiao casually chimed in. Before the game, I was preparing to comfort the young man in case he didn't perform well. Who knew I'd just sit back and win? In today's match, Jiang Yang's sniper rifle essentially tipped the scales of victory. The players on 2 Standard had no answers for him at all. To be fair, 2 Standard wasn't individually strong, but their European-style system-oriented play left little information for the opposing team to exploit. This approach still exerted a lot of pressure. It was Jiang Yang's first encounter with this style. Normally, he should have struggled at first and gradually adapted later in the game. But it seemed Jiang Yang wasn't affected at all. He continued sniping decisively, still pulling off eco-clutch plays as needed. It didn't even feel like a scrimmage. It was as casual as a matchmaking game for him. At this moment, Ming reaching, the team's innate clip saint, reminded in the channel, the post-game stats are out. I've sent them to you. Ma CC raised his eyebrows and quickly pulled up the data chart from WeChat. The first thing he saw was the total stats across all 3 maps. Whoa, Yang Yang, you really racked up kills. At first glance, the ID at the top stood out boldly. ID, Ma CC Wading CNI, Ma CC, I will kill you. Kills, assists, deaths, 79/9/38. ADR, 127.1. Rating, 1.46. Oh boy, this cousin really came to destroy in this matchmaking game. I thought he was just a nepotism hire, but turns out he's the MVP. 1.46 rating. Who hired this smuff? 2 of the maps were stomps, and he still managed these numbers. Truly impressive. He even outfragged DD by 20 kills. This cousin's got real talent. Jiang Yang saw the stats himself and smiled happily. Not bad. The whole team was performing on Dust too, so we completely overwhelmed them. And Mirage is my signature map, so these numbers are pretty normal. It was his first official scrimmage, and Jiang Yang admitted he felt some pressure. After all, if he performed poorly, it would reflect badly on his cousin. So he had taken today's match seriously, and fortunately his form was on point, resulting in solid stats. The veterans in steel helmets could only sense the confidence in Jiang Yang's tone. But that was to be expected. What's youth without a bit of arrogance? Ma CC continued to scroll through the individual map stats and saw Jiang Yang consistently topping the charts, delivering exceptional results. When he reached the stats for the second map, he suddenly froze. QU, is this even human? Who carried this 0.18 rating anchor? Coming from QU's side, he got completely dismantled by Xiao Jiang. Stuck to his standard playstyle and kept dying over and over. He was so outplayed, he didn't even know what hit him. This is hilarious. Seeing these stats makes me feel like I could do better myself. QU's scrimmage performance was far from ideal. Before the match, he had made bold claims about giving Ma CC's cousin a lesson. But after just a few rounds, it seemed Xiu couldn't even remember his own name anymore. Is that kid really just a 500-hour player? Xiu asked in disbelief. No way steel helmets brought in a ringer. This doesn't make any sense. Let's hop into their cha and find out what's going on, he suggested. Hearing this, 18YM and the others followed him eagerly. They figured Xiu might be rambling out of frustration. After all, his mind had been blown by the 0.18 rating from the second map. Even though he performed slightly better on the third map, they still lost. Given the circumstances, QU's incoherence was understandable. Moreover, after this BO3 ended, the members of 2 Standard were genuinely curious about Ma CC's cousin. They wanted to meet this powerhouse who had thoroughly dismantled them. So, the entire 2 Standard team flooded into Steel Helmet's TS channel. The moment they joined, Xiu blurted out, Z man, Your substitute was way too strong. He completely wrecked us. It feels like this young guy's sniping is on par with my peak level back in the day. Hearing this, the Steel Helmets players couldn't hold back their reactions. Bro, are you seriously trying to hype yourself up? Back in the day, referred to Kyukyu's stint as a pro in CS Online, CSWell, where he did win a championship. However, in the realm of CS Go, his skills were far from competitive. Besides, if you scored a 0.18 rating today, shouldn't you know your place? 18YM cut in. Where's your cousin, Masisi? Is he really a 500-hour player? Jiang Yang responded, Yeah, I just passed 500 hours recently. This is just too demoralizing. 18YM sighed. Someone with only 500 hours of playtime had completely trounced their team of former pros, who had thousands of hours of experience. They had always considered themselves talented players among the average population. But after today's match, they realized how harsh the gap truly was. After venting his frustration, 18YM found a silver lining. Your cousin played exceptionally well. If he keeps improving, I think he could genuinely pursue a professional career. Masisi, your family might just save CNCS. On Mirage, I was so heated, but your cousin really impressed me. His gameplay was outstanding. For these veterans, losing wasn't something they enjoyed. However, losing to a talented young player felt somewhat comforting. After all, seeing fresh blood rise in the scene meant there was hope for the future. New players surpassing them was the key to China achieving success on the international stage. That said, they had to admit one thing. Jiang Yang had completely dominated on Mirage. During Steel Helmet's offensive rounds, Jiang Yang was like a bulldozer, smashing through two standards defenses. Whether it was being pre-aimed and picked, getting headshot despite firing first, or being instantly killed by a sniper, the ways they died were countless. 18YM admitted defeat, acknowledging that Jiang Yang was simply unstoppable on that map. After everyone in 2 Standard had sung their praises and left the channel, Mo muted his mic and spoke directly to Jiang Yang. Xiao Jiang, I gotta say, you were incredible today. Even we find it hard to play as well as you did. You've got more talent for CES than we expected. Jiang Yang responded with a humble mem. He was confident in his performance today, as the stats clearly reflected it. Thanks to the assistance from the boss dungeon system, Jiang Yang had already adapted to more complex environments. Playing in a scrimmage like this wasn't a big challenge. Mo continued. Let me just point out a few areas for improvement. First, your pistol rounds are a bit rushed. You often spray too much, which makes it hard to secure kills. Second, your rifle play could use some work. One-on-one duels are fine, but you lack the ability to chain kills. Maybe ask DD for tips. He's great with rifles. And third, your tactical experience is limited. Watch more pro match replays. Actually, start with Steel Helmet's own games to get familiar with our strategies. Jiang Yang listened quietly, absorbing the advice. After a moment of silence, Cece asked, Anything else? What else? Mo was confused. That's it. Mo exclaimed, equally surprised. You don't realize just how ridiculously talented your cousin is, do you? Most prodigies struggle with more fundamental issues. Jiang Yang's only problems are technical and experiential. There's not much we can even critique. Ma Cici took a sharp breath. It's really that crazy? Mo chuckled. Otherwise, why do you think 2 Standard got obliterated today? He was genuinely impressed by Jiang Yang's precision and decision-making during the scrimmage. Although Jiang Yang had some initial discomfort in the matchup, his adaptability was astonishing. His adjustments left Mo in awe. 2 Standard's formulaic strategies were simply ineffective against Jiang Yang. Speaking of which, Mo added after a pause, Jiang Yang, you'll need to come up with a player ID soon. I'm submitting the registration for the IM tournament lineup. Hearing this, Jiang Yang frowned deeply. Coming up with an ID was harder than he thought. Regarding the ID, Jiang Yang had been pondering for several nights, racking his brain for inspiration. Finally, he came up with one. Young. It meant young people, and coincidentally, it sounded like the yang in his name. The system had once told him that the 30-year-old old veteran, Jiang Yang, had spent his last days muddling through the professional stage before reluctantly retiring. This time, Jiang Yang wanted to make a name for himself on the professional stage while he was still young. This ID symbolized his determination to seize the opportunity, avoiding the same fate of retiring in obscurity. Jiang Yang took out his phone and called M.O. "Captain, I've decided on my ID. I'll go with Young." As he spoke, he sent the ID to M.O. over WeChat. M.O. nodded and said, "You're sure you won't change it? If not, I'll report to the league. You should also prepare yourself. In 2 days, we'll start the IM Fall Open qualifiers. But getting into the closed qualifiers shouldn't be much of a challenge for us." Every year, the number of teams registering for the major qualifiers in China was absurd, though many of them were just playing for fun. Even though Steel Helmets was a semi-professional team, they were known as the professional quality inspectors. Getting into the closed qualifiers was almost a guarantee for them. "How many slots does Asia get this year?" Jiang Yang asked, already quite familiar with CS Go tournaments. What was coming next was CS Geo's most prestigious tournament, the Major. If possible, he naturally hoped to go far. M.O. sighed. Only 1 slot for the entire Asia-Pacific region this year. Hopefully, Tyler will have some luck. But then Jiang Yang asked, "Why can't it be us?" M.O. was momentarily stunned, then chuckled. "I like your ambition. Gotta love that youthful energy. Steel Helmets is a semi-pro team. There's still a big gap between us and the pros. They practice tactics and strategies daily, while we're just relying on instinct. There's bound to be a difference." As Asia's third brother, in CS, Steel Helmets have played against Tyloo and VG plenty of times, basically never winning. So, he wasn't optimistic about their chances in the upcoming matches. "How will we know unless we try?" Jiang Yang was brimming with confidence. His recent performances in ranked games and scrims had significantly boosted his self-belief. He didn't think he was any worse than the professional players from Tyloo. And the beauty of CS Go was that anything could happen as long as the match wasn't over. With the matches yet to start, Jiang Yang refused to believe he'd lose. "All right, I'll be waiting for your performance then," M.O. replied with a laugh. "I'll get your ID submitted now. Talk later." Jiang Yang could sense M.O.'s nonchalant tone. He wasn't one to talk big. He preferred to prove himself with actions. But he disliked M.O.'s attitude of seemingly conceding defeat before even playing the match. Granted, the gap between pros and semi-pros was real, but you had to give it your best shot. Neither of them was wrong. It was just the difference in mindset between a young man and a retired veteran. Jiang Yang kept this feeling to himself and threw himself into daily aim training. M.O. didn't dwell on the matter either, but he took the time to teach Jiang Yang map strategies. Jiang Yang's exposure to CS had been short, and much of his gameplay was learned from ranked matches, requiring some adjustments. Jiang Yang diligently learned each day, though he didn't fully adopt M.O.'s game philosophy. When he believed he was right, he stuck to his perspective. He adapted and learned quickly, and his understanding of the game evolved fast. But game comprehension, like their differing mindsets, was subjective. Both wanted to win. With his wealth of experience, M.O. recognized the gap between Steel Helmets and professional teams, preparing for the worst so that even if they lost, the emotional blow wouldn't be as hard. Jiang Yang, brimming with youthful energy, couldn't accept defeat before even starting. He wanted to give his all so that, win or lose, he'd have no regrets. Their approaches weren't wrong, just different choices. Similarly, their game philosophies diverged. M.O.'s approach emphasized teamwork, stability, and reason. But Jiang Yang, from his ranked matches onward, was set to become a star player. He was destined to break conventions and make plays others couldn't understand. So, he absorbed and learned from M.O.'s strategies, but only selectively. After the map tutorial ended, Jiang Yang suddenly noticed familiar small text appearing before his eyes. Join a team and re-enter the professional scene. Task completed. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, old veteran. You've received the Twists gift pack. Congratulations, old veteran. You've received Hex Deck, Advanced Transformer. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sudden system task completion. He had thought joining Steel Helmets wouldn't count since it wasn't a fully professional team. But now, the system marked the task as complete. Then he heard Mo say, "Your ID has been submitted, and I used a photo from your WeChat moments for the avatar." That explained it. In the system's evaluation, Steel Helmets counted as a professional team. However, since Jiang Yang hadn't finalized his ID earlier, he technically hadn't joined the team yet. After all, it would have been impossible for Jiang Yang to use the ID Ma Sisi Wading CNI in a professional match. Imagine if, during the major, the top right corner of the screen displayed, Ma Sisi Wading CNI killed ZYWU with an AWP. Instead of praising him, the livestream chat would explode with Ma Sisi Wading CNI, accompanied by countless exclamation marks. That scene would have been too awkward. Jiang Yang couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Snapping back to reality, Jiang Yang opened his inventory. "Do you want to open the Twist gift pack?" "Yes." As the thought crossed his mind, the Twist gift pack was opened. "Congratulations, old veteran. You've unlocked Twist's rifle tapping technique." "Congratulations, old veteran. You've unlocked the skill Fresh Start." "Congratulations, old veteran. You've earned 2,233 comeback points." Jiang Yang knew about Twist's, a world-renowned headshot machine and one of the best rifle players. Twist's playstyle was both aesthetic and practical, favoring four-burst tapping over spraying or single-tap kills. This resonated with Jiang Yang, who realized that mastering this style could compensate for his current weaknesses in recoil control and efficiency. Next, he looked at his second reward. Skill, Fresh Start. Description: a new story begins with a fresh look. Changing your hairstyle slightly boosts confidence. Jiang Yang. Classic Twists gift pack. Still, Jiang Yang was already planning to change his hairstyle after his last barber ruined it. Lastly, he noticed the Hextech item. Hextech, Advanced Transformer. Description: transforms an existing Hextech into a higher quality Hextech. Transformation takes 168 hours, during which the original Hextech remains usable. Would you like to transform Hextech? Dungeon Boss. Jiang Yang took a deep breath. The temptation was real. This could lead to an even better Hextech. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and went for it. Yes. Transformation initiated. Time remaining, 167.9 hours. After officially creating his own ID, Jiang Yang changed his 5E ID as well. This disappointed the Steel Helmets in CSBOY's livestream, as they couldn't use his moments of brilliance to also mock Ma Sisi. Since joining the Steel Helmets, Jiang Yang's life had become remarkably structured. Every morning he would wake up, eat breakfast, and then start his daily warm-up to get his aim sharp. Afterward, he climbed the ranks on the 5E ladder, smuffing his way to top points while gradually getting into the zone. In the afternoons, he'd either watch a few POVs or review his previous day's gameplay, especially if he hadn't performed well, to make minor adjustments. When the old veterans of the Steel Helmets came online, they'd play scrimmages. Lately, though, most of their time was spent competing in qualifiers. The skill level of teams in these qualifiers was wildly inconsistent. Most were just bored college students. This had an unexpected effect. Jiang Yang's stats took a nosedive. As a sniper, he couldn't snag enough kills. Realizing this, he adapted by switching to rifles during low-pressure matches. He also focused on practicing 3-round bursts while climbing the ladder, and it was starting to pay off. This temporarily masked his weakness with rifles. In the end, thanks to the Steel Helmets' collective effort, they easily qualified for the closed qualifiers. The Asian RMR was unique. Tyloo and VG had direct invitations, while Steel Helmets and 7 other teams competed for 2 spots. Although reaching the closed qualifiers was already the old veterans' goal, their competitive drive as former pros burned strong. As long as they weren't eliminated, they wanted to push further and aim for the RMR itself. Today was the first official match of the closed qualifiers, and the Steel Helmets were visibly nervous. Their opponents were New Happy, a legitimate domestic pro team. The old veterans brought their A-game. Ma Sisi noticed that his usually calm cousin was acting nervous. Before the match, Jiang Yang was grinding ladder games with an MP9, acting like he was in Special Forces mode. Perhaps this helped ease his nerves. After watching Jiang Yang finish his last match smoothly, Ma Sisi approached him and reassured him. Relax. Just play like you do in practice. Don't get too worked up. Jiang Yang turned and blinked. I'm not nervous. I'm just grinding the ladder to get my aim warmed up. Why would I be nervous? Seeing Jiang Yang stubbornly insist he wasn't tense, Ma Sisi said no more, worried that pushing it might backfire and make him overthink. In truth, Jiang Yang really wasn't nervous. He was casually grinding skill proficiency. As he glanced at his updated skill, ECO clutch technique advanced. Progress, 12 tenths, 000. Effect. If you hear the sound of enemy pistols, your damage output increases significantly. At first glance, nothing seemed to have changed. But on closer inspection, Jiang Yang noticed the difference. Good grief. Hearing enemy pistol sounds would now boost his damage? This essentially categorized enemy pistol rounds as ECOs. Flashes of ECO rounds surfaced in Jiang Yang's mind, and this skill upgrade sparked inspiration. The skill boost didn't mean Jiang Yang's pistol performance suddenly improved, but it gave him an idea. Though he wasn't great with the USP, what if he treated enemy pistol rounds as ECO opportunities? Could dual pistols replace the MP9 instead? After all, dual pistols had decent damage output, and unlike the USP's firing rhythm, dual pistols just needed fast trigger pulls to dish out the necessary damage. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed plausible. With this, Jiang Yang eagerly glanced at the clock in the bottom right corner of his screen, itching for the match to start. His hands were practically trembling in anticipation. In the new happy training room, the players were also preparing for the match. A young player practicing flicks on a training map turned and asked, "Who are we playing today?" Due to timing, the matchups were only announced this morning, so the player, JE, didn't know their opponent. New Happy's coach responded, "We're up against Steel Helmets first, the streamer team under Ma Sisi." Nice. Easy win for round one. JE grinned. Being an avid internet surfer, JE knew about the streamer team. While it included former Tyla members, their skills had declined significantly. It was a battle of amateurs in his eyes. To JE, this first round of the closed qualifiers was already in the bag. The coach cautioned, "Don't underestimate them. Ma Sisi's cousin is pretty strong. The kid's talent is insane." As a coach for a domestic pro team, the standout Jiang Yang had already caught his eye with his talent and popularity. After watching a few of Jiang Yang's recent matches, the coach was impressed. Though Jiang Yang's pistol and rifle multi-kill ability wasn't top tier, his sniping was phenomenal, consistent and lightning fast, reminiscent of Kenny's in his prime. The coach even planned to contact Ma Sisi after the RMR to see if Jiang Yang would consider a tryout. JE, however, shrugged it off. Sure, he lost to Jiang Yang on the ladder before, but ladder games and professional matches were two entirely different beasts. Being good on the ladder didn't guarantee success in pro play. Match time arrived, and both teams entered the server to start the map veto process. The closed qualifiers used a BO1 format, except for the finals. After 2 rounds of vetoes, the map was set, Desert 2. Following the knife round, DDE proved to be much better than his brother, shedding his nickname as the Maoming Sharpener and winning the knife fight. Steel Helmets chose to start on the defensive side. As the warm-up countdown ticked down, the Steel Helmets rallied on comms. Let's go, brothers. Don't be nervous, little bro. Just play like you normally do." The pistol round began. MO, acting as IGL, laid out the strategy. For this pistol round, we'll play a setup biased toward B. I'll buy a kit and flash for retakes. You guys stay safe on A. Before MO could finish, Jiang Yang interrupted. "Captain, can you drop me dual pistols?" "How do you want to play it?" MO asked. Please, Jiang Yang was finally communicating more openly. Jiang Yang's previous obedient behavior had made him harder to read. "If we're stacking B, boost me onto the boxes at the site. If they hit B, I'll catch the bomb carrier by surprise." Mo thought for a moment. That works. I'll boost you. A-site team, stay alive, fall back if you see anyone. The 20-second prep phase flew by. Jiang Yang grabbed the dual pistols and sprinted toward B. Once at the site, Mo boosted Jiang Yang onto the boxes, a sneaky position often overlooked. As Jiang Yang settled in, Su D be short called out, "Utilities coming B." "They're here." Mo fired from B2's balcony to draw attention, while Su D fired at the first T who peeked. Despite unloading half a magazine, Su D was headshot and left with a sliver of health. "They're dropping into sight. I'm falling back to be short," Su D shouted. Hearing this, DD and Xiao Sa urgently called over comms. "Hold B as long as you can. We're rotating." Be short. Su D got headshot, and Mo at the balcony took a bullet too. These new happy kids are sharpshooters. With two teammates severely injured, Ma Cici grew anxious. "If my cousin can hold with the dualies, we've got a chance." "That position is sneaky." Jiang Yang remained calm atop the sight box, gathering intel. The first kill soon came, with Su D being finished off. Jiang Yang spotted two TS entering the site, one carrying the bomb, their backs turned to him. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yang unleashed his dual pistols. Rat-a-tat-tat. Young with dual Berettas headshot Daniel. Young with dual Berettas killed Navigo. Box position. The TS called out in New Happy's comms as they turned their focus on Jiang Yang. Bullets grazed Jiang Yang as he quickly pinpointed their locations and fired back. The dual pistols proved highly effective in close range without the need for precise counter-strafing. Jiang Yang jiggled on the box, dodging while raining down bullets. The T below white car tried to finish him off but got melted, and the T on B2's balcony is still trading shots, but dual pistols have way more ammo than you'd think. Jiang Yang's absolutely popping off with the dualies. Ma Cici exclaimed, excitement barely contained. Like lightning-fast positioning, the TS are getting shredded. Only the bomb carrier was left, but the steel helmets had already arrived to clean up. Xiao Sa locked down the final T from B2, and the pistol round was secured. Jiang Yang's quad kill with the dual pistols clinched the round, setting the tone for the match. "Nice one, Xiao Yang." As soon as the pistol round ended, brother Xiao Sa praised him over voice chat. "Xiao Yang," Jiang Yang asked, puzzled. Brother Xiao Sa explained, "Your ID sounds like Yang, doesn't it?" DD chimed in. "Bro, the dual pistols were on fire. I was just watching the kill feed light up. You took them all down." It really was surprising. Jiang Yang's pistol skills were usually below average compared to theirs, but in this round, he scored an impressive quad kill. It was a brilliant performance. "Yeah, just standard procedure," Jiang Yang joked, lightening the mood. "Have you guys ever heard of the national standard Marco Polo?" Ma Cici, who was commentating on the match nearby, heard Jiang Yang's excited exclamation. "National standard Marco Polo, baby." The livestream audience couldn't help but feel amused by his words. Holy sh***, a farming simulator? Is his kid playing attack speed builds now? I think I get it now. Dual pistols in his hands are like hair dryers. Cousin is showing off again. What? Are pistol rounds ECO now? The terrifying ECO king has arrived. Watching the stream, viewers joined in on the banter while cheering for the steel helmets, who'd started strong. They hoped the team would continue their good momentum. After the pistol round ended, on Mo's suggestion, Jiang Yang swapped weapons with Brother Xiao Sa. Brother Xiao Sa handed him an A1, while Jiang Yang gave him a hairdryer, SMG. This was to save up for a sniper rifle in the next rifle round. Over the past few training matches, the Steel Helmets members had come to appreciate Jiang Yang's sniper skills and were confident in his ability with an AWP. As the countdown ended, Jiang Yang moved to the VIP spot to hold an angle. Thanks to their decisive pistol round win, the attacking side had no economy for this round, meaning they'd likely play a pure ECO. New Happy is broke. Only G bought an unarmored Desert Eagle. The rest are grouping at the T-spawn entrance. Looks like they're planning to rush mid for trades. Mid is being double held. They're ready to crossfire anyone who pushes. Jiang Yang is holding VIP, Brother Xiaosa is watching lower tunnels, and a mid-crossfire is in play. From VIP, Jiang Yang noticed someone charging out. Acting on instinct, he immediately swung his crosshair toward the target. Bang, bang, bang. Yang used M4A1 to headshot Daniel. The moment Jiang Yang got the kill, he realized the enemy's plan. A pure ECO aiming to trade for better weapons. He quickly adjusted his position to avoid getting overwhelmed and called out in voice chat. Whoa! He snagged one, then another. Brother Xiaosa followed up with a trade, and DD's flashbang blinded mid completely. Jiang Yang swapped to his pistol to finish off the last opponent at mid, securing another quad kill and maintaining his hot streak. That's it. Solid ECO round, no upsets. Ma CC clenched his fist in excitement. The closed qualifier was a BO1 single elimination format, meaning every round on Dust 2 was critical. With an 8-0 perfect start, Jiang Yang was clearly in great form, setting the tone for the match. Pause already? Jiang Yang asked, surprised. It was only the third round. Mo explained, they probably think we're off to too strong a start and want to cool our momentum. Though an understandable tactic, it was undeniably annoying. Jiang Yang absent-mindedly rubbed his mouse on the pad. Mo evaluated their weapon setup and suggested, Xiao Yang, toss your M4 to Xiaosa and get yourself a sniper rifle. Sticking with an SMG during a rifle round puts you at a huge disadvantage. Despite being retired pros, the habits and rationality of a professional player still lingered in the Steel Helmet squad. Jiang Yang followed instructions and then suggested, I'll head straight to A2. His position was closest to A2, allowing him to exploit the angle with a timing play. When the countdown ended, Jiang Yang made his way to A site, using a quick rotation jump technique to get on A2 and scoped in to hold the angle. The TS are moving quickly, rushing mid for control. Meanwhile, the CT sniper has set up on A2. But the TS are cautious around A2, avoiding early engagement. Judging by their positioning, New Happy seems to be planning a B-site split through B short. Mid-pressure continues. Su D from B short narrowly dodges the flashbang as he peeks out. Can he get the kill? But he misses. He gets taken down instead. Seeing Su D fall, Brother Xiaosa quickly smoked the archway to delay the push. Jiang Yang stayed calm, continuing to hold the A2 angle with his sniper rifle while DD covered him from A short to prevent a flank. Jiang Yang advanced cautiously into A2 to clear it, hoping to free up A site for defense. However, the opposing player holding A2 retreated as soon as Jiang Yang caught a glimpse of him. Jiang Yang fired a quick shot, but missed. Watch B site. They might not be targeting A, Jiang Yang warned. The guy at A2 is playing too passively. It feels like he's just holding back. Pro matches aren't like ranked games. Players don't make random decisions. This guy was clearly the lurker. Hearing Jiang Yang's assessment, DD said, I'll rotate from CT. Hold them off at B for now. Unfortunately, DD was too eager. By the time he rotated, the TS had already breached B short, killing him with a coordinated crossfire. G plus Super God used AK-47 to kill DD. Jiang Yang's call was correct, but the outcome was unfortunate. New Happy knows there's still a sniper on A site, so they're committing to B. The TS push aggressively into B short, but Lu Ku holds strong. He sprays down one, and G can't follow up. Mo immediately smokes to buy time, waiting for his teammates to assist. Ma Sisi narrated. But New Happy seems to have shifted plans. They're rotating to A site instead. Jiang Yang is still holding A2, and Xiaosa, sensing something's wrong, is rotating back to CT. The tide is turning again. With no intel on the enemy's exact position, Jiang Yang stayed on A2, watching silently like a guardian spirit. Brother Xiaosa had reached CT and called out, I hear footsteps near the boost platform. They're going for A. DD chimed in, Xiao Yang, stay on A2 and don't rush. Let Xiaosa make the first move. But Jiang Yang didn't completely listen. When he heard the flashbang pop, he peeked out with his sniper rifle, ready to react. Jiang Yang's pre-aim on Dust 2 was incredibly polished. The moment he peeked, the T on the boost platform appeared in his crosshair. Bang! Yang used AWP plus G's flashbang to headshot Super God. Meanwhile, Xiaosa, holding from CT at the ROP spot, killed another T attempting to check the angle. However, after getting the kill, he swung wide and was immediately traded by a T holding the platform from below. One low on a boost. Xiaosa called out. Jiang Yang stayed calm, holding his sniper's scope at the platform, waiting for the enemy to peek. But the T refused to duel, instead opting to plant the bomb on site. MO returned from B short and sprayed at the planter, but missed. The enemy repositioned, setting up for a post-plant. One in jungle and one behind long box. DD updated Jiang Yang. Taking advantage of his teammates' pressure, Jiang Yang peeked out from A2 again. Initially, he aimed to kill the bomb planter, but quickly shifted his focus when he spotted AT in jungle. Bang! Young plus Xiaosage used AWP to kill G. Whoa! What was that shot? Ma Sisi exclaimed. From the spectator view, they could see Jiang Yang initially aiming for the planter. But the moment he caught a glimpse of the jungle player, he snapped his aim and landed the shot. 2v1 now. Ma Sisi clenched his fists. The last T is betting on A2 staying quiet while he moves to CT. It's fine to let him plant. The 2v1 gives them the advantage. The final T planted the bomb and rotated to CT for a one-on-one duel. Jiang Yang remained composed, waiting for MO to reach Arch before moving. MO flashed CT, allowing Jiang Yang to peek and eliminate the final T as he attempted to re-peek. Got him! Clutch Xiaoyang! The team chat exploded with cheers as they celebrated the hard-fought win. Ma Sisi exhaled a deep breath in the livestream. Jiang Yang was absolutely critical there. His play on A2 was flawless. The shot on jungle broke the stalemate. Before that, jungle was locking down their retake, but Jiang Yang blew it wide open. My cousin's in great form today. 11 kills already? The livestream viewers noticed too. Despite only 3 rounds being played, Jiang Yang's score had reached a terrifying 11-0, averaging nearly 4 kills per round. Cousin is carrying hard today. Unexpected MVP. Will he single-handedly crush this pro team today? I said it. Steel helmets are Asia's 3rd best, only behind VG and Tyloo. They're rising today. The chat buzzed with excitement as the match continued. Despite saving for rifles, New Happy lost the round, leaving their economy in shambles. But instead of conceding, they opted for a risky force buy. This time, Jiang Yang opened with a pick at Arch, but was later traded after being too aggressive. G grabbed his AWP and used it to secure New Happy's first point. As the match progressed, New Happy's players started finding their rhythm, leveraging their youth and superior mechanics to challenge the steel helmets. But Jiang Yang's consistent sniper dominance kept tipping the scales. G, the enemy team's primary AWPer, struggled against him, losing multiple head-to-head duels. By halftime, the scoreboard read 10-5 in favor of the steel helmets. Turn down the AC a bit. It's getting hot in here. The New Happy coach glanced up at the controls. 16 degrees Celsius, maximum power, full blast. It couldn't get any colder. He knew JE wasn't lying, though. The sweat dripping down his forehead proved it. JE took a few deep breaths, struggling to calm his nerves. He opened the scoreboard and checked. That guy on the other team, someone his own age, had already racked up a staggering 24/4/6 stat line in just the first half of 15 rounds. JE wiped the sweat off his brow. Dude, weren't you trash just a few days ago during the qualifiers? How come you're going supernova just because we're playing you? 24 kills, 4 assists, and 6 deaths. That kind of insane stat line would already count as a carry performance for an entire match. But this was just the first half. Was this for real? As the match moved into the second half pistol round, JE's teammate on B site was the first to take down Young. Finally, JE could breathe a sigh of relief. When they won the pistol round, JE couldn't hold back and yelled excitedly in the training room, "Nice! Don't give them any chances, claw back the points." As long as we can hold off their top fragger, the rest of their team is easy to handle. No one could blame him for getting so worked up. The ID Young on the opposing team had been intimidating them all game. And with this being a BO1 best-of-1 match, losing meant an immediate exit. If they lost to top-tier teams like Tyloo or VG, it wouldn't be so bad. But to lose against Steel Helmets, a team of streamers? That would be absolutely humiliating. Unlucky, unlucky. I should have just jumped down there. The Steel Helmets team comms were full of self-reassurance. Their teamwork had some glaring flaws. Under pressure, their coordination often broke down, leading to frequent mistakes. Now that they'd lost the pistol round in the second half, momentum seemed to be swinging toward New Happy, and the Steel Helmets were feeling the heat. Fortunately, they managed to plant the bomb, which kept their economy in decent shape. Let's force buy and try a strat, Mo suggested. We'll hit sewer and mid at the same time on the second timing, then execute the VIP and archway strat. This was a modified tactic inspired by an old play from Team A, focusing on map control and synchronized timing. Perfect for a group of experienced veterans like them. This round was more of a test run to look for opportunities. If they could turn the game around, great. As the countdown ended, Jiang Yang followed the plan. He bought half armor, a Desert Eagle, and a smoke grenade, saving the rest of his money for a sniper rifle in the rifle round. At T-spawn, he stayed behind cover, watching out for enemy aggression. Meanwhile, DD and Su D steadily advanced through sewer, moving toward the area beneath VIP. Seeing this, Mo gave the order. Sync up at T-spawn and mid. Clear mid first. The moment they synchronized, gunfire erupted from archway. But the CT players' aim wasn't great. Not a single kill with an entire magazine. Instead, DD landed a clean headshot with his Tech 9. Archway's low HP, he called, rushing forward. Su D, who always claimed to be as calm as a bull, followed up without hesitation to finish off the enemy. Seeing the situation unfold, Jiang Yang moved into B short, covering the VIP area. But just as gunfire erupted in archway, Jiang Yang sensed something was wrong. There's another player hiding close in archway. Su D added, that guy's half HP. Hearing this, Jiang Yang immediately instructed, cover me from VIP, before pushing forward and pre-aiming archway. As the enemy moved, they weren't in his crosshair, but Jiang Yang quickly crouched and fired his Desert Eagle. Bang! Young plus Karsa killed Daniel with a Desert Eagle. Nice shot, Mo praised. I'll smoke archway, you can grab the gun. As Mo's words echoed, good news came from another spot. At L position, Xiao Sa took out a CT, trying to peek B short. Nice shot. It's 3v3 now. One of them is low HP. DD reminded everyone in comms. It was clear that New Happy's young players were getting impatient, always peeking for kills, but without Jiang Yang's calculated approach. Their mistake gave Steel Helmets a window of opportunity. Jiang Yang quickly threw a smoke into VIP, planning to retrieve the gun from B short. But under the strict training of Dungeon Boss, Jiang Yang had developed strong discipline. He knew that rushing in without waiting for the smoke to fully deploy would be a death sentence. In VIP, JE heard the sound of the smoke grenade and immediately pushed out, trying to catch the timing. But as he stepped out, he saw Jiang Yang holding a Desert Eagle aimed straight at him. Bang! Young killed JE with a Desert Eagle headshot. In the training room, JE wore an expression of pure frustration, unable to understand why Jiang Yang had been holding that angle at that exact moment. Now that he was dead, the CT side was at a numerical disadvantage. Could they really lose this game? JE's unease grew. Meanwhile, in CSBOY's live stream, Mas Sisi shouted excitedly, Cousin just killed another one with his Desert Eagle. Now, they have the numbers advantage. If they don't rush, they can reorganize, and Mo's top-tier calling will carry them. But Mo, can you deliver? Mo delivers. He groups up the team and decides to rotate back through A2 for a coordinated push. New Happy, on the other hand, splits up their defense. Such a rookie move at this critical moment. The low HP CT and CT base gets instantly deleted by Mo, and they easily secure the bomb site. This round is theirs. New Happy's remaining CTs hesitated in B site, realizing they couldn't retake. As the C4 exploded on A site, the score shifted to 11-6. The chat in CSBOY's live stream erupted. Looks like they've stabilized in the second half. Are they really going to pull off a comeback? Don't jinx it. Steel Helmets is still a clown team, with Steel Helmets winning the second round of the second half. New Happy's economy was shattered. Forced buys weren't enough to stop Steel Helmets' momentum. By the time the game entered rifle rounds, Steel Helmets was on a roll. Jiang Yang, DD, and Xiao Sa all stepped up, picking off New Happy players. Before they knew it, the score was 15-9. One more round, and Steel Helmets would advance to the next stage. New Happy's mental state was teetering on the edge. At that moment, Jiang Yang heard DD say, "Captain, call timeout. I need a smoke to calm my nerves." "Call 2. I need to hit the restroom," Su D added. "No kidding. I've had a cigarette sitting between my fingers for 2 minutes, but I've been too busy to light it." Jiang Yang. Sensing Jiang Yang's silence, DD laughed and said, "We might as well mess with the other side a bit. They called so many timeouts in the first half. Love timeouts, do they? Let's give them some." Mo chimed in, "It's fine. Let's take this chance to catch our breath. It's been a while since we've had such intense matches, so let's all rest a little." This tactic left New Happy completely bewildered. Steel Helmets was already on match point, putting immense pressure on New Happy. Now Steel Helmets called a timeout out of nowhere. New Happy thought they were plotting some top-tier strategy, which put them even more on edge. When the timeout ended, Jiang Yang considered his options and grabbed an AK-47. "All right, guys, time to show off my A-long pre-aiming skills." Mo thought for a moment and said, "I'll smoke VIP right away. Su D, apply some pressure in mid while we push A site together." Su D responded, "Got it. I'll make them feel like an army is charging down mid." Jiang Yang joked, "Switch to manual." The team burst into laughter. As the countdown ended, Jiang Yang pushed forward to A-long, planning to seize the first opportunity to make a play. When he peeked out, he noticed that the CTs hadn't thrown a Molotov at A-long. Instead, he saw a smoke grenade flying toward A2. Judging by the trajectory, it was clearly thrown from behind long box. Targeting reward +25 flashed on his screen. Jiang Yang immediately called out in comms, "Don't flash behind me." "I found an amazing timing." Just as he said that, he saw a Molotov coming his way from long box. However, it exploded mid-air, failing to land properly. Jiang Yang's eyes widened. His breathing quickened with excitement. This mistake gave him an even bolder idea. If the same CT player threw both the smoke for A2 and the Molotov, that likely meant the other defender on A side had no utility left, or was a solo defense on A side. CS:GO isn't just about aim. It's also a game of information and mind games. The site's probably being solo defended. That guy's at long box. DD, cover me. I'm pushing archway, Jiang Yang announced. If he could eliminate 2 players quickly, this round was as good as won. Mo understood Jiang Yang's plan instantly and said, "Once you start engaging, we'll throw utility from the backline. But you've got 10 seconds max. Any longer, and their rotations will ruin the timing." Jiang Yang nodded silently, and, with DD covering him, Crab walked forward, pre-aiming each potential angle. In the spectator view, Ma Sisi felt goosebumps rise. This kid had guts. But in CS:GO, fortune often favors the bold. Cousin is still showing off his pre-aiming skills. Look at this. The VIP player just missed the perfect timing. The precision here is insane. Cousin, was this part of your master plan? Finally, the CT behind long box peeked out for information, only to be instantly headshot by DD. "Long box down," Mo announced. Hearing this, the defenders started rotating toward A1 to reinforce the site. But just as the CT at Archway turned to reposition, he found himself staring down the barrel of Jiang Yang's AK-47. Bang! Young killed Navigo with an AK-47 headshot. Long box is clear. Navigo yelled in confusion over New Happy's comms. How had the enemy already reached long box when they just reported A1 was breached? Was the enemy a teleporting ninja? Jiang Yang wasn't done. His teammates' utility grenades flew in as he darted into CT spawn, capitalizing on the confusion. Pre-aiming again, he spotted a CT crouched at the VIP entrance, carefully aiming his gun. But the CT underestimated Jiang Yang's speed. Bang! Yang killed JE with an AK-47 headshot. The instant Jiang Yang landed the kill, he shouted in excitement, "Guys, plant the bomb. I'm pre-aiming so hard, it's crazy." 3 consecutive kills had the Steel Helmet's comms buzzing with energy. The team rushed to plant the bomb on A site, while everyone reminded each other to stay disciplined since they were already on match point. New Happy's last 2 players tried to mount a retake, but they had no teammates, no numbers advantage, no defuse kit, and no utility. They had nothing. In the end, Su D silently flanked through mid to archway, catching both remaining CTs off guard and killing them from behind. The final score on Dust 2 was 16-9. Steel Helmets, a team of streamers, had defeated the professional squad New Happy. And with that victory, Jiang Yang celebrated his first professional win. Nice! Brothers, that was insane. Holy sh*T, we actually won. Xiaoyang played so well. Grab a smoke and calm down. Damn, we really pulled it off. At the moment the match ended, the comms were flooded with the ecstatic voices of the old veterans. Jiang Yang was just as excited, shouting along with them for a while. Even though this wasn't his first time playing with Steel Helmets, this was still Jiang Yang's first official professional match. Sure, he played qualifiers before, but most of those teams were just university students with no real fighting power. Today's opponents, however, were a real deal, a registered professional team on HLTV. And since losing just 1 match meant elimination, the pressure on them had been immense. Now Jiang Yang felt completely enveloped in euphoria. Soon, Ma Sisi joined the voice chat, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Incredible job, guys! You did it!" Xiaoyang was absolutely insane. "This guy's a true clutch king," Brother Xiaosao praised. Every time things looked hopeless, he came through. Didi, however, chimed in, somewhat slurred, "Well, let's be real here. Xiaoyang's been carrying even in smooth games, hasn't he? We straight up just got carried today, didn't we?" Even though it's not uncommon to carry a team to victory, hearing compliments like these from his veteran teammates still made Jiang Yang a little proud. "You guys played great too," Jiang Yang replied, his voice steady but cheerful. This match really had no weak links among the Steel Helmets players. Their firepower and communication had been on point. The biggest issue with Steel Helmets was that they played too much matchmaking. Everyone was a bit reckless, and their discipline wasn't exactly top tier. But maybe because Jiang Yang had been sharpened by the dungeon boss, his expectations for teammates weren't that high. In the dungeon boss system, the other 4 players were practically bots. Yet today, the Steel Helmets held their ground in most situations, even pushing favorable positions on multiple occasions. It was almost too good to be true. Jiang Yang felt like cheering and celebrating his heart out. And Mo was just as thrilled. Even though he'd retired to become a commentator, retired pros like him still crave the thrill of competition. The original purpose of forming Steel Helmets had been to enter those streamer-only tournaments. But as they kept playing, they realized streamer-level matches no longer satisfied them. They naturally wanted to compete in higher-level tournaments. The problem was, as old veterans, they were always just a step behind when facing active pros. Even Mo hadn't expected Jiang Yang's addition to bring such a massive improvement. Steel Helmets had long lacked a strong sniper. Before Jiang Yang, Mo had to pick up the sniper rifle as the in-game leader, and they'd only buy one when absolutely necessary. Jiang Yang's arrival elevated their team's firepower and overall capability. His consistent AWP kills, his ability to clutch during tight situations, and his dominance in anti-ECO rounds relieved a significant amount of pressure off Mo's shoulders and freed up DD, the former top breakthrough player in Asia, to play his role to the fullest. What impressed Mo the most was Jiang Yang's composure. Despite being a newcomer, there were moments when Jiang Yang seemed more professional than the veterans. His playstyle was aggressive yet calculated, rarely making the kind of brain-dead moves that would make a spectator want to tear their hair out. Take today's opponents, New Happy, for instance. While they were a professional team, they occasionally took unnecessary duels that even left MO, as their opponent, shaking his head in disbelief. Jiang Yang, also a 16-year-old prodigy, was worlds apart from the New Happy players in this regard. He was practically the perfect rookie. In MO's mind, Jiang Yang's talent deserved to be bumped up another tier. After this match, Jiang Yang's resume was due for an update. Jiang Yang, 16-year-old prodigy sniper. Achievements: led Steel Helmets to defeat New Happy. MO couldn't help but shout, "Everyone played great today. Props to you all for staying so calm under pressure." Then, he added with a grin, "Special shout out to my cousin. You were a god on Mirage today. Let's keep up the momentum." Ma Cici jumped in, adding, "I've got to say, Jiang Yang was seriously solid. Watching from the god's eye view, he was the calmest one out there. Meanwhile, the rest of you were playing like maniacs." Ma Cici's playful tone lightened the mood, and the group burst into noisy banter. Suddenly, Su Di let out a startled exclamation. "This cousin is seriously cracked. I'm tearing up just looking at these stats." That was when the rest of the team finally glanced at the post-match data. With just one look, Ma Cici's eyes widened. "What? ID Young. K/A/D. April 7th, 32. Survival rate, 92%. ADR, 162.1. Rating, 2.21. Holy sh*T. These stats are insane, duh. Excuse me, how much? Did we just witness the new ruler of Mirage? Now I see why New Happy looks so bad. You farmed them like bots. 4+K/D ratio, are you kidding me? 162 ADR. See, a standard worldwide may have dropped tenfold, but I haven't dot. Ma Cici turned to Jiang Yang, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Did you really put up these numbers?" Jiang Yang shrugged casually. "Who else? But it doesn't make sense. Our family's genes shouldn't be this overpowered." "How are you this good?" Ma Cici exclaimed. MO chimed in with a laugh. "His ADR and rating are higher than your height, Ma Cici." Ma Cici's face darkened. "Low blow, man. Some things just shouldn't be said out loud." Still, after taking a closer look at the stats, Ma Cici fired back. "You want to talk? On defense, my cousin got more kills than the four of you combined. What were you all even doing?" The Steel Helmets members were genuinely shocked. In the match, they'd all felt that Jiang Yang was the team's rock, but they hadn't paid attention to how many kills he'd racked up. Now, looking at the numbers, they realized he'd been absolutely demolishing. Sure, some of those kills came from lurking as a special forces operative, but even then, it took skill to execute cleanly. Jiang Yang responded modestly, "This map's my strongest. I probably won't perform this well on other maps. Don't sell yourself short." "That was an amazing performance," brother Xiaosao praised. "Keep it up tomorrow. Now, go make your brother treat you to a late-night snack. I'm logging off to rest." Hearing that, the rest of the Steel Helmets members suddenly realized their own fatigue. Satisfied with their victory, they logged off one by one. Thanks to Steel Helmet's big win and Jiang Yang's stellar performance, the CSBOY stream was flooded with gifts. Fortunately, Jiang Yang was no longer the stream assistant, so he didn't need to stick around thanking donors. Instead, he downloaded the match replay for a brief review. More than reviewing, though, he just wanted to admire his own god-tier stats. After all, a 2.21 rating is no joke. These days, even a 1.3 rating is considered MVP level. A 2.21 rating? That's practically carrying two people's worth of stats. Jiang Yang was beyond proud. Still, as he rewatched, he noticed areas where he could have played even better, even in rounds they'd won. This realization doused Jiang Yang's swelling ego, and he began reviewing the match seriously. True love for CS and the pursuit of perfection would always accompany his journey. When the review was over, Jiang Yang noticed that his Hextech Advanced Transmuter only had 2 hours of active time left. Excitement mixed with unease brewed in his heart. What would happen to the dungeon boss? Hextech Dungeon Boss, currently transforming, remaining time, 0.1 hours. As Jiang Yang anxiously waited, the countdown finally ended. He noticed that the Hex deck dungeon boss had disappeared. In its place, an unfamiliar item appeared in his personal inventory. Hex deck. Choose your opponent. Description: in this Hex deck instance, you could select your opponent. By spending a certain amount of comeback points as an entry fee, you can engage in simulated matches. P.S. Please adjust the difficulty to suit yourself. Enter Hex deck. Choose your opponent. Jiang Yang wouldn't be surprised by any type of Hex deck scenario at this point. However, the ability to directly choose his opponents felt incredibly practical. After all, he still had no idea what his actual skill level was. The system ranked him as amateur level 3, which was only average among professionals. Yet, despite this modest rank, he had completely obliterated New Happy, treating them like fish in a barrel. This baffled even Jiang Yang himself. In his heart, he had a theory. The system's rankings might be based on the standard from his 30-year-old self's era. In CS, the skill level of professional players had consistently improved over time. In 2021, an average pro might dominate players from a decade ago with ease. So, it's logical that the CS scene 14 years into the future would be significantly more advanced. Given his amateur level 3 rank, it wasn't unreasonable that he could beat New Happy. With this thought, Jiang Yang's confidence surged. And now this Hex deck instance. If he could really pick some top-tier opponents, he could finally determine where he stood. Enter Hex deck. Choose your opponent. Yes. With a single thought, Jiang Yang confirmed. The scene in front of him shattered, and suddenly he found himself seated in front of a computer. This time, the surroundings weren't obscured by fog, but instead placed him on a massive stage. What greeted his eyes was a sea of people. In the dimly lit arena, the audience's phone cameras glittered like stars, their flashes constant. The deafening cheers and chants surged towards him, igniting a competitive fire that gave him goosebumps. Soon, he noticed that the cheers were formulaic, stopping and resuming with his thoughts. He brushed it off and focused on the screen in front of him. STEM text appeared in small font. At 30 years old, you wish to reclaim your place among the world's best. But the opponents of the past and present block your path. You must continually fight and seize every opportunity to raise your level. Now, face the fears buried deep in your heart. Jiang Yang raised an eyebrow. Fears buried in his heart. Does that mean the players who cause his eventual retirement? His competitive streak was ignited. He wanted to see which player could push him to that point. Jiang Yang always prided himself on his strong mentality. Losing matches never devastated him. But to be mentally crushed into retirement? That sounded absurd. Then, 5 IDs appeared in front of him. S1 Impel 2021, ZYW 2023, Donk 2024, Kerrigan 2022, Rops 2022. The first 2 IDs immediately overwhelmed him with pressure. They were, after all, the current top players in the world, 2 CSGO legends often referred to as gods among men. These 2 were peerless, their skill levels described as practically inhuman. S1 Impel, aimbot incarnate. ZYW, wallhack embodied. Comparing them to soccer, they were Messi and Ronaldo. The aura they carried was crushing. Kerrigan and Rops were familiar names too. Kerrigan, a legendary in-game leader. IGL, for FaZe, and Rops, one of the best lurkers in MOS. Kerrigan's reputation as the world's greatest IGL made his inclusion understandable. Meanwhile, Rops, with his phenomenal lurking ability, was downright annoying and memorable. But who the heck was Donk? Jiang Yang frowned. That ID was completely unfamiliar. He had expected to see Nico in this lineup. Yet in the mind of his 30-year-old self, Donk posed a greater threat than even Nico. That was peculiar. While pondering, the IDs vanished, and the simulation began. Jiang Yang quickly checked the scoreboard and froze. Wait, this isn't a multiple-choice question. He realized that in this simulated match, his teammates' IDs were hidden and represented by colors instead. The system stated that his teammates matched the skill of top-tier pros. Jiang Yang settled his nerves and got to work. The map? Nuke. In these simulated matches, Jiang Yang could issue general commands, like executing an A-site rush, positioning on the outer yard, or coordinating complex angle plays. For the pistol round, Jiang Yang opted for a standard A-site rush. But against the monstrous IDs on the opposing side, his teammates were instantly obliterated. Jiang Yang managed to take down Kerrigan and S1 Impel before getting traded. The next round, Jiang Yang equipped an AWP to test his mettle against the world's best snipers. He was the first to peek, jumping to gain information in the outer yard. The moment he revealed the tiniest sliver of his head, a gunshot rang out. ZYW 2023 used AWP to wallbang headshot Jiang Yang. Bro, I only showed a fraction of my head for less than a quarter of a second. How did you hit that? The system, sensing his confusion, provided a death replay. Through Zywa's perspective, Jiang Yang saw his own head, a barely visible speck, only a few pixels. Yet, ZYW had pre-aimed perfectly and flicked in an instant. Aya! Jiang Yang groaned, clutching his forehead. This was ridiculous. Extreme dynamic vision plus lightning-fast reflexes plus pinpoint accuracy plus predictive skills equals Zywa's sniper abilities. Jiang Yang prided himself on his talent. He had never met someone with faster reflexes in ranked games. But this, hitting such an impossibly small target, was unreal. The lesson? Sometimes, a sniper needs to shatter conventional logic. In the next round, Jiang Yang attempted a sneaky play. He threw smoke and walked silently toward K1. He hoped to exploit the narrow terrain for close-range fights with a pistol. But as he crept forward, bullets pierced through the smoke. Donk 2024 used M4A1 to wallbang headshot Yang. Good lord, was the smoke even real? Jiang Yang was bewildered. This encounter sparked his competitive spirit, and he started focusing all his efforts on the outer yard. In one round, he finally managed to take out both Donk and ZYW with his AWP, making his way toward K1. Just as he peeked out, confident that the enemy was looking elsewhere. Bang! S1 Impel 2021 used AWP to wallbang headshot Yang. Jiang Yang collapsed into his chair, smiling in disbelief. This is inhuman. After cooling down, Jiang Yang continued to grind through the simulation, determined to secure a single win. Though repeatedly crushed, he learned a lot from the match. Even in unwinnable situations, he found opportunities to push into clutch scenarios, only to be ruthlessly dismantled. Despite the crushing losses, Jiang Yang felt invigorated. To face legends like these, two gods alongside Rops and the others, was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. After the grueling match, Jiang Yang finally understood why Donk became one of his heart's inner fears. The man's rifling ability was utterly terrifying. With impeccable fundamentals and lightning-fast reflexes, Donk was a player who could instantly retaliate if you didn't kill him on sight. Jiang Yang found himself losing countless direct duels, as Donk's aim and decision-making were impossibly precise. If Jiang Yang missed even a single shot with the AWP, Donk would counter and eliminate him instantly. Meanwhile, Rops was equally frustrating. His sneaky playstyle and knack for lurking made him the perfect opportunist. Twice, Rops even used a taser to kill Jiang Yang, sending him into a spiral of annoyance. The only opponent who felt somewhat manageable was Kerrigan, the in-game leader. Jiang Yang couldn't sense anything particularly intimidating about him. But, considering the caliber of Kerrigan's teammates, it made sense that his leadership wasn't needed for them to dominate. When a match finally ended, Jiang Yang sat in a daze, mentally drained. For the first time in a long while, he had been completely shut out of the game. It wasn't because of intricate strategies or tactical outplays. It was raw, unrelenting skill. His opponents were so mechanically gifted that even the tiniest mistake on his part led to instant death. Despite the crushing defeat, Jiang Yang couldn't help but feel a spark of hope. After all, he had held his ground on several occasions, managing to push the match in late-round situations, even if he ended up losing. Those moments gave him confidence. Facing off against such a lineup, two gods, alongside the likes of Rops and Kerrigan, was an experience that only dreams could offer. In reality, this level of competition would be impossible to encounter casually. And yet, Jiang Yang didn't feel completely powerless. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Yang leaned back and finally noticed a new interface appear before him. Hex deck, choose your opponent. So that earlier match was just a tutorial? Who in their right mind designs a tutorial with final boss-level opponents? Jiang Yang couldn't help but internally rant. Inspecting the system, he saw that he could now use comeback points to add opponents daily. He had the option to randomly add them or choose specific players to simulate matches. However, each opponent came with a price tag. The stronger the opponent, the higher the cost. Testing the system, Jiang Yang added MO 2018 to the roster. The interface displayed a fee of 500 comeback points. As expected, 2018 was Captain MO's peak year. Of course, he'd be expensive, Jiang Yang thought. Curious, he then added Tai Lu's full 2018 roster, and the fee jumped to 2,000 points. This confirmed his suspicion. Fielding an entire team of top-tier opponents was an expensive endeavor. After browsing the options, he finally checked the fees for his tutorial bosses. Kerrigan, 2022, 5,000 points. Rops, 2022, 7,000 points. S1 Empel, 2021. ZYW, 2023. Donk, 2024, 10,000 points each. Jiang Yang let out a low whistle. These prices were steep, but he understood the logic. To truly improve, he needed to face the best, no matter the cost. At his current rate, Jiang Yang could only earn around 1,000 comeback points per day. This meant he'd need to save up significantly to challenge the legends again. With a sigh, Jiang Yang logged out of the Hextech interface, stood up, and grabbed his running shoes. Turning to Ma CC, he said, "Let's go for a jog." Over the next 2 days, Jiang Yang's name continued to spread across the community. After defeating New Happy, both he and his Steel Helmet's teammates grew in confidence. The second day's match went smoothly, largely thanks to DD, who spearheaded the team's attacks with unstoppable momentum. Jiang Yang, meanwhile, found himself in fewer engagements, often watching as the match ended before he could make a significant impact. Even so, Jiang Yang finished the day with a 1.2 rating, which was a respectable performance. However, it was nowhere near his explosive debut, leading many fans in CSBOY's livestream chat to jokingly taunt him. Cousins aging already. Little bros, washed up. On the third day, Steel Helmets faced a Mongolian team called Checkmate in a best-of-3 BO3 series. This match pushed Steel Helmets to their limits. Checkmate didn't rely on standout riflers or flashy plays, but instead had a masterful in-game leader, Blitz. Blitz's tactical brilliance put Steel Helmets on the brink of elimination. His strategies constantly outmaneuvered them, making every round struggle. Despite this, the Steel Helmets showed remarkable resilience. Jiang Yang, in particular, stepped up during critical moments. In the end, they barely clinched victory, securing a spot in the Asian RMR tournament. Their next opponents? Tai Lu and VG, two of China's strongest teams. For Jiang Yang, who had spent the past week grinding simulated matches in the Hextech interface, this was the opportunity he'd been waiting for. He couldn't wait to see how these two teams measured up against the legendary lineups he had faced in the simulation. Ma Sisi woke up from his sleep. Recently, Steel Helmet had successfully made it into the Asian RMR, which put him in a particularly good mood. After getting up and freshening up, he saw Jiang Yang already sitting in front of the computer practicing recoil control. He increasingly liked his cousin's personality, straightforward and honest, and never stubborn about his shortcomings. If he wasn't good at something, he'd just quietly work on it in private. Over the past few days, while the other 4 members of Steel Helmet would wind down after matches by jumping into PUBG for some fun, Jiang Yang stayed focused on grinding 5ES ranked ladder alone. This approach had driven CS streamers crazy, leaving them mentally drained one after another. "Have you eaten yet?" Ma Sisi mumbled through a mouthful of toothpaste as he brushed his teeth. Jiang Yang stopped after finishing a magazine's worth of practice shots and turned around to reply, "I've eaten." Sister-in-law made noodles this morning, but they're probably all mushy in the pot by now. Want me to go downstairs and grab you something instead? Wow, looks like he's been at it all morning. He must be taking the upcoming match pretty seriously. Ma Sisi raised an eyebrow. But that was understandable. After all, their next opponent was Tai Lu, one of the only two domestic teams with notable achievements. Ma Sisi could tell Jiang Yang wanted to prove himself against Tai Lu and VG, so it was natural for him to feel a bit tense. No worries, I'll grab something myself, Ma Sisi replied. You keep practicing, but don't stress too much. It's Tai Lu today, just do your best. Though they had won against some pro teams, the ones truly at the top of the scene were only Tai Lu and VG. These teams, capable of competing internationally, were on a completely different level compared to ordinary pro teams. Ma Sisi didn't have particularly high expectations. Jiang Yang, however, turned back and continued his recoil training for another 10 minutes. He didn't argue with Ma Sisi, but the truth was he wasn't nervous at all. As Ma Sisi had said, he just needed to give it his all. In the game, your opponent, Jiang Yang, had gone up against the Dream Team version of Peak S1 Empel and his squad before. How could he possibly fear Tai Lu? Granted, he'd been utterly crushed by that S1 Empel team. But when facing opponents of that caliber, Jiang Yang still felt confident. Previously, he'd spent simulation points to play a match against Tai Lu's full lineup, and the final score had been 13-16. Bear in mind, in the simulation, Jiang Yang couldn't choose his teammates. He was often thrown into scenarios like starting the game at a disadvantage, facing 2v4 situations mid-game, or handling 1v3 clutch attempts in the late game. Under such intense pressure, Jiang Yang had honed his mid-round decision-making and late-game clutching abilities. He finally realized that his greatest talent was adaptability. Jiang Yang's learning speed in CS surpassed anyone he had ever seen. Using the term visible to the naked eye to describe his improvement was just an objective statement. Through recent training, Jiang Yang had also inferred bits and pieces about the 30-year-old version of himself based on system prompts. Apparently, the 30-year-old Jiang Yang didn't practice much. That version of himself believed that talent alone could carry him to the pinnacle of CS, squandering the gift that had once made him a god of the game. His decline in form had allowed other prodigies of his generation to crush his resolve. Not practicing wasn't necessarily a problem. Once you reached a certain level of fundamentals, practicing was mostly about maintaining form. Even now, just grinding ranked matches was enough. Jiang Yang recalled that even the current strongest French player, ZYW, operated the same way. But it seemed that the 30-year-old Jiang Yang didn't train at all. When Jiang Yang pieced this together, he got goosebumps. On one hand, he marveled at his godlike talent in CS. To reach the global peak relying purely on natural ability was truly a result of divine favor. On the other hand, he was stunned by the stupidity of his 30-year-old self. Why would he slack off so much? Why wouldn't he spend more time chasing the ultimate peak of CS? Jiang Yang couldn't understand. Perhaps he'd have to uncover the reasons slowly in the future. But the 16-year-old Jiang Yang was determined not to become the 30-year-old Jiang Yang. With a single thought, the system panel appeared once more. Old veteran, Jiang Yang. Age, 30. Team, steel helmet. Status, rehabilitation in progress. Overall level, professional LV.4. Aim, professional LV.3. Game sense, professional LV.5. Map knowledge, professional LV.3. Positioning, professional LV.6. Reflexes, professional LV.8. Communication, professional LV.2. Handgun proficiency, professional LV.1. Sniper proficiency, professional LV.6. Rifle proficiency, professional LV.3. Other weapon proficiency, professional LV.4. Combat points, 69. Signature abilities, advanced ECO clutch, Nico's pre-aiming, intermediate, machine WJQ's formulaic casting, beginner, Surso and scout play, beginner. Personal items, Sleepy Black T1, Coca-Cola X1, Bananas X5. Hex deck, choose your opponent. Ma Sisi had asked if he was nervous. But with consistent training, noticeable improvements, and a stable mindset, Jiang Yang simply didn't feel that way. Besides, it was just an online match. Jiang Yang decided not to keep practicing for now. He'd done enough to maintain his form for the afternoon game. Pulling out his phone, he casually scrolled through Bilibili to relax his brain. The first thing he saw was a video uploaded by MT Second, showcasing Ma Sisi's commentary on Steel Helmet's match against a Mongolian team. Curious about how he appeared from the audience's God's eye view, Jiang Yang clicked in. Then he realized just how much fun the netizens were having with him. Over the past few days, as Steel Helmet performed well in the qualifiers, Jiang Yang's standout plays had earned his ID a nickname. Because of his name, Jiang Yang, the viewers affectionately referred to him as Yang or the Sun in the live streams. When he made a highlight play, the chat would erupt with Sun God. When he gave up the first kill, the chat roasted him with like Shaun the Sheep. The viewers spammed jokes so much that even Jiang Yang couldn't help laughing as he watched. However, because of his exceptional performance, the nickname Sun God appeared more often. The comments under the video were filled with praise for Jiang Yang. Steel Helmet really got carried into RMR by this cousin. What a prodigy. Neo Dong Dong is insane. He literally dragged these old veterans into the Asian RMR. This guy is a true genius. Less than 600 hours of gameplay, and he's already cracked. Unreal. He went from rank C+ to pro in one go. What a beast, seriously. Truly MO's prized disciple and Ma Sisi's heir apparent. Seeing heir apparent made Jiang Yang burst out laughing. As he kept scrolling, he noticed differing opinions. One commenter, trying to stand out, wrote, "He's only playing against some no-name teams, and you're hyping him up like he's top one." Seriously? This comment naturally drew the ire of Jiang Yang's fans. After all, Jiang Yang's recent performances had been very carry, and even his off days only resulted in slightly less impressive stats. In China's CS scene, it was rare to see such a talented prodigy emerge. In the haters' eyes, he was just decent. Fans quickly started flooding the comments with stats to back up Jiang Yang's achievements. Eventually, as if overwhelmed by the backlash, the hater replied, "Let's see how he does against Tyloo, then we'll talk." Jiang Yang didn't reply but pondered to himself. If he managed to beat Tyloo, how would those haters react? Before anyone realized it, it was already 4 p.m. The Asian RMR match was set to begin at 5 p.m. All members of Steel Helmet were already gathered in the TS voice channel, but nobody was talking. Mics were muted. That's because MO was doing a pre-game interview with 5E staff. According to Ma Sisi, it was all for building hype. 5E staff. First, congratulations on securing a spot in the Asian RMR. You've become the oldest team on average in this year's RMR. How does that feel? MO, the oldest team, huh? He laughed. Guess we've unknowingly turned into old veterans, huh? Honestly, we're quite happy. At our age, it's rare to get the chance to compete against top professional teams. My teammates have really stepped up this time, and making it this far feels great. 5E staff. We've heard you have a prodigy on your team. Can we get your thoughts on him? MO thoughts? Exceptional, of course. This kid practically carried us through the qualifiers. He's already proven he has what it takes to go pro. When it came to Jiang Yang, MO didn't hold back his praise. After all, this trip was all about putting Jiang Yang on the radar of other professional teams. Of course, he wasn't going to hold back the compliments. It was all true anyway. Jiang Yang's recent performances were simply godlike. The 5E staff member then steered the conversation toward trash talk. So, today you're facing Tyloo. Do you have confidence in this match? MO bluntly replied, "We have no confidence at all." What? The staff member was taken aback. Wasn't this the part where MO was supposed to say, "Of course we're confident"? MO explained, Tyloo's a professional team. They train hard every day while we've been busy messing around in PUBG. There's no way we can beat them. Not even a sliver of a chance, the staff member pressed. MO's side, they're a pro team. If they can't even beat Steel Helmet, they might as well disband. What MO didn't realize was how much weight his casual... MO didn't think much of it, nor did the other members of Steel Helmets. After all, it was Tyloo. They were one of the few domestic teams capable of earning sticker spots. The gap between Tyloo and professional teams like New Happy was still substantial. If Tyloo couldn't even beat Steel Helmets and failed to even deliver a valiant defeat, then tomorrow would definitely be a major upset. After the interview, the members of Steel Helmets didn't dwell on it, instead focusing on how to approach their next match. Even though they felt their chances of winning were slim, they still wanted to take a few points off Tyloo if possible. In stream 6657 on Moyu, Fish Live, the streamer, Wan Ji-chi, was speaking energetically in his unique and charming voice. Who does the streamer support? Steel Helmets or Tyloo? Of course, Steel Helmets. Steel Helmets has the coach with the strongest voice in the entire pro scene, former Tyloo core members Mo, DD, and Sudi, and the now top genius of CNCS, Beauty, cousin. How could they lose, huh? Wan Ji-chi tried to keep a straight face, but burst out laughing mid-sentence. Saying Steel Helmets can win, Wan Shun, you're such a comedian. Isn't this the gathering place for comedy routines? Actually, I feel like there's a chance. I'm more curious about where Ma Cece's cousin will go after this RMR. His talent is genuinely ridiculous. The chat was buzzing with discussion, and when Wan Ji-chi noticed his stream's volume had dropped, he quickly switched screens. As he returned, the BP, ban pick, phase had just begun. Tyloo took the initiative to pick maps and instantly removed Nuke. They never play this map. Wan Ji-chi sighed nostalgically. Back in the 1.6 era, Nuke was a point of pride for CNCS. But now, even the strongest domestic teams no longer invested much effort into it. Steel Helmets, after some deliberation, removed Vertigo, a map they'd never practiced. It was Tyloo's first pick next. Jiang Yang was surprised. They're locking Mirage? He found it odd. Didn't Tyloo know that Steel Helmets recently had a high win rate on Mirage? Sensing Jiang Yang's confusion, DD explained, makes sense. Mirage is also one of Tyloo's strong maps. They don't need to change their pick just for us. Though harsh, the reality was that Steel Helmets didn't pose enough of a threat to Tyloo. Still, for Jiang Yang, this was good news. Mo asked in voice chat, what map do you want for the second pick? Jiang Yang quickly suggested, how about Dust 2? It's simple and not too difficult for us to handle. Dust 2 was a map that favored snipers, giving Jiang Yang a chance to shine. Maps like Inferno were too restrictive, making it hard for him to play effectively. After each team vetoed one more map, Ancient was left as the third. With the BP phase concluded, Wan Ji-chi excused himself for a quick bathroom break. When Wan Ji-chi returned, the score was already 0-1. What the heck? How's the pistol round already over? He exclaimed. Classic 66-57 stream moment. No pistol round again, never forget. Look at what you've been guarding, 66-57. Wan Ji-chi, no longer a young streamer, didn't bother with "I'm so wrong" theatrics. With his skin thickened by years of streaming, the banter didn't faze him. He casually started his commentary. All right, welcome to this Asian RMR match. I'm your commentator, Wan Ji-chi. Just as I finished my introduction, Tyloo swept the eco round without losing a single player, bringing the score to 0-2. The next round will be the rifle round, and we'll see if Steel Helmets has any counter strategies. The first two rounds went to Tyloo with ease, putting some pressure on Steel Helmets. Mo began strategizing. For this round, let's have Xiaoyang and DD anchor A site. At the start, let's push aggressively at B and see how it goes. Without an AWP and with Jiang Yang's positioning suboptimal, Mo didn't plan to build a round around him. Jiang Yang was fine with it, but added, I won't take mid-control then. I'll stay on the CT side of the A site with DD. If they weren't contesting mid, they might as well commit fully elsewhere. After finalizing their plan, each player moved to their respective positions. DD opened with a molly at A1 to counter a rush, while Jiang Yang casually tossed a flash into mid for pressure. However, before their utility even landed, flashes and smokes came flying from T-spawn. A site execute. Jiang Yang warned. DD, fall back to CT. Tyloo's just throwing this round away. DD initially planned to delay with a defensive smoke, but listened to Jiang Yang and retreated. Jiang Yang's thought process was clear, and he quickly advised, "Don't rush to use utility. Our captain has the defuse kit, so we don't need to hurry. Wait for the CT and connector smokes to fade, then use our utility to clear key positions. After that, smoke A1 and A2 to cut them off." Jiang Yang's instructions made the strategy straightforward for his teammates. Although executing A-side on Mirage was relatively simple, failing to contest CT or connector left the attackers highly vulnerable, especially without extensive utility trades earlier in the round. Jiang Yang realized this and concluded that Tyloo was handing them the round. For the caster's omniscient perspective, Wanjiqi was impressed by Steel Helmet's calm response. Even though Tyloo successfully executed the bomb site take, they used all their utility in the process. But Steel Helmets still has theirs. Can Tyloo withstand the counterplay? Molotov on site. The grenade at short. The two players hiding on site were burned and blasted out. A2 balcony is smoked off. The player at A1 is forced into a duel, but is instantly headshot by Yang from CT. Now it's just Danking and one other player left at A2 balcony. The second player tries to sneak through the smoke, but is caught by Yang. Danking, still hiding in the smoke, gives it a shot, but the Young gun doesn't give him any chance, sprays him down through the smoke. Steel Helmets just pulled off an ACE in the rifle round. Wanjiqi exclaimed, "Mo's calling is spot on today. Their discipline is top-notch." In Steel Helmet's voice chat, everyone was ecstatic. "Xiaoyang, you're insane. This strat was perfect. Way better than Lu Ke's plans." "Exactly. How about we let you be the IGL sniper from now on and sideline Lu Ke?" Hearing this, Mo's face darkened. "You guys just love roasting me, don't you?" The team burst into laughter, dismissing the banter as nothing serious. Even Mo didn't care much about command authority. On Steel Helmets, most decisions came down to whoever shouted loudest. That said, Jiang Yang's call was excellent, catching an opportunity and capitalizing on it. Winning was all that mattered. Jiang Yang glanced at the scoreboard, now 1-2. Although still behind, he had a strange feeling. This Tyla team seemed prone to messing up. Were they treating this like a ranked match? It turns out Jiang Yang's instincts were spot on. After losing the first rifle round, Tyloo seemed to stabilize for a moment, but they quickly followed it up with a second-timing explosive play on A-site. This A-site push wasn't anything special. No synchronized maneuvers or intricate micro-strategies. It was just straight-up ladder-level gameplay. But Tyloo's players had rock-solid aim. They bulldozed their way through A-site and took the round. That said, Steel Helmets didn't go completely scoreless afterward. The issue was that Tyloo's raw aim was exceptional, and their individual 1v1s were proving too tough to handle. Adding to that, Steel Helmet's economy collapsed, and before they realized it, the score had climbed to 3-6. Finally, they scraped together enough cash to buy Jiang Yang and AWP. However, this round saw Mo leading Su D in a forward push toward B site, only to get completely shut down by somebody holding the B2 balcony. B site crumbled instantly. Jiang Yang managed to take down 3 players with the AWP on the retake, but without a defuse kit and with time running out, he had no choice but to save the gun. Steel Helmets called a tactical pause to regroup. "Man, Tyloo is straight up disrespecting us." DD vented over voice comms. "They just keep dry peeking everything." Tyloo's approach was way too unexpected. In the first few rounds, Steel Helmets hadn't prepared for it, and their raw aim had overwhelmed them. Combined with their shattered economy, they were bleeding rounds. In truth, Tyloo wasn't applying overwhelming pressure overall. Jiang Yang felt relatively okay, but due to timing and positional issues, he spent most of the earlier rounds playing retakes. His teammates also failed to trade effectively, making it hard for him to turn things around. The AWP, powerful as it is, has its pros and cons, the biggest downside being how difficult it is to quickly push forward on a retake. "If it's my spot, how about Mo covers me from B2 balcony?" Jiang Yang suggested. I'll solo B site and hold the gap in the B2 balcony. Mo could sense the frustration in the young man's voice, but turned him down. Let's double up on B. I'll watch B short with my deagle. In worst case, I'll be your bodyguard while you save the gun. The team's economy was rough this round. Other than Jiang Yang's AWP, only DD had a rifle. They had to be prepared for the possibility that Jiang Yang's AWP might not find any targets again, forcing another save. Still, Jiang Yang was eager to create opportunities for the team. When the pause ended, he headed straight for B2 balcony. Jiang Yang still holding onto his AWP, but the rest of Steel Helmet's loadout is looking rough, commented Machine WJQ. And here he is, setting up on B2 balcony. Is he planning to snipe through the gap? From B2 balcony, Jiang Yang scoped in, aiming directly at the narrow gap by the B2 entrance. If anyone pushed into B2 balcony or jumped into lower tunnels, they'd fall in his sight line. The gap was small, though, and required lightning-fast reflexes to make the shot. Typically, only the most confident snipers would take this position. Jiang Yang steadied his aim and locked his gaze on the gap, waiting patiently. The moment the gap darkened, he immediately pulled the trigger and jumped off the balcony. If someone rushes up close, Jiang Yang won't be able to hold this spot. He'll have to reposition for a second shot. But he wall-banged them. Machine WJQ exclaimed. Tyler likes to sneak through silently. And one of them just got tagged hard. Thankfully, that didn't die outright, but Tyler seems set on another B-site push. Is this their go-to plan when all else fails? After firing the AWP on B-site, Jiang Yang rotated to A-site, thinking Tyler would avoid him now that they knew where he was. His logic made sense. Staying on B with the AWP wouldn't yield much. But just as he left, smokes popped at VIP and the inner side of the arches. That's when he realized something was off. Sure enough, Tyler launched a second timing pincer attack on B site. Tyler's reverse psychology strikes again. They figured Jiang Yang's AWP would rotate to A, so they accelerated the B site push. With just Mo defending B, armed with only a deagle, he managed to blind slowly with a teammate's flash and landed 2 shots, taking him down. But as the attackers flooded the balcony, Mo's efforts weren't enough. His deagle tagged another player but left no more room to work with. Meanwhile, at A site, Jiang Yang landed a clean AWP shot on a flanker, sneaking through the archway, turning it into a 3v3. DD was the first to arrive at B for the retake, but his timing was unlucky. Every time he spotted an opponent, they were behind cover, and he ended up getting picked off. 2 of them are low HP. 1 hit will kill them. DD called over comms. The situation was still grim. Even with the enemies low on health, their numbers advantage made it hard to break their hold. Jiang Yang held his AWP at the supermarket entrance, scanning carefully. According to the minimap, there was 1 player in that area, another near the bomb site, and 1 unaccounted for. Fortunately, Brother Xiaosa had picked up an AK dropped by the flanker and had some room to make a play. Their team was still trailing in score, and the pressure was mounting. Even though the situation was difficult, Jiang Yang wasn't ready to give up. Let's try this, he suggested to Brother Xiaosa. I'll cover the couch. You push forward. AWP covering and rifles pushing. Textbook retake strategy. Brother Xiaosa nodded and began creeping forward from the supermarket entrance. The tension rose as Jiang Yang held his AWP crosshair on the couch while keeping an eye on the white car and bomb site. He had to be ready for the bomb carrier to peek out and sync with the defenders. Brother Xiaosa's movement control wasn't perfect. He made some noise while peeking. Hearing the footsteps, Bai Kai, positioned on the couch, couldn't resist peeking out to end the round then and there. But as soon as he peeked, he was met with Jiang Yang's scoped-in AWP. Bang! Young plus Captain Mo killed attacker with an AWP. Machine WJQ was astonished. Tyler's players are peeking too aggressively in these post-plant situations. Why not just hold their angles? Hearing gunfire at the supermarket entrance, Sai-1 tried to swing out to trade, but Brother Xiaosa bested him in the duel. Now it's just Danking left in a 1v2. Danking tried to stall for time by dancing around the pillar, but Steel Helmets carefully cleared white car and set up a trade. Yang pops out, takes one down, but Jiang Yang lands the final shot. Machine WJQ's excitement peaked. From Jiang Yang's POV, his movements were calculated and precise. He stood atop the white car, adjusted his scope mid-action, and delivered the finishing blow with lightning speed. This clutch was breathtaking. Jiang Yang immediately rushed to defuse, but time was tight. The spectators held their breath as the C4 timer ticked down. Is he going to make it? It's going to explode. Just as the C4 beeped urgently, the defuse bar disappeared, signaling success. Machine WJQ exclaimed, "He did it! A last-second defuse." Jiang Yang is carrying steel helmets on his back. Holy crap, Yang God! That last shot was insane. 4 AWP shots, 4 kills. This guy's a beast. The livestream chat erupted with cheers. Even Steel Helmet's comms were buzzing with excitement. Nice one, Xiao Yang. That was clutch. Jiang Yang was still riding the adrenaline, but his nerves were frayed after such a tight round. The score closed to 4-7, with the gap narrowing. Let's go. We're not far behind. We can do this. Jiang Yang encouraged. By the end of the first half, the score was locked at 7-8, with Steel Helmets still trailing Tyloo by 1 round. They actually had a chance to overtake. After Jiang Yang's incredible clutch, the team's morale surged, and they managed to string together a few more rounds. However, during the final round of the half, an unexpected incident occurred. All Jiang Yang saw on the public chat was a message from the referee. "Referee, Steel Helmets, no smoking during the match." This immediately set off a wave of complaints from the Steel Helmet squad in voice chat. "What the hell is this?" DD grumbled. "We were doing fine, and the refs got to come in and gank us? How are we supposed to play like this?" "They're targeting us," Brother Xiaosa chimed in. "I bet Tyloo's over there chewing on beetle nuts or something. Why don't they get called out?" Jiang Yang burst into laughter at their complaints and joined in the banter. "This ref's got to be biased. Black whistle. No way this is fair." Brother Xiaosa raised his voice dramatically. "If we can't smoke, we're not playing. This is an online match. Who cares if we're smoking?" Jiang Yang wasn't a smoker himself, but the rest of the team, these old-timers, had a habit of gaming with a cigarette in hand. Most of the time, they didn't even smoke during the match. They just liked to hold the cigarette between their fingers, pretending they were busy. Being told they couldn't smoke made them uncomfortable, but it wasn't a serious issue. Mo, ever the voice of reason, spoke up. "If the ref is ganking us, it means Tyloo's feeling the heat. We're doing great so far, just 1 round away from catching up. Let's keep it up." Meanwhile, in Tyloo's training room, the team was surprised that Steel Helmets had managed to secure 7 rounds in the first half. Yang broke the silence. "Man, their old captain is really strong. He's putting so much pressure on us." Bai Kai chimed in. "It's mostly Ma Cece's cousin. That AWP of his is insane. Almost never misses. I lost track of how many times he's picked me off. I've only managed to get him once." Yang didn't say much. As a sniper himself, he was directly matched against Jiang Yang. While the duels between them weren't frequent, Yang had to admit that Jiang Yang's performance in the first half was superior. Looking at the scoreboard, Jiang Yang had already racked up an impressive February 23rd, 11 for the half. In contrast, DD was the only other player on Steel Helmets breaking double digits with 11 kills. The rest of the team had single-digit frags, with Su D bringing up the rear at just 2 kills. It was obvious who was carrying the team. As a fellow sniper, Yang felt the pressure. Ma Cece, meanwhile, began to feel a different kind of concern. If Jiang Yang kept performing at this level, Tyloo might want to recruit him. And if that happened, Jiang Yang could take a spot. Suddenly, Ma Cece felt the weight of the competition increase tenfold. The second half began with a pistol round. This time, Mo called for a pincer strategy involving the archway and A2 tower. Jiang Yang was tasked with flanking from A2 while the main force hit through the archway. As the flanker, Jiang Yang's job was to wait patiently until the main force made contact. At the archway, the team is grouped up, waiting for the smoke to fade. Once it clears, it's all about reaction time. Yang gets instantly taken down, but he still manages to trade 1 for 1. And what's this? On B short, the flank. Little Ghost gets one kill, then another. DD finally turns around and takes him out, but the damage is done. This push is falling apart. The four-man archway strategy only yielded a 3-4-2 trade, leaving Steel Helmets in a precarious position. Jiang Yang's finally moving out of a 2 tower, but can he predict that someone is holding close to his position? On this map, Jiang Yang's pre-aiming and clearing routines were unmatched in Asia. From A2 tower, he methodically used half-body peeks to check VIP, sandwich, and a headshot angle at the stairs, before moving to clear the corner. Since his teammates hadn't checked the position, Jiang Yang was vigilant. Sure enough, the next second, someone rushed out. Jiang Yang was ready. He crouched and adjusted his crosshair in one smooth motion. Bang! Young killed Summer with a Glock headshot. As he got the kill, he heard a frantic call in comms. CT at the phone booth. Without hesitation, Jiang Yang turned, peeked, and adjusted his crosshair mid-motion. Pop, pop, pop. Rhythmic taps from the Glock landed perfectly, taking down the CT at the phone booth. Young killed attacker with a Glock headshot. What just happened? CY1, worried about DD jumping onto the platform, pushed into A2 tower but got shut down by Jiang Yang. Jiang Yang then swung out and took out the CT at the phone booth. Within seconds, Steel Helmets turned the numbers around. I don't even know what Tyloo is doing. They had the man advantage and just threw it away. With Tyloo's players falling apart, only slowly remained at B site. Meanwhile, Steel Helmets planted the bomb at A site and spread out to hold post-plant positions. Slowly rotated to clear A1, but lost a duel to DD. The pistol round ended with Steel Helmets clutching to win. For the first time in this match, Steel Helmets tied the score. With Jiang Yang's clutch reversal in the second half pistol round, Steel Helmet managed to tie the score. But now, they had a critical task: stabilize this next round and prevent Tyloo from countering. Otherwise, the momentum could crumble. After some thought, MO laid out the strategy. DD and Cousin, you two head to A1. The rest of us will take mid-control. Let's keep it simple with synchronized execution. Steel Helmet wasn't a team that could handle overly complex tactics. They'd get overwhelmed. So, MO opted to simplify the play. He would handle the utility himself to avoid any awkward mis-throws like an Aladdin smoke. When the time came to push A, they would rely on synchronized trades to overwhelm Tyloo. MO's calm, tactical adjustments were highly targeted. Even though Tyloo forced a buy, they couldn't find any answers to Steel Helmet's strategy. With simultaneous pushes through the archway and A1, Jiang Yang, wielding an AK-47, quickly secured the first kill, taking out the CT hiding behind the long box. Danking, on the other hand, was stationed in CT spawn with a scout. He managed to land 3 body shots, but without a headshot or follow-up damage. He achieved nothing, only to be taken down by Sudi, who stormed him with a P90. With 3 CTs eliminated at a site, the remaining 2 at B had no choice but to save their weapons. The score now stood at 9-8, marking the first time Steel Helmet took the lead over Tyloo. Seeing the score change, Jiang Yang clenched his fist hard. Truthfully, Steel Helmet's overall strength wasn't quite there. After all, they were just a group of former pro players, and even in scrims, they only played against streamers. Their playstyle leaned toward ladder tactics, often engaging in unnecessary duels. But in today's match, Tyloo was giving them opportunities. Tyloo's playstyle was similarly ladder-oriented, with players trying to rely on raw aim to win fights. This left Jiang Yang plenty of room to outmaneuver them. After securing this force buy round, Tyloo was forced into an eco. At B site, slowly managed an impressive 3 kills with his Desert Eagle, but DD and Jiang Yang clutched a tight 2v4, barely scraping through. The match progressed to a full buy round. Sensing something was off, Tyloo called back-to-back pauses to discuss tactics. MO, ever the mischief maker, extended their break by adding another tactical pause after Tyloo's, throwing them further off balance. After the first pause, Steel Helmet decided to execute an A push. However, Bai Kai, Cabbage, seized the opportunity and positioned himself at sandwich early on. Catching perfect timing, he wiped out Steel Helmet's entire lineup in one swift move. Tyloo finally secured their first round of the second half. Thanks to their strong early game performance, Steel Helmet still had a healthy economy. After some thought, Mo said, "Let's try hitting B this time. Cousin, take the AWP and PK1 for an opening pick. We'll smoke mid for cover, and then speed up for an explosive B push." As the countdown ended, Jiang Yang received an AWP from Su D, a skin with a cartoonish cat and dog theme. Jiang Yang instinctively commented, "This skin's pretty ugly." Hearing this, DD mumbled teasingly, "Su D, you hear that? He's throwing shade at us old folks. Go change the AWP skin after the stream." Brother Xiaosa joined in, egging them on. "Cousin, just tell us which skin you like, and we'll buy it for you on the spot. Say what you want about us, but our inventory's top tier," he bragged. "Mo, hand over that 600,000 yuan claw knife. Show some awareness." The playful banter made Jiang Yang laugh. "Stop it. Cut it out." Viewers watching the live stream couldn't believe how relaxed the Steel Helmet team atmosphere was. It felt more like a casual five-man internet cafe session than a competitive match. When the round began, Jiang Yang pushed toward A1 with the AWP. His positioning was excellent. Before gaining vision, he scoped in on the area below the platform, carefully scanning for information. After about 2 seconds, he noticed a slight movement through the black smoke of a Molotov below the platform. Without hesitation, he fired. Bang! Young killed Summer with AWP. Nice shot! The kill feed lit up, and Steel Helmet's older players couldn't help but marvel again. Cousin really had the skills. At this level of competition, it was rare to see Jiang Yang misstep or miss a shot. He was consistently lethal. "I'll bait them here," Jiang Yang said calmly. As the team's decoy for the A push, he needed to sell the fake convincingly. He threw a flashbang against the wall at A1, simulating an aggressive push. Sensing the pressure, Tyloo's A site players immediately countered with a smoke grenade to block Jiang Yang's vision. With the fakes sufficiently sold, Steel Helmet began executing their B push. Jiang Yang then sprinted toward B. In the voice chat, DD's thick accent could be heard shouting, "There's one on sofa, super low. White car, got him. Sofa guy's down too. One in market, dead." When a confident entry fragger is on fire, everything they say sounds cocky. But in this case, DD wasn't bragging. He was just that good. Jiang Yang quipped over comms, "DD, something feels off about you." "What do you mean?" DD asked, momentarily confused. "Check the date on your computer. It's got to be 2018. This is the 2018 version of DD." Jiang Yang joked. Hearing this, DD was delighted. "Little bro knows how to talk. I like it." For the veterans of Tyloo, 2018 held a special place in their hearts as a year of glory. Jiang Yang's comment hit the perfect note. With DD fully activated, he carried that momentum through the following rounds, reclaiming his title as Asia's top entry fragger. While DD ran rampant, Jiang Yang could afford to relax, occasionally picking off 1 or 2 players with his AWP. Though Tyloo managed to claw back some rounds, their efforts appeared strained. The score crept up to 14-11. Tyloo had used their final pause. The narrowing score gap shocked viewers in the 66-57 livestream room. Only 2 rounds left. No way are they really taking this map from Tyloo. If Tyloo can't even beat these streamers, they should disband. First Tyloo, then VG. Steel Helmet's on the rise. Even the caster machine couldn't hold back. Honestly, guys, this might really be the end for Tyloo. This next round is critical. Tyloo has no more pauses, and their economy is shaky. If they lose this rifle round, the momentum could collapse entirely. Steel Helmet didn't rush into the round. Mo decided to spread out across the map for control, wary of a potential aggressive push from Tyloo. After establishing control, they planned to regroup for an explosive execute. Danking has good positioning this round, the caster noted. He's lurking mid for picks, but as soon as he peeks the archway, he eats 2 grenades and drops to 1 HP. Steel Helmet played slowly deliberately baiting out Tylu's aggression. Meanwhile, Tylu prepared a triple crossfire in mid, anticipating a late T-side push. Steel Helmet's attempt to pressure mid resulted in disaster. Su D was flashed and eliminated by Tylu's sewer push, disrupting their synchronization. Mo, sensing the shift, quickly adjusted the plan. Lock, throw a flash in his sewers to apply pressure. We're going to rotate toward A. Cousin, take point at A1 and throw 2 flashes to cover DD and me as we push into A2. Let's deal with the CTs at CT spawn first. The round devolved into chaos, leaving Jiang Yang in a 1v4 clutch situation. Under immense pressure, Jiang Yang's focus sharpened. He adjusted his position and carefully picked off one CT after another, ultimately blind-scoping Dankying in a jaw-dropping finale. As the last shot landed, Jiang Yang roared, "Today, we're turning the tables. Tylu, I'll take you all down." Steel Helmet's comms exploded with excitement, while even Ma Sisi, watching from his stream, was left speechless. That's world-class. My cousin might actually destroy Tylu today. The Steel Helmets chose a B-site execute on match point, and DD and Xiaosa's relentless push of B completely melted Tylu. After a chaotic skirmish, only Dankying was left to handle this 1v4 clutch. He had no way out. In the 65-57 livestream, Wan Jiqi's voice was filled with excitement and a hint of disbelief. In a 1v4, Dankying has no choice but to go aggressive. He's holding a FAMAS and just got MO instantly. But Young wasn't about to give him any chances, peeking out with the AWP and taking him down instantly. Tylu is done for. As Dankying fell on the map, Wan Jiqi raised his voice with enthusiasm. Let's congratulate the Steel Helmets for securing their first victory in this BO3 series. The score freezes at this moment. This is Young's first time playing against a team whose name we all recognize, and to everyone's surprise, he's even better than we imagined. He was in awe, while the chat on the right side of the live stream exploded. Cousin really carried today. Cousin's grown into a big bro now. The Steel Helmets relationships are so messy, huh? Xiao Yang really delivered. For sure. Cousin played Mirage brilliantly. It felt so secure. As long as he's alive, there's hope for the round. That 1v4 clutch totally won me over. I don't even know what Tylu is playing anymore. How are they losing to the Steel Helmets? They've totally lost face. In this state, why even bother going to a major? Steel Helmet's old vets are amazing. Cousin really played exceptionally well today. I have to say, his CS talent is way higher than President Ma's. Wan Jiqi joked as he also took a jab at his rival. On camera, Jiang Yang was seen turning his head and animatedly talking to Ma Sisi and his teammates, clearly ecstatic. Wan Jiqi commented teasingly, "This guy's probably thinking, so beating Tylu, is this easy? It feels just like regular ranked games. Just casually taking him down, huh?" Young, this youngster, his talent is practically overflowing. That clutch was incredible. Wan Jiqi couldn't help but praise him before rewinding to the second-to-last round to watch Jiang Yang's performance again. Returning to the 1v4 clutch, even from an omniscient perspective, Wan Jiqi couldn't see a good solution for Tylu. Look, in this clutch, Tylu really messed up. In a 4v1 with the bomb at A2, they just needed to hold their angles and guard the bomb. But instead, they decided to hunt for the kill. Even if they succeeded, the Steel Helmets still had enough economy to buy next round. By going on the offensive, they gave Cousin opportunities to pick them off one by one. Speaking of this, Wan Jiqi was clearly pained. Tylu is a long-standing CS club in China with a history of glory. Everyone hoped they could rise to prominence again. But it's also apparent to all that Tylu has the skill but often falters in inexplicable ways, leaving fans frustrated by their underperformance. By contrast, Wan Jiqi found himself more appreciative of the Steel Helmet's old veterans. After all, he has a deep fondness for veteran players in CS. However, CSGO highlights are often built on opponents' mistakes. While Tylu did mess up here, Cousin capitalizing on those errors was still incredible. Wan Jiqi took a deep breath. I think this play might end up on HLTV's weekly highlights. It's just that impressive. The members of Tyloo were unaware of one Ji-Chi's indirect critique at that moment, but they probably knew the online response would be brutal. For years, they've been resigned to honorable losses, losing only to top-tier international teams, which gave them some excuses. But losing to the Steel Helmets? That's a different story. They were all too familiar with the Steel Helmets, and two of their players were even somebody's former teammates. Little Ghost was completely dumbfounded. Two old teammates, retired for years, teamed up with some streamers and completely crushed them. The thought of future meetups, where DD and MO would undoubtedly tease him about this match, made Little Ghost want to dig a hole and hide. That young guy on the other team is insane, right? Didn't he only have about 500 hours in the game? Is that even possible? Slowly grumbled, clearly baffled by Ma Cece's cousin's prowess. All these current pro players were top-tier talents, but with only 500 hours of game time, most would still be casual players. Yet Ma Cece's cousin not only went pro, but also completely stunned them. Having Ma Cece around must have accelerated his learning curve. Little Ghost tried to rationalize. Reflecting on that pivotal clutch, they honestly didn't make many mistakes. Baikai at the bomb site took down two players on 8-2 and immediately hid behind cover, but still got picked off. Their attempt to throw a flashbang to suppress the opponent backfired as the other team went aggressive in the 1v4. Who had the numbers advantage again? Later, slowly missed a couple of key shots that should have finished off the opponent, but Young's insane reflexes completely shattered his confidence. And Danking? Let's not even talk about it. He got hit with a dragon's head raise, an absurd blind no-scope. Finally, the USP fell just one shot short. It was so close yet so far. Clutches like this are infuriating. Slowly glanced at the match stats from Map 1 and couldn't help but shout, "Is this guy even human?" ID Young. Kills, assists, deaths. June 16th, 40. Non-throw rate, 88.8%. ADR, 124.2. Rating, 2.08. Juan Ji-Chi suddenly yelled, "Holy crap, 40 kills? That's ridiculous. He killed more people than the last 3 players on Tyloo combined. Did he have to go this hard? It's like RMR brought in a ringer." I'm starting to understand Tyloo's pain now. In just 27 rounds, he dropped 40 kills, practically carrying the veteran players on his back. Against a player in beast mode like this, even if Tyloo's average skill level was higher than the Steel Helmets, winning seemed impossible. Juan Ji-Chi couldn't help but laugh at the stats. But Tyloo still has a chance. It's a BO3, after all. They can bounce back in the next maps. And think about it. Cousin had to drop 40 kills just to win. That's an insane requirement. Haha. It was obvious that Cousin would gain a lot of attention after this. He might even make a name for himself internationally. Performances this outrageous only happen a few times a year in CSGO tournaments. A 2.08 rating. That's just absurd. If he could keep playing at this level, he might crush Tyloo entirely. With the breakover, Juan Ji-Chi carried this thought as he dove into casting the second map. Map 2, Dust 2. The Steel Helmets picked Dust 2 and started as the attackers. Their win on Map 1 boosted their morale significantly. In the pistol round, Xiaosa quickly secured an ACE at B site, sending their comms into a frenzy of celebration. Though no one said it outright, everyone was thinking, could they actually reverse sweep Tyloo today? As a result, they played with utmost seriousness and discipline, winning the first 3 rounds. When it came to the bye rounds, the Steel Helmets simplified their strategy. They stuck to default map control and combined it with A-long skirmishes. In these high-tempo exchanges, Tyloo struggled to gain the upper hand, especially with the Steel Helmets players being in top form. Tyloo started tilting, repeatedly losing fights at A-long against Xiaosa and DD's coordination. The Steel Helmets went on a winning streak, pushing the score to 7-0. It wasn't until the 8th round that the Steel Helmets slightly let their guard down, allowing Tyloo to seize an opportunity for a comeback. Tyloo finally took their first round and called 2 consecutive pauses to reset their mindset. If they didn't adjust, they felt they might lose the map in one go. As a professional team, Tyloo's double pause helped them regain composure, which slowed the Steel Helmets' momentum. Still, the Steel Helmets ended the first half with 10 rounds, a strong lead that gave the veteran players a lot of confidence. With this rhythm, they were confident they could close out the map. But in the second half, after swapping sides, Tyloo won the pistol round and began finding their rhythm. The Steel Helmets continued fighting for rounds, but the tide was shifting toward Tyloo. The score slowly crept to 12-14, and the Steel Helmets' economy began to falter, prompting them to call a time. The team was facing an economic dilemma, forcing Steel Helmets to make a tough decision. Force buy or save? Sudi asked. Mo took a deep breath. Let's save. Just buy small weapons to play around with. Next round, Biao Di will have the AWP, and we'll have full weapons and utility. We'll have a better shot at turning this around. Jiang Yang checked his economy. After some thought, he decided to buy a no-armor scout. Sudi, help me jump mid in a second. I'll try to take a shot, Jiang Yang said. There wasn't much strategy to this round, just an attempt to get trades with small weapons. Mo didn't set any strict requirements, giving them the freedom to play as they saw fit. Jiang Yang positioned himself near Dust, clearly planning to take a mid-shot. On the other side, Jiang had an AWP. Although Jiang Yang was using a scout, he still wanted to test his luck. As the countdown ended, Jiang Yang moved toward mid. Sudi followed closely behind and jumped forward, only for the enemy AWP to fire instantly. A burst of sparks erupted from Sudi's head as he hit the ground, enjoying an early night's rest. But Jiang Yang didn't let his sacrifice go to waste. The moment Sudi jumped, Jiang Yang peeked through his scope and spotted Jiang retreating behind cover. With a flick of his wrist, he fired. Bang! Yang headshot Jiang with an SG-008. Both snipers dueling at mid. Those reflexes are insane. But Biaoti's side actually comes out ahead. Since they had no money this round, an even trade is actually an advantage for them. Wang Jiqi continued analyzing the situation. Right after getting the kill, Biao threw a smoke at B tunnels and held mid for a bit. Tyloo responded with an Xbox smoke, playing it slow to take control. Meanwhile, Biao rotated back to a platform to hold. Tyloo is setting up for an A long and short split push. Now let's see if this scout can get another pick. Jiang Yang stood at a platform. His scout aimed steadily at a long. Brother Xiaosa had been scouting ahead and saw no enemies near pit, so Jiang Yang hugged the wall, waiting for the enemy to make their move. Then, a smoke grenade landed at pit. Shortly after, a T-side player suddenly jumped up from behind a Long's wall to scout ahead. His exposed hitbox was tiny, but Jiang Yang took the shot anyway. Bang! Young headshot Summer with an SG-008. The shot stunned everyone watching the livestream. Holy SH asterisk T. He actually hit that. That was a CY1 jump peak. The chat exploded with question marks, everyone shocked at Jiang Yang's reaction speed. For regular player, CY1 would have gathered the info and backed off before they could even shoot. But Jiang Yang not only reacted, he landed a perfect headshot, an absurd feat. Seeing Jiang Yang secure another kill, Mo got pumped. Lock and DD. Cover is short for Biao D. Don't let them push in. I'll push B2 and try something. Mo had a clear plan. With an initial mid-trade, the match was now a 4v4. This meant the TS couldn't execute a tightly packed push. And since Jiang Yang had already taken out one player at a long, if they still intended to hit A, they'd need to concentrate their forces. Sure, Mo's aggressive push was risky, but they were already at an economic disadvantage. Taking a gamble to turn things around was completely reasonable. Jiang Yang remained patient on a platform, waiting for his teammates' intel. No one at B2. B1 is clear too. Mo suddenly shouted over comms. They're coming ashort. He yelled. Lock and DD. Hold on. Bait them for me. But sometimes, plans don't go as expected. The TS pushed ashort aggressively, but DD and Xiaosa instantly double-teamed with their Desert Eagles and shut them down. Last two got along. Mo called out. Hold this one down, we've got it in the bag. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Yang found himself under attack. Tyler dry-peeked him, and Baikai took him out. I tagged Baikai with my scout. One shot, one kill. Jiang Yang reported. He'd done all he could. Now it was up to his teammates. The remaining opponents were one full health and one low health player. With a 3v2 advantage, DD grabbed an AK-47 and MO even looted an AWP from T-Spawn's underpass. Their odds of winning this round looked great. They double-smoke CT and are flashing over. Tai Lu is forcing their way in, but Xiaosa is tucked behind triple boxes. He hears them coming, peeks out, and lands a clean deagle headshot. Baikai trades him out, but DD immediately finishes him off. Seeing DD clutch up with his AK, Jiang Yang clenches fist. Even though they had the advantage, post-plant scenarios were always unpredictable. Great job, guys! Jiang Yang hyped them up in voice chat. Stay focused. We got the economy back on track. With this round win, the score was now 13-14, just one round behind Tai Lu. And if they could take 3 more rounds, Tai Lu would be sent packing. After some thought, MO made a call. Let's run a double AWP setup. I'll hold B. They won't expect us to bring out 2 snipers. On Dust 2, a CT side without an AWP was like a savings account with no funds, barely functional. A double AWP defense was an even bigger curveball, capable of shutting down key plays. MO wasn't the best sniper, but if he picked the right angle at B, he could still be effective. Meanwhile, Jiang Yang bought his own AWP. Instead of focusing on a long, they made some adjustments at short. Someone cover me at a short. I'll hold B tunnels and try to catch slowly. He defaults to B1 a lot. As the round started, Su Di and Xiaosa boosted Jiang Yang onto a short. DD went to a long, ready to contest. If Tyler wanted to take a long control, DD would back off instantly. Dust 2 spawn positioning mattered a lot. If the TS didn't spawn near a long, DD could take control with just a Molotov. Jiang Yang and Xiaosa steadily took a short. Jiang Yang scoped toward B1, while Xiaosa watched the left side passage. A long was secured without resistance, meaning the TS were likely spread between mid and B2. Realizing this, Jiang Yang focused his attention. Slowly is coming out of B1, but does he expect a double setup at a short? Slowly pre-aimed, but Biaodi easily took him down with a single shot. After the kill, Jiang Yang jumped down from Xiaosa's position and lobbed a grenade at B1. I'm moving, Lock. A short is yours. Since he had already fired from a short, staying there was pointless. Instead, he rotated to a long, swapping places with DD, who had used up most of his utility. At the same time, the B-site duo applied pressure on B tunnels. Su Di burned out a corner, forcing Danking into the open. As he tried to escape, MO's AWP was waiting for him. Nice shot, Captain. Jiang Yang praised. 5v3 now. MO was thinking fast. Typically, when Danking was alive, Tyler would play around him as their main attacker. But now that he was dead, Tyler seemed hesitant. MO gave a command. Keep an eye on Dust. We don't need mid-control, just hold both sites. If they try to split B, we'll trade kills and you guys can retake. Hearing MO's call, Xiaosa quickly threw some utility to stall a short and reposition to a ramp. At this point, it was confirmed that Tyloo didn't have an AWP, meaning they had more room to maneuver. Seconds later, Xiaosa heard a smoke land at a short. He quickly tossed a grenade and repositioned to sniper spot. That grenade landed perfectly. Tyler barely has any utility left. They're setting up a double peek push. Will they check this angle? Baikai jumped forward first, but Jiang Yang was already set up on blue car, watching the cross. As soon as Baikai entered his crosshair, Jiang Yang pulled the trigger. Bang! Baikai walked straight into a shot. A free kill. But there was no time to celebrate. Jiang Yang quickly threw a flashbang toward double stack. The moment the flash popped, Xiaosa swung out. A full spray, taking out CY1 hiding behind smoke, then finishing off the last T who had no time to react. Nice flash, Biaodi. Xiaosa cheered. We just slaughtered them. DD laughed from along. I was going to help, but you guys handled it. With the round secured, the score was now 14-14. MO immediately made a judgment call. Tylo has no money. If we just play it safe, we'll win. We need a long control. Once we have it, we're halfway to victory. Everyone focused up. With the scores so close, they couldn't afford a mistake. As the countdown ended, Jiang Yang and Didi headed to a lawn. Since his spawn wasn't ideal, Jiang Yang just tossed 2 flashbangs to support Didi's push. Didi blind peeked along, but saw no movement. No action here. Watch for AB hit. The moment he spoke, Emo's panicked voice came over comms. They're force buying. I just got wall banged through smoke. Get ready to rotate. Jiang Yang checked the kill feed. Dankying headshot Captain Mo through smoke with an AK-47. Dankying found an insane timing. He gathered intel before the B smoke ballooned and took the shot, instantly killing Mo. Tyloo is rushing B. Su D is the only one there. Can steel helmets hold on in this crucial round? The A-site trio sprinted toward B, but they were far away. As they ran, 2 kill notifications appeared at the top right. Karsa headshot Dankying through smoke with an AK-47. Karsa headshot CY1 with an AK-47. Slowly headshot Karsa with a Gowl. Su D managed to trade 2 kills, making it a 3v3. Jiang Yang was the closest to B and got vision of B doors first. That's when he noticed a crucial detail. Tyloo's B doors smoke had a gap. Jiang Yang immediately realized it was an opportunity. Without hesitation, he aimed down scope. Slowly was running toward the site, try to plant the bomb. He noticed the smoke misplacement, but figured the CTs were too far to react. He was wrong. Bang! A bullet pierced through the door and into Slowly's chest. Young headshot slowly through wall with an AWP. Nice shot, Biaodi, Didi shouted. We've got a 3v2. Right after that, Tyla finally dropped a proper B doors smoke. Jiang Yang called it out. They smoked it off. We'll have to push in from the front. He swapped to his pistol and moved toward B doors. As he entered, he quickly checked the closed mid-box corner. Empty. But DD had been moving silently behind him. A few moments later, an enemy peeked from mid. Tyla knew they were at a disadvantage, so somebody tried to make a move. However, DD was watching. DD headshot somebody with an AK-47. Nice! Mo roared in voice chat. 3v1. The last guy is on site. Wait for the smoke to fade and rush him together. Stay calm. Sudi added. The 3 of them positioned to be doors, waiting. Inside the site, Baikai was panicking. He tried fake planning to bait them out, but when nobody peeked, he knew they had already pushed up. Now, if he attempted the plant, they could easily rush him. With no choice left, he decided to go for kills instead. Baikai silently jumped into window, pre-aimed his crosshair, and peeked aggressively. Bang! The moment he exposed himself, Jiang Yang's AWP was already waiting. He didn't even get a chance to fire. Young headshot Baikai with an AWP. Nice! Holy SH*T, we actually won. Brothers, we are insane. Biaodi, I love you. You're so F***NG clutch. The entire Steel Helmet's voice chat erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, the livestream chat was absolutely exploding. Nice! Echoed repeatedly in the voice chat, and everyone was too excited to contain themselves. Jiang Yang suppressed his excitement and shouted at Mo, I told you, you never know if you can win until you actually play. This second map was a real test of mental fortitude. At the start, they had complete control, storming to a 7 o'clock lead. By the end of the first half, they had secured 10 rounds. But after switching sides in the second half, Tyloo suddenly caught fire, relentlessly chasing points and overtaking them. On the verge of losing the second map, Jiang Yang and the Steel Helmet stepped up, held their ground, and refused to let it slip away. In the end, they closed it out 16-14, leaving Tyloo with a bitter, drawn-out defeat. Bro, did the Steel Helmets really crush Tyloo? Hearing these old veterans shout, I legit teared up. The true Tyloo spirit lives on in the Steel Helmets. After all these years, I realized I never loved the 2018 Tyloo itself, but the people in it. WE are the champions. That was insane. Neo Dong Dong is a beast. He carried the Steel Helmets and wrecked Tyloo. This 2-0 left me speechless. Cousin was on God mode today. Yang God. More like Yang Berserk. The chat exploded with excitement as viewers flooded the screen with celebratory messages. Even though this was just an Asian RMR qualifier, a relatively minor tournament, for the Steel Helmets, beating Tyloo had always seemed impossible. Before this match, no one, not even MO himself, believed they could defeat Tyloo or VG, teams at that professional tier. If Tyloo actually lost to them, they might as well disband. Yes, the Steel Helmets were composed of former pros, but just a week ago, they were still parachuting into PUBG lobbies, grinding out 20 matches per hour in a battle royale simulator. Meanwhile, Tyloo was a fully professional squad, training every single day to improve. The gap was enormous. Aside from a few gamblers, nobody had bet on them. But today, Steel Helmets proved them all wrong. And not in a lucky BO1 upset, but a crushing 2-0 in a BO3, not even letting Tyloo take a single map. Absolutely legendary. As soon as the match ended, Ma Cici rushed into the Steel Helmets voice chat. Brothers, you guys played out of your minds. This was TYLOO. Insane boys. The comms were a chaotic mess of hyped-up voices, everyone letting loose after the tense battle. Even Ma Cici hadn't expected Steel Helmets' RMR run to deliver such a shocking upset. Their goal in joining the Asian RMR wasn't even to qualify. They just wanted cousin, Jiang Yang, to get some exposure against Tyloo and VG. Only one team could make it out of this RMR, and with Tyloo and VG in the mix, Ma Cici never thought they had a shot. He just wanted Jiang Yang to hold his ground, make a name for himself, and secure a future in Pro CS. But even he had underestimated his cousin. Yes, Tyloo's players were all young prodigies. But even among prodigies, there are levels. Today, Jiang Yang led a team of washed-up veterans and absolutely shattered Tyloo. At this moment, Ma Cici felt like 1,000 wild horses were stampeding through his mind. Did it really have to be this dramatic? Is CNCS finally about to produce another world-class talent? Right from my own family? Meanwhile, Jiang Yang wasn't thinking about any of that. He was still basking in the joy of victory. The clutch moments, the brilliant plays, the intense battles, all of it replayed in his mind. A wave of euphoria surged through him. This is the beauty of esports. Even without fist bumps from teammates or a roaring LAN crowd, just hearing the raw emotion in voice chat was enough to send chills down his spine. Ma Cici wasn't even focused on thanking gifts yet. He went straight for an interview. Yang Yang, let's hear it. How does it feel to take down Tyloo 2-0? Jiang Yang's face lit up with a satisfied grin. CS is just too damn fun. This is F***ing amazing. So what if they're a pro team? So what if they're world number one? You never know until you play. Give me the chance, and I'll topple world number one too. The Steel Helmets erupted. Jiang Yang's words were bold, but he had every right to be. They won today because he carried them to victory. In esports, fans love a confident young player, and right now, Jiang Yang had both the skill and the attitude that resonated with viewers. You gotta have fire in your heart when you're young. Cousin, are you trying to destroy CNCS? MO recruiting cousin to the Steel Helmets was the best decision of the year. This kid might actually save CNCS. 2 more wins left. Are the Steel Helmets really making major? MO's best quote. If you can't even beat Steel Helmets, just disband already. Suddenly, brother Xiaosa chimed in. Honestly, we should never have played this RMR. His pretentious tone immediately sent the chat into laughter. Think about it. If we crush VG next, won't that mean CNCS is doomed? Then what? Tyloo hires us? Do we accept or not? Maybe we should forfeit now and let Tyloo and VG duke it out instead. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Everyone burst out laughing. Of course, forfeiting was out of the question. But as a streamer team beating one of China's top pro squads, they were definitely allowed some friendly banter. Ma Cici sighed in relief. That second map was way too close. So many times, I thought we were done. Especially after that last timeout. As they reminisced, Mo spoke up. Props to cousin. His sniping was insane. Not even joking. That scout play where he took out 2 completely flipped around for us. Yeah, cousin was the MVP today. CC, you better treat us to a proper meal. Don't make our star player eat instant noodles like you do. Jiang Yang quickly added, Nah, everyone played well. No one choked under pressure. Let's keep this momentum going tomorrow. Let's go. Meanwhile, chat was going crazy, demanding an interview with somebody, a former teammate of the Steel Helmets now playing for Tyloo. They wanted to see his reaction after getting demolished by his old friends. But Jiang Yang knew better. Go players generally had good relationships, but interviewing somebody right after beating Tyloo would be straight up EM. Instead, he leaned into Ma CC stream and played along with chat. Yo, Steel Helmet chat, what's with you guys? All you ever spam is I'll crush you. Ma CC, can't you come up with something new? How about this? Everyone spam MO, I'll crush you. Instead, the chat instantly rebelled, spamming Ma CC, I'll crush you even harder. As Ma CC laughed, he realized he really liked his cousin. Jiang Yang was handsome, insanely talented at CS, and had a natural gift for entertaining people. Pulling him into this team was the best decision he ever made. But Jiang Yang didn't waste time celebrating. As soon as he finished interacting with chat, he logged off and went straight into training mode. Tomorrow, he had 2 more wins to secure, because one day he wanted to stand on the grandest stage, Stockholm Major, and hear the crowd chant his name. Yang, Yang. After about an hour of aim training, Jiang Yang opened his system panel, only to see a new floating message pop up in front of him. 30-year-old, you had incredible streaming talent, but Danking always had the upper hand. He even smeared you, claiming you were never better than him. Now, in this comeback match, you've made him relive the pain of the past. Hidden mission completed. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, old veteran. You have received a pack of beetle nuts. Congratulations, old veteran. You have received 10,188 comeback points. Jiang Yang blinked in surprise. This was the first hidden mission he had ever encountered. A sudden mission reward, definitely unexpected, but he wasn't complaining. Beating Tyloo had directly triggered it. This meant the comeback system had 3 different types of missions: main missions, temporary missions, and hidden missions. Jiang Yang thought for a moment. So, in my future at age 30, Danking also became a streamer, and he was popular enough to suppress me? That guy must have quit playing professionally at some point then. Jiang Yang wasn't surprised. Danking had talent, but he wasn't some once-in-a-generation prodigy. What did surprise him, though, was the idea that Danking could surpass him in the streaming world. No way. Jiang Yang had always believed in his natural talent for entertainment. Even now, he didn't take streaming seriously, just fooling around in Ma CC's broadcasts. But one thing was for sure. If Danking ever said he was better than Jiang Yang at CS, that was straight-up delusional. Jiang Yang had played against him today in multiple duels. Danking was strong, sure, but compared to the monsters he faced in the simulated training space, the pressure was laughable. He glanced at his rewards. The beetle nut. Yeah, he immediately threw that away. Jiang Yang never liked that stuff. Besides, he'd read that excessive consumption led to oral cancer. Why would he ever risk it? The real prize was the 10,188 comeback points. Ever since unlocking Choose Your Opponent, he had been desperately low on points. If he wanted to train against truly elite opponents, he needed a ton of points to simulate those matches. Now, this was exactly what he needed. His confidence after defeating Tyloo was sky high. The mental barrier of grinding in the simulation space was gone. Jiang Yang was ready. He opened the selection menu and quickly scrolled through the available opponents. Added to training queue. White heavy checkmark Nico, 2018. White heavy checkmark S1 Empel, 2018. White heavy checkmark GLA1VE, 2018. White heavy checkmark. After confirming payment, Jiang Yang cracked his fingers. Now let's see if these prison wardens live up to their reputations. And thanks, Danking. Without you, I wouldn't have had the points to afford this session. Meanwhile, at the Tyla team dormitory, Danking suddenly sneezed. The team manager turned his head, voice sharp with frustration. What? You got a problem with this? You guys lost to the Steel Helmets today. Next, you're going to lose to a Net Cafe team? After that, A random 5-stack from matchmaking? What's next? Losing to silver ranks. Do you even care about your careers anymore? Danking glanced at his monitor, expression twisting into pure agony. They had already been lectured for half an hour. When would this hell end? Young, are you trying to destroy Tai Lu?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.